Vaughan Leach on that honours board. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, no.
Oh, I feel a bit down.
I mean, on the plus side, he could probably say to himself, he only averaged 4 this season.
No,
so
there's no plus there.
He's literally 2 further innings away. No plus.
No, but I like it, as a what they call, a psychologist.
Yes.
As a sports psychologist, that would what you'd be saying to him.
Yeah.
But he'll be going, 8 more runs.
Especially
what a
because he'd
shame.
been dropped in exactly the same place.
Yeah,
by
that
Adair.
little poke out outside off stump. Anything on his legs and in his body, he tucks away lovely, doesn't he? It's just that outside off stump.
McBride continues from the nursery end. Past the stumps, bowling to Joe Root on the back foot, defending a lead of 72 for England, 194 for 3, Root on 4 and Denley on 10. The thing about blokes is you don't necessarily need to hide that. You can just go all out with the grey hair as McBride bowls again to Root, who's on the back foot, whipping that to leg side. Hesitation, there's a throw at the stumps to Joe Denley's end, and he's out. Denley was halfway down the track looking for the single. Joe Root smashes his bat into the floor, because that is a terrible way to get out. It was an easy throw from mid-wicket to the stumps. McBride took the bails and Denley was about a metre out. I'm just looking at the replay. Joe Root was coming. He was coming. He played it to the leg side. Mid-wicket, all it was a couple of steps to his right. Joe Denley was committed. He was halfway down the track before he got sent back. It was an easy throw really to the stumps and to take the bails. So England now 194 for 4 with a lead of 72. Joe Denley is run out by Kevin O'Brien for 10.
Yeah, it was a backer length ball from the off spinner. He hadn't got a short leg, so they got the extra. It was almost a bit of a one-day feel with the mid wicket up, and he just hit it there. And I think Rooty just probably just thought instantly that's a single, and he set off, and then realised it wasn't, and Joe Denley was left in no man's land. It was smart fielding by Ireland. They had to complete the play, as you would say in baseball, and Kevin O'Brien was a good throw. And the off spinner took it off really well. O'Brien took it off really well. O'Brien threw it in. I'm getting very confused now. But he threw it in, and you talk about the games of cricket just turning again with Jack Leach going in and batting so well on 92, and the lead was just continuing to grow. Only 1 down with that partnership with Jason Roy. Suddenly 3 wickets in this session. It's just changed again. That's the beauty of Test cricket. Two new people in, obviously very experienced cricketers in Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. The lead's only 72 in Ireland. We'll be pleased how they've hung in there, hung in there, not let the scoring rate get too quick. I thought this morning it was going to accelerate out of their control, but they've hung in there now. A little bit of a mistake by England with that run out, and this is Ireland's chance now. They can grab a couple of wickets just before, one more wicket before tea, and they've had a great session.
Adair bowls. Bairstow trapped on the pad. It's given! Alim Dar has no hesitation, but Joe Root at the non-striker's end is signalled for him to go for the review. Johnny Bairstow straight away says, let's have a look at it.
Now, if he hasn't hit it from here, it looks close. Again, 150 yards away. But he went straight away, so I wonder if he did hit.
That's a fair delivery. Can we go on a front on spin vision, thank you?
So we're having a look at whether it's legitimate. It is a legitimate delivery. He is behind the line. So shaping in delivery.
Just rock and roll it for me, please, Will.
Trying to see if there's any bat involved on the replay. Paul Wilson,
okay,
third
you.
umpire.
Can we go through to Ultra Edge when it's available, please?
Ultra Edge will tell us if there's any bat. There is no bat. He struck on the front pad.
Go past the bat. Seems like there's a gap there between bat and ball. Roll it through to the pad. Okay, there's no bat involved. We go through to ball tracking when it's available, please.
He's hit on the knee roll of the front pad, Johnny Bairstow. It looks pretty good.
Coming out now, Alim. Pitching outside off. Impacted line. Wickets, umpire's call. You can start with your original decision.
It's umpire's call, so stay with the original decision, which was given out by Alim Dar, and Johnny Bairstow will have to trudge off the field. He's got his bat underneath his left arm now, and Ireland will be elated with the position they're in now after a gruelling first session. 194 for 5, and Johnny Bairstow goes for a pair with a lead of 72.
Yeah, unfortunately for Johnny Bairstow, it's a nightmare scenario as a batter, unfortunately walking off there at Lord's. But England, after cruising so well with Jack Leach and Jason Roy, just those wickets, and they've just fallen in a cluster again to put the pressure on England. In walks Moeen Ali, who's also on them. I think he also got naught in the first innings, and they need a partnership again. It has the game of Test cricket changing within half an hour, really. It was looking so different half an hour ago. And credit to Ireland for hanging in there. They've got the bang, bang, bang. You call for it in the field, like if there's a partnership going, come on, get a bang, bang here, we can change the game. You kind of half believe it when on a flat wicket when not much is happening. You half believe it that he won't. But Ireland have done it, and credit to them.
Rankin bowls. Oh, and he's caught behind. Moeen's out. A tentative stroke outside the off stump. There's a little bit of bounce there. And Moeen has gone. The lead is 97. And England have only 4 wickets left. I don't think Moeen would be particularly thrilled with this shot. It was short of a length. Did bounce. Joyful. Wilson there throws the ball into the air. And Moeen's on his way.
Well, it's a surprising bounce. I mean, it shouldn't be that surprising against Rankin, but that did zip through. However, Moeen won't enjoy that dismissal because you don't want to be playing it then, unless you want to hit runs off him. He couldn't get out of the way. He was sort of dragged towards it. It came through round about chest high.
Yeah, decline.
And it came through quickly, and he fended. When he'd been better off just letting it go. It's easy to say from here.
Yeah.
And the keeper took it also around chest high, which indicates that ball did seem to zip off the pitch. And so, the sort of dismissal Rankin looks for with his extra bounce. So Moeen can't come to the rescue. He did avoid a pair. There's 3 of them in a row that got a pair. Bairstow's already got one. Moeen got to 9 and was in watchful mode.
There comes Wokes. He's also on a pair.
Indeed.
Are you declaring a crisis yet, Victor, or are you still dampening that down?
Crisis, what, for this match or the summer?
Not for the match. No, not the entire summer. But for this match. Are England in a crisis situation?
Well, not far off. I think if they lose one more, they are. They haven't got enough yet.
No. 97 is the lead.
In comes Rankin, short, beautifully played off the back foot by Wokes through the covers for 4. That's a lovely shot. Stayed still and then picked the gap off the back foot with a straight bat out to the boundary. And his first ball is defended by Root to short cover, and there is no run.
He's been impressive there. Obviously Tim Murtagh got all the plaudits yesterday, but I think Mark Adair's been sensational. His skill level's been absolutely superb. His wrist position is brilliant. He can bowl in swingers and away swingers at will. He's a good batsman. He's a slip fielder. He's good in the field. He looks like a real find for Ireland.
He's in again from the pavilion and down the wicket comes
and edged and gone. Good catch from Wilson, diving to his right, two-handed. Root's got to go. He was playing that on the walk. He came down the wicket to Adair. He wanted to effectively drive him through the offside, make the ball a half volley. Instead, he's ended up nicking one that's just gone away from him, and a really sharp catch from the Irish keeper means that England are in terrible trouble at 2:39 for 7. The lead just 117.
Well, think Colin de Grandhomme, people. Think World Cup final. Joe Root walking down the wicket, as loose a shot as you can see from the England captain. An awful shot. And a great catch by Gary Wilson, diving away to his right in front of Paul Sterling. Root's gone for 31. The lead is 117. And if you're an Ireland opening batsman, get your head around getting your pads on this evening.
Well, one of the things that comes to me immediately is that ball was taken well in front of first slip. And I'm just reminded yesterday of the time the ball was edged between Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root. And I'm just thinking here about just how on it the Irish are. They're wanting the ball, they're expecting the ball, and when it comes to them, Gary Wilson there leapt across in front of first slip to take the catch. Yesterday England were a bit flat-footed, and it's really been the difference between the two teams for me. England 239 for 7, as I say, the lead just 117.
Adair hustles in, he bowls, Wokes drives, edged and taken at second slip. Another one falls for Ireland, another one for Adair. He bowls that brilliant length, inviting the batsman into the drive. Wokes goes for 13. England in serious trouble here. 248 for 8 with a lead of 126.
Well, Balbirnie, the catcher, he's got a safe pair of mitts at second slip. Another away swing delivery. Wokes sucked in. Healthy edge, and this time the Nick carries. And all of a sudden, Ireland believing in themselves. The crowd are on the edge of their seats. 2 more wickets, and Ireland will be batting this evening. Wokes gone for 13.
Yes, this game is moving very, very quickly indeed. 20 wickets that fell yesterday, and 8 wickets that have fallen today. Ireland absolutely will believe. They gather together by the pitch at the moment, just taking on some refreshments. It's been a very hot and grueling day. It was a tough first session. They only picked up the 1 wicket, the one of Rory Burns. Leach and Roy batting beautifully at a run rate of over 3.5. In that second session, it was 4 wickets that they picked up. They came back into the game extremely well. England might have just let them in as well with that run out of Joe Denley. Johnny Bairstow with a pair, Moeen Ali going as well, fending at one outside the off stump to Boyd Rankin. And in this session, well, they've been all over it once more. They've battled hard out there in this heat, and they have the rewards for it now. They just need 2 more wickets with a lead of 126.
This is Boyd Rankin. Big swipe and a crack away by Curran to the boundary in the offside, gave himself room, made a wonderful connection, and I think we can see what Curran's tactics are. Cracking 4, he's on to 16, 264 for 8.
He's done it before for England last year against India on a couple of occasions. Very similar, that he came out there with the game looking like being lost for England, and all of a sudden he starts to striking the boundaries.
There's a slip, leg slip. Gully, man on the boundary square in the offside as Rankin is in, round the wicket, and he swings that one. Is down behind square on the onside, wayward from Rankin. Another cracking shot by Curran. That man on the boundary wasn't getting anywhere near it. Successive boundaries for Sam Curran.
Well, they're just checking whether it's gone all the way for 6. It might have hit the foam roller, the new modern boundary. I think it is.
It is.
It's a 6. Gone flat straight into the roller. What a shot that is. He just manoeuvred himself to the offside. He knew it was going to be bowled into the surface quite hard by Boyd Rankin. He just kind of went with it. It was almost like the ramp pull shot.
Terrific performance this afternoon, this morning from Margaret there. 3 for 55, 2 more to get in the honours board. He bowls, big swing and a hit by Curran. It's a long chase. It's not going to be reached. And I think it's going to be another boundary and another 4 runs for Sam Curran. He's exploding, 26 from 15. This is a one-day-esque innings.
Yeah, it's also a reminder that this pitch is playing well. Maybe you can play these kind of strokes that we've seen Curran play over the course of the last 10 minutes. It just tells you that the pitch is playing nicely.
Cracked that one through mid-off. Lovely connection in the air. Couple of bounces, 4-277 for 8. Curran's 26, Broad is 6. The lead 155. McBrien is in. Down the wicket goes Curran. It's high, but it's a big 6. Well into the stand. Through long off, and that's a big shot by Sam Curran. 35 off 21 deliveries. And he might just be taking this game away from Ireland. 290 for 8.
Well, he's such a dangerous player, and he's just got that mentality that when the pressure's on, he's delivered, and he's done it on a few occasions for England.
And Stuart Thompson, who's played in every test match so far for the Irish men's team. And he's up to Curran. That's a short one. It's gone high. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary. Will take it. Straight down his throat. Thompson has the arms in the air in celebration, and Curran goes for 37. England 293 for 9.
Yeah, good captaincy again from Will Porterfield. He turned to Thompson to bowl some short stuff. 3 fielders on the boundary on the onside, and it works a treat. Tried to blast it into the grandstand. Comes off the top of the bat. A cameo from Sam Curran. The arms are lost from Stuart Thompson. The lead's now 171.
It was indeed young James McCollum who took that catch. Curran goes 37 off 29. The lead is 171.
Now this is clubbed away for 6 by Broad. Into the grandstand. Another bouncer from Thompson, who really isn't the pace. I know he got Curran out, but he rather mistimed his, but that sailed over the fielder and into the grandstand, and the ball tossed back by a supporter as the 300 comes up, and also the lead of 180. 302 for 9.
Yeah, I think Sam Curran just tried to hit his too hard. He actually, you know, rather than for a little guy, he hits the ball a long way, and I just think he saw it. He knew it was going to be short. He predicted right, and his eyes kind of lit up and just tried to hit it as hard as he could rather than time. Actually, Stuart Broad there, it's like kind of effortlessly just hit it for 6.
Yeah.
He didn't really try, and he went, 10 rows back.
Yep, it might do. There's a lightning. There's a lightning, and the crowd saw it. At least those in the grandstand saw it. Tuffers have seen it. He's up. That was quite a fierce fork. Again, not in Andy Sampson's category, but the umpires have spotted it as well. Now,
surely not.
Mr. Palagaruga should be used to this. He's from Sri Lanka. That was just an English fork, as it were, and it is coming from that grey stuff I was describing. Mr. Dar doesn't look very happy, and they're staring over there, and there's no real point in staring there, really, fellas, because he might not get another one, and so it's some way away. I mean, that's well over the city.
Now what's the rule?
It's a mile a second. Mr. Dar is saying, I don't like this very much.
No, you can't come on.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. Not yet.
No.
Mr. Dar doesn't like it. The umpires are conferring. He's looking at his watch.
We're going off for potential rain.
We're going for possible thunder and lightning strikes. We've only seen one lightning, and it was in the distance, and there was some time before the rumble of thunder. I mean, a good 10-15 seconds. All grumbling I hear in the background. I mean, this is not Brisbane. They're going to carry on.
Got to stay on. Got to
carry on. So the crowd are pleased about that. Presumably, if they're not on at 6:30, Andrew, that's it for the day.
That's correct, yes.
Thought so. Lightning. And Thompson's on the way. And he bowls outside the off stump. Stone plays no stroke. Alan Dar, I'm afraid, wasn't looking at that. Neither of them were, but they'd have heard the crowd. And Mr. Dar's stroking his ample beard, and now having a conversation with William Porterfield about things.
I reckon Porterfield's probably asking as well, with the mind if they get a wicket now, he'll have to bat again for that 35 minutes.
Think you don't want to bat. I think if I were Ireland, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to get off now.
I think they would. I think they'll love the wicket, wouldn't they? Then the rain can, and not have to do it again in the morning.
I think the rain might go past. Mr. Dar's had enough. He's heard some thunder, and he's away. And again, it's a long. If you go by the 1 second per mile rule, that's a long time.
Yeah.
That is not thunder. That's the cover. Don't worry. That's just that throaty roar from below us. So the cover's going on at 303 for 9. The players are going off, and Mr. Dar there didn't like the sound of it. It wasn't much the sight of it. It was the sound that I think did for Mr. Dar. And as soon as there was that rumble of thunder in the distance, he was off on his toes, and the players are drifting off. So I don't think Ireland will be upset about that at all. I mean, funnily enough, it might be a slight missed opportunity for England, maybe, to have had the chance to bowl in this sort of light and with the floodlights on and with the very humid atmosphere. Well, I don't think they'll get that now, because there's only 15 minutes to go until the cut-off. And there's an absolute sandstorm. There's more lightning behind the pavilion, but I think it's gone. I think
I'm with you. Away. I think it has passed.
Yeah, it's moved. There's a helicopter. I mean, there's a helicopter there, right in that sort of grey mass, and you can see it very clearly. And I don't think you'd be piloting a helicopter into an electrical storm. So Rob Bailey's arrived, and we've got Mr. Dar and Mr. Palagaruga still out there, and I think they've summoned the groundsman, but to be fair to him, he won't know much of what's going on because he's new. I mean, dear old Mick Hunt, he'd have come out, he'd have had his shorts on, and he'd have filled in some details about local conditions. He was here for a lifetime, but anyway.
I'm not sure Alan Dar that keen to be out there. He turned and went quickly, and now he's stopped in the middle. I'm sure he wants to get off.
I thought he's away now. Look at that. I mean, he's almost breaking into a trot.
It's quick rallying dart, that is.
It is raining, so I think we can safely assume that'll be close of play for the day. Not sure where it's come from, but anyway, it is raining. The covers are going on, and so the game will resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, weather permitting, but it will all be covered up and so on. Is that fair criticism, Alistair? I mean, if you have just come from that dressing room, I mean, what sort of conversation goes on in an England dressing room when again there is a batting problem? I mean, is it dissected and analysed and?
Well, it's definitely spoken about. I think that is definitely true. Like, we haven't the guys over the next. What's happened over these last 24 hours, to think that everyone in the crowd or everyone listening at home thinking, no one talks about it or tries to work it out. That's an amazing stat. I didn't realise that there's however many innings not to get 400, and it is a concern. It's a massive concern that in Test match cricket that the batters aren't producing the goods enough. I think some of the wickets, we have to take a little bit that the wickets have been more bowler friendly over the last couple of years to make sure that they're result wickets. England bowl very well when the ball's moving, and not quite have struggled, as we've seen overseas, to take 20 wickets on flat wickets. I think it actually is starting to change a bit now with the extra pace of the options of Jofra Archer, Ollie Stone, Mark Wood as a pace option alongside people like Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, and all that. The guys bashing areas all that time. So I think that will change actually over a period of time. I reckon England might go back to playing on flatter wickets actually over the next couple of years. But that has moved a lot.
I think it's interesting. Andrew, can we bring you in and just we spoke about it at the start of the day about 400. How many times have they passed 300? In the last 30 innings, because I'm looking at this Ashes series. England are 303 for 9 on a pitch that's done a little bit against an Irish attack that's got nothing above 83 miles an hour. There's been a spinner that's not spun a ball. Now, in a week's time, they're going to be up against Pattinson, Cummins, potentially Stark, Siddle, Hazelwood. We may see an Ashes series. Look, the Aussie batting lineup's no better. They're very vulnerable. We could see an Ashes series with potentially they're probably one of the lowest ones in terms of scoring. But it'll be exciting. I do think that it's going to be very exciting. And like this Test match, I think we're in for a great Test match. Great for cricket that we're getting a contest, but when I just look at that England dressing room,
it's frustrating.
Yes, and it's been our frustration, Agus, for a while. If you look at an England batting lineup, you think, there's not a lot there, but there's so much talent. And there's it's sometimes it's technical, but the majority of the times when we watch England play Test match cricket and you see them get dismissed cheaply and you see collapses, it's generally the mental side of the game, and that concerns me, that they're making mental errors rather than, it's not always the technical side.
Back in the day, Alistair, the attitude, I think, and your attitude definitely was, if it's doing a bit, you get in there and you fight and you graft and you eke out every run. Would it be fair to say, and I'm going to say shoot it down if it's not, that these days perhaps it's more, there's one there with your name on it, so get out there and let's get in while we can and play a few shots and get something on the board.
Well, there's absolutely the attitude of runs are more important than time spent. How many runs you score, rather than if a 40 is better off 30 odd balls than a 20 or 70 balls. That's definitely a change in mentality.
But we've got our fingers crossed for the forecast tomorrow. It doesn't look terrible by any means. There's talks of storms, I know, but certainly Keith Road is suggesting there might be some showers passing through. But this game will be done tomorrow.
Murta in, edged and gone. This time,
no,
he has gone. Taken a second slip. Murta picks up his man. Jack Leach is not going to get himself on the honours board for 100. At any rate, he came in last night as night watchman. He faced the one over that he had to. And with England in some peril today, he's got them a long way towards getting properly out of trouble.
Hello and welcome to the third day of the one-off Specsavers Test match at Lords between England and Ireland. It's a gloomy, rather grey scene we have here, but it could yet be a truly explosive day at the cricket. Ireland within touching distance perhaps of what might be the most remarkable event in Irish sporting history. Or not. We will discuss that shortly with Niall O'Brien, Michael Vaughan, Phil Tufnell, Vic Marks, etc. But as I was walking out into Lords today, I had my giant umbrella. It was extraordinarily necessary because rain had been falling, and we've been speculating and looking at plumes of clouds that may come over Lords. So I think we should go straight over to Simon King so we can get a proper prognosis of what's likely to happen today.
Yeah, you might need that umbrella again because we've got those showers. They're currently just to the south of London. They're moving their way northward, so those showers have been throughout the morning. I think we'll continue to see the risk of showers throughout the morning, perhaps a little bit better during this afternoon. There'll be some lengthier, drier spells. But I certainly think rain will interrupt play through this morning and into the afternoon. Nowhere near as hot as yesterday. I mean, those temperatures were incredible across parts of the southeast. So I think at Lords it got to about 36, 37 degrees Celsius. Today we'll see the temperature more like about 28, maybe 29 degrees. So that would be the big difference. But certainly I think some interruptions expected.
Thank you, Simon. Well, that's an in and out kind of prognosis. It means that we may have our work cut out today. It does look, though, I've got to say at the moment, okay. There are relatively high grey clouds. The cover is not on the pitch. There's a lot of people milling around outside. Could be a great day for bowling. Could be a great day for seam bowling, and it could be a great day for Ireland. Niall O'Brien, you suggested it might be the greatest day for Irish sport of all time, any sport.
Yeah, I'm just delighted I've got such a wealth of knowledge of Irish sport in the room here beside me. I never knew Vaughan and the Cat was such a keen Irish enthusiast, and they know everything about Irish sport. It's wonderful.
Well, there's all those Grand Slam triumphs, all those fly halves. Ollie Campbell, is it Tony Ward?
Tony Ward, wonderful Tony. But today, if we win this game, if Ireland win this game of cricket, I'm putting it out there again. I'll be slated from Sligo to Meath to Kildare to Kilkenny. This will be the greatest day in Irish sporting history.
What about Barry McGuigan?
Oh, I love Barry. Lives in Kent. I used to go to the gym with him. He'll knock me around the Lords. He's probably here today. I better avoid Barry if he's here today. Yeah, he's a tough man as well. Oh, Barry.
In order for it to be that most magnificent day in Irish sporting history, though, Niall, I'm guessing Ireland need to win. Michael Vaughan, what do you think their chances are here? The lead that England hold is 181. They've got one wicket in hand. They're not going to expect to get many more. So you've got to kind of assume the target will be sub 200.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. I mean, if they get conditions like yesterday where the ball didn't do a great deal, you could say that the ball yesterday didn't do as much as it did on day one. They managed to get over 200 in the first innings when the ball was doing probably a little bit more, but the pressure and a little bit of history when you come into these kind of situations suggests that England should have enough. They should be able to put a bit of a panic through the Irish dressing room, and also these conditions generally at Lords, and there was a huge storm in the night. When you've had a little bit of rain and there's a heat, and a lot of heat, generally the ball starts to swing around a bit. So I'm in England's camp. I think they'll win the game, but I think we're in for a little bit of a nipper.
Well, we say look up, not down, and today when you look up you do see these clouds. You do imagine that it'll be helpful for the seam bowlers, but yesterday Ireland's seam bowlers toiled in the second hottest day recorded in British history. They were out there for the entire day. They stuck at their task manfully. Why don't we catch up with the highlights of what was a thrilling day's play? Cut away, down to the boundary for four. Too much whip, Leach latched onto it. Rankin into Burns. Oh, he's through the keeper and gone. Rankin has broken through. England lose their first wicket, and it's not the night watchman Leach, it's Rory Burns.
Adair bowling around the wicket. He drives past extra cover, and it now goes into the boundary. A lovely shot from Leach. He's proven to be a bit of a thorn in the side for Ireland.
Down the wicket comes Roy, he bangs this, hammers it out there deep mid-wicket. 4-6. Driven. The catch runs down to the boundary. There it is. Jack Leach opening the batting for England. Has gone to 50. The night watchman.
And that should be the 50 for Jason Roy. Clubbed away. Lovely cut to the boundary. Burt is in, and there's a lovely drive for four. And Leach's confidence is growing. And Jason Roy has been clean bowled by Stuart Thompson. And reward for Ireland. Finally, the partnership has been broken.
Murtagh is in to lead.
Again, dropped a second slip. Murtagh in, edged and gone. This time, he has gone. And Jack Leach is not going to get himself on the honours board for 100 at any rate. But the crowd rise as one to a terrific innings from Jack Leach.
But Brian bowls again to Root, who's on the back foot. Looking at the leg side, hesitation. There's a throw at the stumps to Joe Denley's end, and he's out. That is a terrible way to get out. There bowls. Bairstow trapped on the pad. It's given.
Rankin bowls. Oh, and he's far behind. Mowing's out.
Down the wicket comes and edged and gone. Good catch from Wilson, diving to his right, two-handed. Root's got to go.
Wokes drives, edged and taken a second slip. England in serious trouble here. 248 for 8.
Down the wicket goes Curran. It's high, but it's a big 6. And that's a big shot by Sam Curran. He's on to Curran. That's a short one. It's gone high. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary. Will take it.
So the cover's going on at 303 for 9. The players are going off. And as soon as there was that rumble of thunder in the distance, he was off on his toes. And the players are drifting off.
It was a hot, sultry, extraordinary day. At one point, England were 171 for 1. At that point, they led by 49 with 9 wickets in hand. Night watchman Leach still there. They then had another collapse, 7 for 77. 9th wicket partnership of 45. Then the rain came. Back and forth. Michael, you said yesterday that you thought you were actually more disappointed with England's batting yesterday than you were when they were bowled out for 85.
Yeah, the reason being on day one, I felt there was a hangover, and emotionally for the players that played in the World Cup final 12 days ago, it's very difficult. But once you've had that, and Murtagh bowled great, and there was swing and there was seam, you know, to see the team yesterday 170 for 1, and you see Jack Leach lead the way, the night watchman, and almost teach the England batsmen how to play Test match cricket. He played with great discipline, very simple, not too many shot options. He had the drive down the ground through extra cover, a cut and a flick off the hip. To see the wickets fall 7 for 70 odd on a pitch that wasn't doing a great deal, that is a real concern. It's been a concern for the Test team for quite a few years that their brains and their, Duncan Fletcher used to always say you've got to train your brain, and I think this England Test match team's brains are trained to get around 300. So even when they get a great start, they don't seem to be able to work their systems and their game plan and mentality to go and get big scores. England today should have been arriving with the score around 330 for 3 or 4. Someone should be on 120-30 not out, and we should be thinking about when they're going to declare. And for them to have lost all those wickets, you can't tell me there was a Jaffa. If you can tell me one delivery yesterday it was unplayable, I'd argue with you, because I didn't see one. There was some poor thinking. Joe Root, outstanding player. What's he doing dancing down to Mark Adair? Dancing down the wicket. Why? I just want that. Why? Why are you doing that? You're playing with control. You've not had, I guess you've had that moment where you've run Joe Denley out. That happens. But he played with so much ease, just knocking the ball. And he dances down to Mark Adair's first ball of his spell. I just want to know why. Why is that happening? And why has it been happening for a long time in Test match cricket where the talent in this England dressing room is not rewarding the fans and people watching the game with big enough scores? Because of course there has been wickets that have done plenty. Over the course of the last 2 or 3 years we've seen pitches, some of the wickets in Sri Lanka, the Caribbean, last year against India, the ball was doing plenty, but it's not always done nothing. And generally in the Test match there might be one innings where it does a lot, but there's always one innings that you should be scoring a lot of runs. And it might be, sometimes it's the first innings and sometimes it's the second innings. The second innings here, yesterday, again, this Irish attack is an attack that's, it's a county attack at best. I'd say a first division 6th or 7th place county attack, and that's being quite kind. This England batting team should be getting 500 on the pitch that we saw yesterday.
You can hear from those highlights incidentally, which you can hear on the BBC Sport website and app, and watch, of course, as well, as we have in-play highlights and clips. But you can hear from those highlights a familiar tale. If you go back through all of these highlights that we've been producing over the last 2 years, the clatter of wickets, the incredulity in the commentators' voices.
I like that word.
But it happens time and time again. And this is not wanting to take anything away from the Ireland bowlers. And Mark Adair, you would say, set up Johnny Bairstow, didn't he? A ball after ball just outside off stump, then one that just shaped back in, trapping him in front. But it's happening too often for England's liking.
Well, as a batsman, your first 20 balls, so your first 10 or 15 minutes is when you're most vulnerable. So you have to give the bowler the respect. It doesn't matter how good a player you are. Best player in the world can get out early, and that's a fact. You get a good ball early, but if you're getting yourself out and you're not willing to do the hard yards for 20 balls, it's 10 minutes discipline is all these batsmen have to do. Just settle in for 10 minutes, and then runs become a lot more easily accessible. If you're going out there with mentality, bam, bam, flash Harry, you're going to give chances and you're going to get out.
The issue with Root, I mean, you mentioned him coming charging down the wicket at Adair. He seemed to have problems with Colin de Grandhomme as well a week and a half ago. No pace on the ball, not able to play the shots he's used to play, using the pace, guiding the ball down.
In one-day cricket, Dan, that's fine. You've got to be proactive. You've got to look to score. That's the nature of the white ball game. Is that you've got to try and make sure if a bowler bowls 2 or 3 dot balls, you've got to try something. That's one-day cricket for you. So I've no problem in one-day cricket of dancing down and trying to think. In Test match cricket, you don't need to risk anything. Joe was playing great. He was playing with control. He edged one ball off Timmy Murty that went through first slip, just probably bounced just a little bit short. Apart from that, I was watching it. He's playing with so much control, and then for a split second his mind tells him that he's got to do something different. He's too good a player to do that. I'm going to have a quiz. I don't know if you were in here earlier, but Crickviz have done some analysis on Johnny Bairstow. In the last 2 years, when the ball's going on to hit the stumps, what do you think he averages in one-day cricket? And what do you think he averages in Test match cricket? Over 2 years, balls that are going to go on and hit the stumps, what does he average?
I'm going to go 40 odd in one-day cricket.
47.
And I'm going to go about 8 in Test cricket.
6. He averages 6 in Test cricket over 2 years to balls that are going to go and hit the stumps. And if you go back to the semi-final of the World Cup at Edgbaston, I saw Johnny Bairstow and Jason Root actually play 3 or 4 immaculate forward defences early when they were in that chase, pressure on. Can they chase down that small total? And they went boom, forward defence, solid base, let the ball come. And I don't see that enough in Test match cricket.
So I
don't see enough of the England players realise that, as Niall says, in the first 20, 30 balls, you're at your most vulnerable, you're a bit nervous, you're a bit sceptical of what's happening, you're just trying to find out the pitch, the conditions, the pace. You've got to be able to defend the ball. And I don't see enough of that from this England team, that they go out there thinking, right, first and foremost, just survive. I see a mindset, right, first and foremost, I'm going to score. And that's one-day cricket. In Test match cricket, you've got to be able to survive.
Sorry, no.
Well, just, on the flip side, Rory Burns, all he's looking to do is survive. So there's a happy medium. You have to obviously have your defensive game in order, but at the same time you have to capitalise when there is a bad ball. Rory Burns to me looks like he's gone totally the other way. He's just walking out the bat looking to survive, as opposed to getting a bad ball and putting it away. He's missing out on bad balls, Rory Burns. So a bit of a happy medium. I think this England batting lineup are struggling to find that happy medium.
There was one man yesterday who did just set out to survive. I mean, bizarrely, the night watchman, he batted fantastically. We'll talk about his innings in a minute, but why don't we hear from him? I started by asking him yesterday how yesterday felt for him.
Very surreal in front of a Lord's crowd, sort of batting, I guess, and scoring some runs. So it was nice to be out there and sort of do a job for the team. I was trying to eat up some balls and take pressure off the batters coming in, and it seemed to go on longer than I thought it would, and everyone else thought it would.
Have you ever scored 100 before?
I've scored 100 for the Somerset second team, and that is literally the only 100 I've ever scored. So, 8 short today, but it wasn't to be. But I still would have taken that at the start of the day.
I was going to say, it must be a source of regret in one sense, but 92 at Lord's, Jack. I mean, that was quite something, and you looked in complete control throughout. Presumably you weren't, but you looked it.
I felt good at the crease. I think I really tried to sort of just take one ball at a time and never look too much forward. I just tried to watch the ball really hard, take one ball at a time, and see where that got me, and it got me to quite a good place.
England have struggled to find openers for the last 13 years, really, since Alistair Cook, that could cement themselves in the team. Have you got an eye on a different career, perhaps, in cricket?
No, I don't think I'm the answer to that, but I've done it a couple of times now for England, and obviously the first time didn't go so well, so I wanted to put that right, and managed to do that.
Look, that lead has nudged over 180 in large part because of your 92 and that great partnership with Jason Roy.
Yeah.
You saw how the pitch was playing at close quarters. Do you think you've got enough?
Yeah, I think we've definitely got to believe that. I think we've definitely given ourselves a chance, and we're going to have to bowl really well to win the game. But we believe that we can definitely win the game. The wicket's still doing bits, and so we've got to make the most of that.
Your primary function in the team is as a spinner. Did you note if there's going to be any assistance for you and Moeen Ali, perhaps?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit there. I wouldn't say it's anything dramatic, but yeah, there's enough there, and I think if we've got players trying to maybe take a few risks against us, and we can sort of put pressure on them, then I think we'll come into the game definitely.
Well, it really was a tremendous innings from Jack Leach, and it had all the virtues that Michael Vaughan's been talking about and Niall O'Brien's been talking about in an opener. He hit the bad ball and he defended the good ball and he looked to bat for as long as possible. I am joined, I'm very delighted to say, by Stefan Schemmel to the BBC website. And you got to know Jack quite well, haven't you, over the last 12 months or so?
A little bit. I had the pleasure of interviewing him before England went on the tour to Sri Lanka in the past winter. And he's a real character. That knock yesterday would have actually been a bit of a cathartic experience for Jack Leach, because if you remember, he should have played in the first test against Pakistan last summer on this ground, but he missed out because he had a broken thumb. And he said the great disappointment about that he didn't get to play with Jos Buttler, his great mate from Somerset. They didn't get to line up together for England in a test match at Lord's. I mean, the irony is that Jack Leach is here playing at Lord's and Jos Butler's been rested. But they're such great mates that Jack Leach was actually an usher at Jos Butler's wedding. Now, last summer, that little bit of adversity for Leach was a bit of a long line of things that have gone wrong for him over the course of his career. He had that broken thumb. Later on in the summer, he had a concussion. Earlier on in his career, when he was playing for Somerset, there was a night when he fainted in his bathroom and managed to crack his skull on his bathroom sink.
He sounds distinctly accident prone at the moment.
He suffers from
Cluzo-esque.
He suffers from Crohn's disease.
Right.
And his previous 4 test matches had all been abroad. His father had never seen him play for England because he's afraid of flying. And so here he is, his first test match in England. Is his dad going to be here to get him to see him play for England in his own country? His dad had a ticket for yesterday. He looked at the weather forecast and saw the temperature and said, you know what, I'm not going to go because it's too hot. And so instead, Jack Leach gave his dad a key to his house. His dad doesn't have Sky, so he watched it on TV in Jack Leach's house all day long. He missed out on his son making 92 at Lord's because it was a bit warm. And Jack Leach joked in the press conference. He said, it's a good job he wasn't here. He may have died.
That's charming. What a lovely thought at which to end our Jack Leach chat. Or continue it in a different vein, because Vic Marks is with us, man who knows Jack Leach very well, of course, at Somerset. We discovered yesterday from Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, thank you, Stefan, that Jack had scored 100 before in a second 11 friendly game in which he also took a fifer. But other than that, his batting's been pretty ropey since that concussion as well, averaging 4.
I don't think they reckon he's going to do it again at Taunton, because I got messages this morning saying, could you please go and get a scorecard? They still print them here at Lord's with Jack Leach 92 on it. Could you go? Because it's not going to happen again. But he was good fun in the press box in the press conference last night. I have to advertise whenever I go to it. I had to go to it last night, and so he almost plays the fool, and he's good. He's a breath of fresh air, actually, as Mark Adair was too. But he's actually become quite a serious pro. I mean, on the tour of the West Indies, he didn't play a game, but he must have run about 100, 200 miles in 2 or 3 weeks. He suddenly got muscles where he's never had muscles. He was training manically, and he's very ambitious to do the job. And he's come through the throwing bit too. Remember that about 18 months ago when he was a bit shabbily treated in some ways. He's come through a lot, and he's still going strong. And I mean, for him to get 92 yesterday, they were all mumbling down at Taunton. Well, he's actually, after he's been hit on the head by Morkel, he's, had a few problems. He's lost confidence. His top score this season, prior to yesterday, was 9. His batting average was 4.66. Sorry to bewilder you with all these stats. And so the odds on him getting 92, well...
Yeah. I mean, the virtues of Ireland's bowling in the first innings, and indeed yesterday, were not really the pace, was it? Or the aggression, which will have helped Leach somewhat. But the other thing that occurs to me is that looking at England's performers in this Test match, all the really successful ones, Sam Curran yesterday with a handy 37 and 3 wickets in the first innings. He counter-attacked a bit in the first innings for England. Ollie Stone picking up 3 wickets with pace. Jack Leach with that 92. These are all players who are almost certainly not going to be playing for England against Australia in Edgbaston. So, Niall, I mean, are we seeing a really massive World Cup hangover for the more regular and established players?
Maybe. I want to ask Victor about Leach. Can he oust Ali as the spinner? Because Ali, at the bat at the moment, doesn't look overly confident.
18 he averages, I think, in the last
Leach, okay, 92, forget that. But can he oust him?
Oh, yeah. Although you have to look at Moen's record. It's phenomenal. There's about 2 or 3 English spinners in history who've taken more wickets for England. Astonishing. And I think Moen is... although he's an odd bowler in that he's not mean. Most spinners are mean. Jack is more reliable. He will be more economical. It depends actually who you're playing against a lot. Nowadays, it makes a bigger difference. If you've got a whole host of right-handers, the left-arm spinner is more dangerous. Likewise, the off-spinner to the left-hander because of the LBW. 1 or 2 great players have faltered against modern off-spin.
Well, we're going to find out what Australia's Ashes tour squad is today at 1 o'clock, am I right? I mean, 12 or 1 or so. Their openers are likely to be the left-handed Harris and Warner, but then you're not looking at your spinner to get out their openers necessarily, the middle order.
But I agree, he can put pressure on him. I don't think he'll start with Moen. And you cannot factor in Jack's batting too seriously. But you don't know what you're going to get from Moen. But I could envisage it down the line. If Moen's not bowling very well and he's not getting any runs, and you're playing against a side packed full of right-handers, you might play him.
Now, I don't know what's going on here, but it doesn't look good. Stumps are coming out of the ground, and the hover cover is going over the pitch. I can't see any rain at the moment, so this must be anticipated rain, which has been the bane of my life sometimes. Anticipated rain at Cardiff kept me watching a dry scene for 2.5 hours once, and the rain never came. But they'll probably know something that we don't know, because there's a man out there with an umbrella and the cover is now firmly
I can tell you,
ensconced.
Behind the media centre, it was looking really nasty, dark. Now, whether it's coming from there, I don't know.
We think it's coming from the south today, which is away to our left.
Okay, well, it doesn't look too bad there.
Doesn't look too bad there. But clearly they think there's a problem, because we've only got 6 minutes to go until the scheduled start, and the cover has been judiciously placed on the pitch. Now, Vic, I haven't asked you how you see today going. It's a great opportunity for Ireland, isn't it? There's a really good chance to spring an upset that could be, we've been speculating on this, I know Stefan Schemmelt has been speculating on this, possibly the biggest upset in Test cricket history. Would you go along with that?
I suppose so, yeah.
It's as simple as that. That's all it is. It's just the biggest upset in the history of Test cricket.
I think it trumps... I was just thinking, not in Test cricket. I mean, obviously Ireland beat the West Indies all those years ago, but that was not such a long game. A longer game, the likelihood is that a better team wins more often. And I mean, I thought yesterday, in a sense, they were even better. It seems ridiculous. And on the first day, in that, once England got to 171 for 1, you thought, well, the game's gone. We're back to normality, what we all expected. England will dominate because they're, England. But to come back in 35 plus degrees from 171 for 1 to whatever it is now, 300 for 9, that was remarkable. I thought, they won't be fit enough. They'll run out of puff for the bowlers. They're not fast. It's not going to be a problem. England will now sail on, and when's Root going to declare? And to come back from that was amazing.
We've got to be really clear about just how punishing the conditions were yesterday, because they were. I mean, the second hottest day in British history. And Ireland were in the field for the entire day, Niall.
Yeah.
But didn't expect them to be able to keep going the way they did. And they really did, didn't they? They gave very little loose.
Yeah, Mark Adair has had a lot of injury problems. That's why his career ended pretty much at Warwickshire. So for him to come back, and I still say Mark Adair, looking at him now, is not as fit as he probably could be or needs to be. I think that's a fair assessment of wonderfully skilled bowler. Boyd Rankin's 6'8". Luggins 6'8" around. Well, you know all about that.
I know all
pretty
about
much
that.
Dan, lugging that around in 35, 36 degrees. You know, and he was asked by the captain numerous times to come in, bowl short balls. That takes it out of you. Murtagh, his action is fairly steady. It doesn't take too much out of him. But I think William Porterfield was wonderful with his bowling. Because I've been in dressing rooms before when you bowl a team out cheaply, and sometimes you can expect it to happen again. And the message yesterday morning would have been, it's not going to be as easy second time round. But when England were 170 1 for 1 with a lead of 50 odds, sitting in the media said, you think it could be a 200 plus lead, 6 wickets in hand job, and Ireland could be out of the game. And that's credit to the boys.
Last year Ireland did really well against Pakistan. They picked up a bunch of really cheap wickets. They looked like they might win that game. Pakistan in the end
got
away from them.
Down. There were 3 down, Pakistan for 40, and there was 2 drop catches and slips, so it could have been 50 for 5.
And on a pitch that you would have thought would have really suited them against opponents that might not have been used to those kind of conditions. Today, they got this really great opportunity. Have you spoken to the players?
They're nervous. They're nervous.
How is this manifesting itself?
Well, I think day one was such euphoric scenes, and then will we trumpet day 2? They've done really well. Now everyone's milling around St John's Wood saying Ireland could and should win, and that puts pressure back on the batsmen.
Yeah, it's like, I suppose, it doesn't matter what level of cricket, so I'm trying to bring you in here, Dan.
Thank you, Victor. Yes, it's very kind
is that
of you.
When you're in a run chase and you've got a preposterous run chase, I'm sure you've been in this situation.
I've been in many of those. Yeah.
You need 300 and you're 2-3 down and you haven't got a very good team. Well, the game's up, everyone relaxes and you start scoring runs. And then you get to some sort of tipping point where, hang on a minute, we only need another 60 and we've still got 5. Oh my goodness, we're the favourites to win. We can only muck it up now. And the whole mindset changes. The freedom goes and you tense up a bit, or you tend to. And England will be hoping to impose that sort of mindset if they can get a couple of wickets early on, etc. But it's a weird thing, isn't it? You can coast when there's freedom. No one expects you to get there, then suddenly you're expected to win, and
Adam
sweat up a bit.
just reminded me because the World Cup in Bangalore when Ireland were nothing for 5.
120 for 5.
120 for 5, chasing 320 odd, and then the most remarkable World Cup 100
wouldn't it be amazing if Kevin O'Brien did a test match equivalent? I mean,
his 100 against Pakistan, Kevin, was totally out of sync. He batted for 5 hours plus.
Well, in the first innings,
that would have been his longest innings in any ball ever.
Last summer he didn't bat that long in the whole season.
But he's clearly got a test match approach. I mean, in the first innings, he's 72 balls, I think, for unbeaten 28.
He's got a good technique. Kevin's got a very good technique and a very good temperament. So, for test match cricket, you need both.
I mean, I can remember that Bangalorean and he just raced to 100, and then he suddenly realised, hang on a minute, we're waltzing this game, and he actually more or less blocked to the last 4 or 5, 6 overs just to make sure they got there.
Just to let you know, the reason why we're still wibbling is that the cover is out there on the pitch, the hover cover. There's no sign of players, umpires and similar, but away to our left, where we think the weather is predominantly coming, is still and grey. I don't see any rain, do you? There's
no umbrellas.
Actual rain. There's no umbrellas. So I don't know what's going off out there. I think we've got anticipated rain again, and that means that we could have a slightly frustrating time. Oh, there's an announcement that's being made, which is brilliantly inaudible to me, at least.
John Stevens is on the phone. I think it's John Stevenson.
It is.
So he's trying to relay conditions in the middle, perhaps.
Well, we'll give you news as we get it. Andrew Sampson's joining us for the first time. Andrew, hello.
Good morning. Malahide last year, 40 of 68 balls in the first innings for Kevin O'Brien, and his 118 of the second innings, as Lars said, 344 minutes, 217 balls and 12 fours.
I tell you what, he batted so well, and he was so tired that night in the hotel, and he was not out overnight. And the next morning, he got the biggest pie of a ball.
He did,
and he
yes.
snicked it straight to the slips. He said, I can't believe that.
I bet he had a quiet night too.
Now the umpires are walking out.
And they're ready to go.
Are they fully tooled up? There's no hats on. They were wearing hats yesterday. They may not feel that they need them. It's an inspection. The umpires are inspecting. I don't know what there is to inspect because we haven't had any rain. So, are they expecting the clouds?
Well, it's good bowling conditions, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really good bowling conditions out there this morning.
The frustration here is that England are 9 down. We're going to have some toing and froing come what may because England have to come
I think
out.
they're going to come and take the covers off. It won't take them long, will it? There's a little posse of ground staff.
That's true. Who are they're all shorts and wellies. It's a very good look. The man in the blue cagoule. He's got proper country wellies. Those Victor, you'd be proud of those.
Well, they're green wellies. I mean, actually, mostly people inside the M25 wear green wellies, and when you get out into the proper route, they have black ones.
Oh dear.
I don't possess a pair of wellies.
Well, somehow that doesn't surprise me.
Well, the umpires are now walking off, and the ground staff are on, and I think this could be the removal of the cover, which would be marvellous if it were, and it might suggest that we can get on with it, because we've just got this little bit of a phony war we've got to get through, which is England's 10th
Well, no,
wicket.
but it's not. Might not be. 20 runs here makes a big difference to the balance. So it's actually, it's not waiting for the real event. If England can muster, both psychologically and numerically, if you can get another 30, which is a big stand in this match, that makes a huge difference to the feel of the game.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad, for example, has got a big day coming up here. You mentioned there with the bat, first of all, it could be important, and then with the ball, because what we should be doing is talking about Ireland potentially winning a test match and England potentially losing a test match, but it's very hard with 5 test matches to come against Australia at the Ashes not to look forward to that. We just had news that play is going to start at 11:10. I'm very, very pleased to say. So we're already now at a point when the match can go on till 7:10 today. It could go on all the way to 8:30, we've calculated, if there was an hour's worth of play lost and then that was made up and the overs were bowled slowly and an extra half hour is required. Wouldn't that be exciting? But to get back to the point about Broad...
Well, I think he'll be a big asset, actually, simply because he's kind of been here before in these tight finishes. And although he's not got the pace of some of them, he will prey on the batsmen. He won't give them anything, and he'll play the long game, if you like. And he'll try and bottle them up, and he'll wait if necessary. And he'll be, I think, an asset to Root. And the Ashes, temporarily, they've gone out the window, really. In the cricket we're watching here will be a slightly different style of play, style of bowlers, like batsmen, than what we get in the Ashes. But actually, that doesn't matter, because there's a game to be won or lost here. And psychologically, it also makes a big difference to England if they can come through this. They'll get something from it because they're in a tight situation, and if they get through it, they will feel that actually we're back on track psychologically. But in terms of the type of cricket being played, it'll be very different when we get to Edgbaston, I think.
I'll just bring you some news. It's just rather extraordinary news. Mohammed Amir has retired from Test cricket. I find that strange, because I thought that Test cricket was probably one of the better formats suited to Mohammed Amir, but he's retired from Test cricket, not international cricket, from what I can gather.
I'm not that surprised, to be honest. He'll just play one-day cricket and T20 cricket. I'm not actually that surprised with that.
What is he, 28 years old? It was
maximum, I'd have thought.
27, we think. Yeah, in 2010 he was 18, so 27, yes. That does seem quite young to me.
Well, I just wonder has Test cricket got the appeal for a lot of players nowadays? And is that the lure of T20 cricket and one-day cricket?
Well, that will be one of the issues. I mean, there may be a fitness element, perhaps, but the old traditions will be grumping. Perhaps I'll start grumping. Here's a high-quality international player who's opting out early doors. You can understand when people are 32, 33 and they played their clearly almost finished their Test careers, but if you're opting out at your peak, and it is difficult for Pakistan, of course, who never play at home, they're always playing in Dubai, so we'll find out more. Perhaps he's going to sign for Essex.
Well, you can speculate more on that, Victor, and as the umpires are making their way out, I'm going to make way for the first time today, Jonathan Agnew.
Mohamed Amir. So farewell, Mohamed Amir. Here's Alistair Cook coming in. You must have played against him a fair amount, and he sought your outside edge. I don't know whether he ever found it.
He found it plenty of times.
Yeah, okay.
I think most bowlers did.
But he's a young man to be retiring from Test cricket, unless there are some. It might be T20, it might be something physical, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit of disappointment for us. So I think there's a county championship game in the middle of this 2020 block, and he's our overseas player for the 2020. And I think Peter Siddle's going to be in the squad for Australia, so we were trying to hope that he might want to play that 4-day game for us, but he might still persuade. He hasn't retired for first class.
I'm sure the offer is appropriate.
Well, that's probably. I told you it was all to do with Essex.
Isn't everything? Essex and Yorkshire.
I do think they have a habit of changing their mind, don't they? He wasn't even in the World Cup squad.
No, he wasn't.
And
he had a great World Cup.
He had a brilliant World Cup, so I think we might see him play Test cricket again.
The floodlights are on and it's pretty murky, but
whereas Englishmen don't change their mind, do they?
Here come the umpires and the players. Thank you, Victor. Very good mood over there. Nice to see him, and nice to see the cricketers coming out too. It has been a strange morning, and not heavy rain, but just has been enough just to be frustrating, and we might get a little bit more here and there coming up. The French are sending it our way. But there's going to be some stuff during the morning, I think. But let's see. Once they're out actually on the field of play, then it's not so bad. It's actually getting them out there in the first place is often the problem. But looking at the shadows there of the grandstand, I can't see anything falling there.
Well, it's really different perspective from up here for me. You know, I used to be sat in the change room so many times, and I've lost my bearings exactly where the weather comes from at Lord's, and I always thought if it came from over the Tavern stand is where the main rain came. Not the Tavern stand, the Warner stand. Sorry,
yes.
I told you I've lost my bearings. The Warner stand.
That's the southwest.
Yeah, but actually it's coming from our left, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think.
Well, more that it's coming from the south.
Okay.
So it's over those block of flats, which at the moment looks quite clear. So
it is in the air just a little bit. You can look on the scoreboard against the black of the cricketer's trick to see it. It's just, you can see a tiny bit of it. But you're right, now they're out there, I don't think they will go. Well, they certainly won't go off this, but they'll stay on as much as they can.
Cricketers have got the best nose and eyes for rain of anybody.
Jonathan Trott is the master.
Was he the master? Was he? Well, Peter Willey in my day, you could smell it from 100 miles away. Anyway, 303 for 9, and what a day we have here, potentially. With England leading by 181, they want to get another 20 if they can, push the target beyond 200, and I think it's a big day for that tall left-hander down at the other end, S. Broad, who knows that he's coming towards the end of his England career. He's desperate to play in the Ashes. He's seen others coming up on the inside, as it were, Archer and Co and Wood in the West Indies. But he's got a real chance here to remind people what he can do with bat and then, of course, particularly ball. He's got some nice conditions in which to bowl. And he's pretty revved up, of that you can be sure. So we'll keep an eye on him. It's going to be Stone on strike. And Thompson has got 2 balls of an over left from yesterday when they scuttled off when the lightning and thunder rattled around Lord's. Although very little rain actually fell last night either. It was just the sound and the sight, I think, that Mr. Dar didn't like very much. I've had my theory about having the lights on attracting lightning completely debunked. Thank you very much for everybody who did that. You're absolutely right. Absolute nonsense. And here comes Thompson from the pavilion end, the first ball of the day. It's bowling first ball! And Stone didn't even look behind him. He heard the ghastly rattle and he simply headed off for the pavilion. And Stuart Broad has wrapped a rather nice sort of consolatory and rather sad arm around him to say bad luck, mate. And a devilishly full and straight ball has done for Stone and done for England. And a lovely sight, that off-stump cartwheeling like that. And there we go. We now know what's going to happen. The umpires are making some gestures towards the ground staff. It may be that they say we need the cover back on again.
It was leg stump back, is that?
Leg stump, was it?
A huge amount down the hill. It's leg stump. I thought it was off stump from up here. I've just caught the replay there.
Well, that must have done a lot. well, if it has, and England won't mind that too much. I'm afraid I just assumed that was the off stump. But anyway, something flew out of the ground, and Stone knew what it was, and he simply set off for the pavilion. So, Ireland know what they have to do. They've got to score 182 runs to beat England in 3 days in their third Test match at the headquarters of cricket. And people can, I don't know, you can look at things in a sort of a joshing sort of a way or a serious way, and you try and put context on things. I've had a silly attempt this morning. It's in 1882 when England lost to Australia. Such was the shock, they burnt the bales. So if England lose to Ireland today, comparative, they need to burn down the pavilion. I mean, it's, it was a joke, I promise you, everybody. And I've even had a little message from London Fire Brigade saying, don't worry, everything's going to be all right. But, I mean, in terms of just putting context on Andrew, the likes of New Zealand and India and Pakistan and these countries who came and joined Test cricket later on. And you can add Bangladesh and Zimbabwe and all of those. The number of Test matches that it took for those countries to secure their first Test win.
Well, New Zealand the most, 45. The ones who achieved early Test wins, obviously Australia in the first Test ever, and then England in the second Test ever was their second Test. Afghanistan also got one in their second Test match against Ireland earlier this year, but that's also Ireland's second Test match.
Yep.
And the others are all Pakistan on 2 in their second Test. They won their second Test. And then West Indies 6 and everyone else 11, 13. India took 25 Tests to win their first Test match.
Yeah, it just adds context to it, doesn't it? And I know England haven't got 3 players who aren't here, having a rest after the World Cup, or there's injuries and so on. But this would be, in the history of Test cricket, a seriously seismic rumbling, wouldn't it? Deep beneath the bowels of the MCC Pavilion. And
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I've looked at, this is the 50th matchup in Test cricket, one team playing another. So this is the 50th inaugural Test between 2 teams. And as you'd imagine, most of those tests, one of the teams has played a lot more tests than the other. So if Sri Lanka come into Test cricket, they play New Zealand, they play West Indies, England, Australia have all played a lot more tests against them. And in this Test, Ireland's 3rd Test and England's 1011th. Of those 49 previous inaugural Test matches, the team with fewer tests has won 3.
Right.
Pakistan beating New Zealand and Australia, and South Africa beating Pakistan, which again was a bit of an unusual one because South Africa had been out for a while. So all 3 of those have done it at home as well. So this would be the first time a team playing an inaugural Test against a team that's played a lot more tests.
Senior opposition, if you like.
Senior opposition will have won away from home as well.
So, I mean, the fingers are twitching a bit, are they? Your beard bristling?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, there you are. I mean, it really is. And I think England are very fortunate with the conditions now. They've got a real opportunity here with the lights on, rain around. It is muggy. It's cooler than yesterday, but it just feels like a lovely bowling morning. And if Jimmy Anderson were running in, I think he'd be amongst the wickets today. But it's down to Broad and the others. But what would they be saying in that dressing room, Alistair? What will England be saying?
Well, I know what Stuart Broad will be saying, because he'll be reminding the lads of a couple of times actually here at Lord's in the 4th innings where we've rolled sides quite quickly. Go back to 2013 where I think New Zealand were chasing 240 and everyone this side of the ground was saying New Zealand were massively favourites. They went into that game underdogs and we were expected to win. There's going to be a big shock. New Zealand are going to beat England at Lord's. And they were chasing 240 and then Stuart Broad got 7 for 44 and bowled out for 68 and we won really comfortably in the end. Actually, there was quite a farcical run out, I think, here where there was a drop catch and
that's right. Yes.
All sorts happened. But that was there, and Broady just got on one of his rolls just before lunch, and the game was done. And also again, New Zealand 2015 when they were chasing a few more than 200 and odd. And he said, "Remember New Zealand? Remember last time before we did this game before lunch?" And he did exactly the same. We got 330 for 4 and then we got, I think Stokes got a couple as well, and knock the stuffing out of them straight away. So I think that's what he will be reminding the lads of, actually, using that experience. And I said the same thing this morning. It feels like a Stuart Broad day.
It does.
With the game on the line, when kind of England really needs a performance, that's when Stuart Broad normally turns up.
Well, I hope he bowls a little straighter with the new ball. He's got to get them to play. Yeah, I'm with you. You're pointing, and bowls from this nursery end where he bowled better in the first innings. So he's just got to get that, get his line absolutely sorted out and make them play. And conversely, I mean, Ireland, they're going to be. How would you settle down and how would you calm nerves in there if you're, you're again just talking to them and.
It'd be hard to calm nerves now. I think this morning this morning's message would be let's concentrate on doing the first job, trying to restrict him for as many runs as possible. Clearly, the first ball, the ideal start. But the two players, the three players probably from the top in this top four. Porterfield, all its experience for Warwickshire, and the captain. He can be a dashing one-day player, but he will be trying to soak up Stuart Broad's. If he can Stuart Broad's spell, he'll be thinking, if I get through that and lay a bit of a platform, and then. Bal Bryan is a really good cricketer. I haven't seen much of him, but in that first innings he played really well. But Sterling, the attacking nature of Paul Sterling, a serious Italian cricketer, he'll be looking at this and saying, I can do this. A bit like Jason Roy. Yeah. I can knock a lot of these runs off very quickly. So those are the three most important wickets for England. And we saw a little bit in their first innings that once England broke the back of that, if I know Porterfield only got 14, and there was a 19, a 55 and a 36 from Sterling. Everyone after that there wasn't as much batting, so England will be thinking that top order is crucial. So this first hour, like it always seems to be in Test cricket where you say this session's the most crucial session, but this hour of play with the new ball, Chris Woakes and Stuart Broad versus Porterfield and co is going to be absolutely vital.
Well, the light not great, the floodlights are on.
Yeah, and in terms of defending targets, this would be the lowest that England would have successfully defended since Melbourne 98, when they defended 175. Right. Dean Headley, yes. The sixfer. And it would also be the lowest total England had ever successfully defended at Lord's. The lowest defended at this ground was back in 1888 when Australia defended 124.
All this context and stats, they're loading it all Ireland's way, aren't they? Yeah. It really does show it up. England are gathering down there. Just a couple of quotes from Mohammad Amir. He said it's been an honour to represent Pakistan in the traditional format of the game, but I've decided to move away from the longer version so I can concentrate on white ball cricket. And so, we'll see we'll monitor that and see what happens with Mohammad Amir. But anyway, he's announced his retirement from Test cricket and T20 leagues, I guess, and it's the last one-day international for Lasith Malinga today as well for Sri Lanka, so a bit of a changing of the guard going on. Anyway, the Irish openers have walked straight past that huddle and they're walking very purposefully into the middle. The heavy roller is still doing its bit. It's a bit of a attention seeker, that heavy roller. It doesn't like giving up the limelight, as we saw between the innings the other day. It has to be done methodically, it has to be done correctly. It's a big, heavy one. Lunch has been delayed to 1:25, and anyway, all these sort of things going on. It's the funny old hours anyway in this match because of the 4-day hours. But the odds are we're not going to need a fourth day. I mean, this game will end today one way or the other, and so the 4-day has become a 3-day.
At least this 4-day has got into the 3rd day, because the last 4-day test was in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, Zimbabwe, which lasted a day and a half under lights.
Yes, I remember that one. Well, he's absolutely persistent, this roller man, isn't he? He's actually done an extra. He's done an extra pass there, I think we would call it, and he's barely on the pitch. But the umpires, Alan Dar's got his hand on his hip there. It's a little bit frustrating when you're up against the time. I mean, if someone pitches a ball where he's rolling now, then he really shouldn't be playing in the game.
He's almost rolling the Ashes wicket.
I don't know what he's doing. He's just doing a quick Ashes roll for good measure.
And he's heading straight at Root.
Straight
Roy,
for the slip cordon.
Burns in the slip cordon.
This is extraordinary. Whether he'll treat them like a roundabout or go straight through the middle. No, he's doing the roundabout route. He's going to steer round Moeen, who's at 4th slip.
Moeen's looking. He's going to go forward now.
He's going to. Now, let's see if he's got a bit of a higher gear, because the other day he didn't. This was full bore, and he's doing. You can hear him revving up. That's doing about 2 miles an hour. The crowd again getting excited. He had an ovation 2 days ago when he finally made it from the field, and there's a ridiculous sight again. Everybody ready. Rain around, people saying get on with it, and the heavy roller is just chugging off the field very, very slowly, driven by a chap with a purple anorak and a beard and glasses, and he's going to get a tremendous hand in a minute because the boundary sponge has been removed. He's got a little gateway there that he can now come through. It's a bit like Jeremy Corbyn. I think it is. Anyway, here he comes over the rope. And there we are. Well, thank you very much indeed, sir. That was terrific. And he'll go and park up. Right, we can get on with the cricket now. 182 for Ireland to win. Porterfield's facing the first ball. It's Broad running in from that far end. He bowls from outside the off stump, not far away. And Bairstow took that, moving down the leg side. Floodlights on, and without them we wouldn't be playing, I should say. And Broad there ran in like a man intent on causing damage here. He really has got he's got a great opportunity for him, just to remind people he's felt a bit left out of it, understandably, during the first part of this summer. But he's got his eye very much on the Ashes. And what a chance he has here, just to remind everyone what he can do. Round the wicket he comes, bowls to Porterfield, again just outside that off stump. Porterfield quite happy to allow that to go by.
I am surprised he's bowling that end.
So am I.
Just certainly to the left-hander as well. Stuart Broad has learnt the ability to take the ball away from the left-hander. You know, when he looked at his stats a few years ago, and he was averaging in the mid-40s to the left-handers and to the low 20s in the right-handers, he then has worked so hard with Jimmy Anderson on his own, with that ball going away from the left-hander. So from the round the wicket, it's really hard. But with the slope, you feel as if you can leave that ball a lot easier because he's going with the slope. I'd much rather bowl this angle from around the wicket from this end and use the slope depending whether it goes up or down the slope.
There he is and bowls. He works across the pad there. Broad's got an arm raised. He's following through. It was a good sign with Broad when he hits that crease and follows through. Plenty of intent there. I just wonder if some of it might have been the Wokes factor, whereas this end is very much a Wokes end.
Yeah, it is a good point, actually. But again, I wouldn't mind seeing Chris Wokes bowl the other end against the slope. But maybe Stuart Broad's going to have 2 or 3 overs this end and let Chris Wokes go have his end, and then Ollie Stone will go that end, and we'll see Stuart Broad from this end. So it's not the end of the world, but I would have definitely started the other way.
In comes Broad, and he bowls and beats the bat. And again he's followed through and he's glaring at Porterfield and saying, "You think you're going to score these runs?" Over my dead body. He turns and walks back again.
The full shadows of all the lights. It is dark out there. I get lost with what the rules are. It used to be, as you can see full shadows, you're off. Now,
I think we're all lost with what they are. It's down to light meters, isn't it?
I haven't seen it.
No, I haven't taken a reading. It's really eerie, actually. A very dark cloud over to the left, but I think that's gone. I hope it's gone. Broad again, round the wicket, bowls one that just moved down the hill a shade, and Porterfield allowed that to go by. And because of that movement, he's really got to bowl quite straight here, because if he does get that one just to move away, that's the one that Porterfield's got a chance of edging. But I imagine as a left-hander from here, you're looking to leave quite a lot, aren't you?
You are from that end, and that's like a comfortable leave, because if it's coming from this end, you weren't sure if that would hold or go down the slope. You think that's going to go constantly down slope as the rain comes down. It just started, isn't it?
I don't know, your eyes are better than mine. Broad again, bowls, and Porterfield forward, rather walks into that defensive stroke, which goes to a straight mid-on. That's the end of the over. Umpire Dars handing Broad his hat. He's looking around. I think just to get a feel of the weather, I can see a little bit of light drizzle falling. It is light. This is where cricket's strange sometimes. I mean, Alan Dars doing the head test, and he's taken his hat off to see he's got quite a good growth of hair there. He's having a look. The batsmen aren't happy. They're leaning on their bats and staring at him, and they want to get off. But at the moment, if this were, he's coming down a bit more steadily now. If this were happening with the players off the field, they wouldn't come on. But with it happening on the field, there's a chance that they might not go off.
I'm surprised. I think this is quite heavy now.
Yeah, this is quite steady. There's steady light drizzle, and if that makes sense. But it's brighter in the distance. That's sort of the tempting thing as far as the umpires are concerned. But it doesn't look very nice over there. So Wokes will bowl from here. It's very gloomy. This is not good light at all. And it's a real opportunity for England.
England want to stay out as long as they can.
They've got 4 slips. McCullum's on strike, right-handed, as Wokes picks up his heels and runs in now and bowls on the leg stump, turned away straight to square leg. And unable to get Ireland's innings away. And the longer that England can keep them waiting, make them have to eke out every single run. Nothing loose, nothing easy, no easy pickings at all. Just have to work for it. Alan Dars still doing his head test. He's got his Panama hat behind his back at the moment. No, suddenly suddenly have decided that's it. It doesn't look any different how it did before that first ball was bowled, but Alim Dar has waved on the ground staff, and so this rather disjointed morning, I'm afraid, is going to be interrupted again. We were slightly delayed. There was then one ball. Stone had his stumps blown apart, and off they went then for another 10 minutes. And now we've had, 7 balls, is it? 7 balls and off we go again. But it is what we expected this morning, and the forecast is better for later on. So it's got to be a bit patient this morning. And Ireland don't mind that at all. In fact, they've already gone, long since disappeared up into the dressing room. They go. It's not heavy rain. It's only light, but it's annoying. It's enough for spectators to raise umbrellas and so on, and others or some others to seek some shelter, but a lot of others are still sitting out, and it's a hardy lot. There's an MCC umbrella up on the bottom tier of the grandstand on the right-hand side there. Again, a lot of people just sitting there and saying, hey, we can take this, and if we can take it, why can't the players? That's always a thing. But of course you don't want the pitch to get damp on it. That would not be fair to the batting side in these situations. They've already got enough against them with the light and the general conditions, so you've got to get it right for both sides.
Yeah, and the ball actually, as on the bowling side, they won't want it to get too wet, because then it gets softer quicker, and will tend to do less. But I think England would forgo that for a couple of overs to have a few there. But it's quite clear that Alim Dar was the senior umpire there, wasn't it? I'm not great at umpire recognition from this end.
Palagaruga, yes, he's.
I can't even say that, so I won't even try to say it. But as soon as Alim Dar had enough.
Yeah. Well, it's like last night, that second sort of crackle of thunder and lightning over there, and he was away on his toes, our friend the Pakistani. But, Rob Bailey's got his umbrella up, and that again is usually quite a good sign, or an indication of what's going on. If the fourth umpire's got his umbrella up, then he won't be starting anytime soon. So
it's normally a sign it's raining. The umbrella's up.
It's always a very good sign. Thank you, Alistair. There's a green sheet being taken on now as well. And by the way, is this a true story that it was broken to me? It did hit the leg stump. It really did come. That's the first time I've seen the replay of that.
You didn't believe me, did you?
No, I was just checking because it pitched outside the off stump.
It's a good ball.
It was
really
a good ball. But anyway, I was told a rumour, or perhaps not a rumour, a story last night that you, having stolen my pork pies that I've nurtured for some time, you took them home. But then you left them in your car in 30 odd degrees, rendering them totally inedible. Is that correct?
Which part? I also thought about the bit you nurtured your pork pie.
I had nurtured my
Someone
pork pies.
very kindly sent them to you.
But you
carry them up the stairs here as well?
Lazily left them in your car, and they went off.
Well, that is unfortunately true, but there is a little bit of a story behind it, as always with me. That I got home from day one of the test match, drove home about 9:15 actually, and Alice had cooked me spaghetti bolognese, but she was back out sorting sheep because it was a bit cooler then. During the day they have a little rest this time.
Is it the sheep or Alice?
Well, no, because it's that hot. You don't want to be running the sheep around. They're sorting their sheep for Bicester they're selling the sheep on Friday and Saturday at the Tame market.
So they all have a rest.
Well, they do.
Alice and the sheep.
Well, you don't want to run them around when it's hot, so they all had a rest anyway.
Right.
So she then went back out after the kids had gone to bed to move the sheep round. And anyway, I just got a phone call from the next door farmer that our cows, those infamous cows in the Edgefield, would also managed to get out. They'd escaped as well. So I kind of got distracted with that. I had to go and find them. They got themselves back in. I think they were probably looking for a bit of shade as well. Right. Took down a fence. So then I had to go and get them, and then I came back, made my Coles spaghetti bolognese at 10 o'clock, and I did actually.
You forgot about the pies.
Sorry.
Well, I don't know if that's a suitable, adequate excuse or not. They had to go and go round up the cattle. Tuffers, do you have that sort of thing when you get back home of an evening?
No, not really. Well, yeah, you don't want. I can imagine they're very sweaty in that boot, wouldn't they? They'd be a bit
horrible. Completely
growing fur out of them and all sorts of things.
Completely inedible.
Let alone the cows.
Oh, yeah. How many cows were there on the loose?
I think it's just the calves. They were combined. They just started combining the barley next door, and I think one of that with the combine going up and down near them. So
How do they keep escaping? Are they sort of like escape expert cows or sort of things? Have they got?
Well, the first one on the film was, I think, a deliberate ploy by Barney just to make his film a bit more interesting. I think.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
I think so. And then, but last night, I think they might have been trying to get shade, or they just got a bit.
Well, they just opened the
skitty,
gate.
Bit skitty with the old combine. Yeah, just open, do the bolt, and off they went.
You've got to be careful with cows. I got chased by
cows
last year. It was most unpleasant. I had to get the spaniel under my arm and ran. And I mean, it was really. Everyone says I know, correct. I should have just let him go, and he can run off, and they would chase him. But I didn't want them to chase Tino, so I'm afraid I had to put a bit of a spurt. But they run fast, and they're quite quiet. And they've got a bit of a sinister look about them.
What, like sort of stealth cows?
Yes,
they
they're really careful.
So
is Tino the dog which howls at the?
Yes.
When your phone.
Yes.
When you're talking.
Tasman
when
special
the phone,
theme.
That's it. Sorry. That's
either Scouting for Girls, She's So Lovely, second verse.
Just the second verse?
Second verse. Or Tasman Special. But no, he's under the arm. We had to run for it. It was most unpleasant.
I thought that was balls.
Sorry?
I thought that was balls that chase you.
Bulls?
Yes, bulls. Oh, bulls.
No, these are
bulls.
cows. These are definitely cows.
They
Pale
don't
ones.
chase you.
No, they do.
Well, they chase the dog. They're not.
Do
they
they?
don't like the dogs.
Oh, do they? So they.
On a serious note, if you are in a field with cows with
You'll
the
let the dog go, haven't you?
Yeah, and you've got the lead. They're not interested in you really.
No.
The majority of the time they look at the dogs. Just let the dog go, and the dog will run away from them.
Ah.
That's apparently. But don't take my word for everything. I say.
Oh well, that's good. That's good advice.
Very
in
good
the
advice.
Summer, yeah.
It is good advice.
Yeah.
Anyway, it all ended well, but anyway. Now we've got more covers going on because the rain is persistent. And so the sheets are on.
What time did you say it was going to stop, John?
Most annoying. Well, I was looking at my gadget and it's being a bit unpredictable at the moment, but let's might as well have a quick look at that. It's got. I don't think it's going to last too long. I think it's going to be finished at 11:40.
Oh. We've had the Suckers Gap, have we?
Suckers Gap's gone.
Right.
Then it's 11:40, and then I don't think we're going to get any more for a while.
No. Good.
So I don't know if we're right or not. Scary picture there of Kevin Peterson with that stripe in the hair.
The skunk.
Up on the screen. I know. So there we go. So I don't think it's going to last too much longer. And on we go. And
lots of covers though they're putting on, aren't they?
They are. They're light. They'll come off. Ashes in 6 days. Are you at Birmingham Toughers?
Yes. Oh, can't wait.
No.
What a start. Always play well there, England. They'll be looking forward to going there. Australia won't be. I've heard rumours that Mitchell Starc might not even be playing because of his record there.
There was talk of that, but does that really?
That's kind of a warning, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it has. But that's
is he in the camp? Has he got a hotline to JL or?
Well, you never know.
It didn't sound like he had a great match down at Southampton. I mean, Jim Maxwell was talking about it yesterday about him possibly not playing and going for Siddle, who you'll have seen a lot of this. This time, he's a delightful chap. I'd never met Siddle before. He'd always reminded me of sort of rather an angry chap out in the middle, one of those sort of hot-headed seam bowlers. But actually, I met him at a dinner the other day. He's a delightful man.
Yeah, he's one of those blokes who is so different, and also I think he's got a bit older now. So different when you play against him to when you play with him. He's one of the champion. That's an Australian term, isn't it? A champion bloke, and he's been brilliant for Essex. And as an overseas player. You're not guaranteed results, are you, when you come over? And obviously, with a marquee signing, whoever you sign, but all you really want is them to try as hard as they can. And he has been brilliant for us, absolutely fantastic.
What sort of pace?
He's, I reckon, could push 85 on a really good spell,
right.
But he will operate around 81, 82, 83 miles an hour.
So he slowed down a bit.
Yeah, no, and he's a different bowler to when he first started. When he was a tearaway fast, quick bowler when he started. And actually, you'd rather face that, giving you a bit quicker, giving you a few more four balls. But he's metronomic now. He's really. I was gutted when Jim Maxwell kept saying, "Oh, he's going to be in my squad." I texted saying, "Well, Jim Maxwell's got you in your squad." I said, "I haven't." He goes, "Why not?" I said, "Well, you've got more important cricket to play for Essex before you can go there." But I think Australia would be mad if they don't. If they don't put definitely in the squad, and you're right, for certain occasions, I think he will definitely play. And Edgbaston could be that case where he plays, and then maybe Stark comes here at Lords if it's a slower wicket.
Vegan, isn't he?
Yeah,
vegan. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, which
he got a hat trick on his birthday, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
That doesn't happen very often.
No.
Were you in it?
Yeah.
Oh, were you?
He reminds me. Yeah.
I think Stuart Broad was the last one. I think
he reviewed it, of course.
Oh, of course he did. That was at the Gabba, wasn't it?
He was, yeah.
Yeah, and he did. He ran in hard. One of my fondest memories, I didn't mention this over the dinner, was when he was running in hard at Adelaide, red hot, and he had at least 4 and I don't want to exaggerate, it might even have been 5 men on the leg side boundary bowling to Kevin Peterson, who in the end just stood there like a baseball batter. Because all he could do was run in and bowl it halfway down, and he just kept flogging him towards the cathedral. It was such a funny passage of play because the field was set. He couldn't bowl anything else. KP just stood there, bring it on. He'd go bang, bang, bang. It was incredible spell.
It's funny you talked about Peter Siddle because I mean the one thing, a very good bowling attack. Australia, but one thing they might give the England side is a few little 4 balls, and having looked at the way that they've just played against an Ireland attack, which is just, as you say, metronomic, boom, 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 he might be the ideal kind of fella.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to...
Hazelwood, but is he fit now though, Hazelwood?
Well, he's coming back, isn't he? I think they definitely left him out of the World Cup squad.
Because he's that kind of bowler as well.
He's a bit quicker, actually. The challenge for Hazelwood was his natural length in Australia is that back of a length, and it comes through quick off that back, and it's hard to score, and you can nick off. In England, that's half a yard too short. And last time he was here, he searched for that fuller length, and he couldn't, and it became a little bit floaty. And now, of course, bowlers are allowed to improve and get better, and I think he'll be trying to find that. So he might miss out at the start. But they could go Cummings, Patterson, who apparently bowled very quickly in that last game and bowled well for Notts, and Siddle could be their 3. Siemens for Edgbaston, and then they might change it up if the pitch is like here, if it's a slow wicket where you saw the difference with Ollie Stone, the pace he could cause and upset rhythm of a bowl. They might then change the start here, and left armers do bowl very well at Lords.
Lots of bowling options for both sides.
Well,
aren't
there?
Not too many batting options.
That's the real. Funnily enough,
always the other way round when I play.
We have our screen up here, of course. So we get the Sky pictures, not the sound. And during that rain delay, the commentators are putting up their teams for Edgbaston.
Yes.
And NASA's team was consisted of 2 unnamed openers, just opener A, opener B, and then he went down to almost suggesting, I couldn't hear the sound, but I suggested you might as well lob anybody in there. What was interesting was that none of them had Burns in.
No, it's a few too many moving parts for me, but I mean, you've probably got to give him a go. I can't remember any great test sides that didn't have a very good, very solid opening partnership. When you look back, you know what I mean, that's what sets the tone for test match cricket, is the opening partnerships, and I think that's what England have been missing since there's Greenwich and Haynes, Cook and whoever, Hayden and Lanka, those great sides that when you go out there and you lose the toss, you're looking for that first wicket and you haven't got one at lunch, it's just like, oh crikey, here we go. But if you can always make those early breakthroughs, even if you lose the toss and the bowling, you always feel that you're in the game and you get that momentum. So England have got to get it sorted.
What was interesting was that all those commentators had Root batting at 3, which
don't want to do it.
Well, I sat here I was sitting with us, and I said, well, it's pointless because he won't bat there, so there's no point putting him at number 3. It always looked very nice with Jason Roy at 4 or something, a lot of them had, but he's not going to bat at 3.
Well, hold on a minute. If the coach says you're batting at 3, like if I was playing for Jose Mourinho, you know what I mean, and I don't fancy playing centre forward, you know what I mean, I fancy playing centre half, he goes, well, Phil, you're playing centre forward. You play centre forward, don't you?
What position would you play?
I'd like to see you playing centre forward. I was going to say, I'd like to see you.
That's why they call me the cat.
Goal hanging.
Yes, no, but you know what I mean? I mean, it kind of then comes down to...
Well, does it? You ask the man that knows.
Well, come on then, Skip. I mean, if are you told what to do, or you know what I mean? Has he got the stripes, and so he sort of can do what he likes?
Yeah, he has the stripes on this one, and I'm with everyone. I think Joe Root should be batting at 3 in this, certainly in this side. The country, we've got lots of players who can bat 4, 5, 6, 7. Like Joe Root, in my eyes, is probably England's best ever batter. We've produced him as the most complete cricketer. Whether it's in 2020 cricket, one-day cricket, Test cricket, the way he plays, the consistency of his batting is phenomenal. And I just think in this team, he has been in so many times where it's 20 for 2, 30 for 2, and rather than just be there, get Joe Root, the best player. He got 180 when he was 22, was it 23 here at Lords, and opening the batting. He was an opener, and I know he wants to bat at 4, and I know he feels most comfortable there, which is his right. I mean, you've got
bad memories of Australia, that tour.
No, I just think he thinks he's going to get what's going to help England most in his eyes is the amount of runs he scores, and he feels that batting at 4 he will score them more runs because he feels that just those 2 wickets. I actually haven't spoken to him about it, but that gives him just that little bit more time.
But,
It's not that much time, and I would advocate him to bat at 3. I think he's a brilliant batter, and just take on that responsibility, which I think would work in well. But I'm not sure. It's, as Aggers has said, it's a pointless argument because
he's going to do it.
He's going to bat at 4.
But usually you have your best batter at 3. Or sort of your most sort of talented player at 3, so to speak. But also then you've got half a chance of stopping a collapse, haven't you? If you're coming in first down and it's doing a little bit, and there you've got the fella there. If he's coming in 2 down, 10 for 2, then all of a sudden, hold on a minute. But if you're 10 for 1, you can almost then sort of block that a little bit. Yeah.
I suppose he's also trying to take out that. In the first inning, Jason Roy got that ball from Murtagh, which was a really decent. It was a brilliant ball, like pitching on off down the slope. Everyone's going to nick that, and he's just probably trying to kind of take that away from him, if that makes sense. That chance where it's out of his hands, because his runs, as we've seen in this side, are so valuable for him.
They are.
What's interesting is, of course, when Ed Smith became national selector at the start of last year, the great puff of white smoke, Joe Root was going to bat at 3, and of course he did for... How many games did he bat at 3 last summer? Was it 2? I mean, it barely lasted until sort of Ed Smith's baptism was over, really. I think it's just 2 games.
When did he bat at 3? Was that against Pakistan?
It would have been... who was here first?
He had a couple of goes at it.
South Africa?
Yeah, he didn't get many. And said, I'm nipping back before.
But there were loads going at 3.
Well, he actually batted... all the Pakistan series, both tests, and the first 3 tests.
Oh, it lasted that long, did it?
It lasted that long, and it only changed in the second innings of the 4th test at Southampton.
Mowing batted at 3.
What did he get? What was his
Mowing bat
stats?
at 3?
Not for long.
Why did he change? Why did we change that?
Because if you remember...
I don't.
Well, it was your penultimate game.
You were focused.
No, it wasn't.
You were focused, Alistair. You were so focused.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It was your penultimate game, but Mowing was suddenly anointed as he's the man who should always bat at 3. That lasted 2 games.
Yeah, can't play the short ball.
Then Stokes had a go because he's the man to bat at number 3. They shuffled through 3 or 4 players.
In all seriousness, though, we've got to get it sorted out.
Yes,
it's been going on for years.
Yes, it has.
It's been going on for too long now.
But it did seem to be a big breakthrough that. In fact, I remember interviewing Ed Smith about it. That was basically, and of course Buckler was the other one that he brought back. But Root batting at 3 was kind of Ed Smith, almost like a high fives moment. We got it. We've done it. The skipper's going to do it.
Yeah.
But it didn't last. It didn't last the summer anyway.
What did he get runs wise when he did 3?
He got 263 runs in 9 innings at 29, and then 3 innings after that he got 173. Well, it includes 125. So he averaged 57 at number 4 in 3 innings.
And
overall, batting at 3 or number 4, is there a massive difference?
I bet there'd be a little bit. And that's why I don't think he fancies. I don't really get orders. I mean, I always used to sort of float between 10 and 11.
Who batted below you? Who batted below you?
Well, Devon Malcolm, if he'd forgotten his glasses.
He could hit a long ball.
He could hit a long ball, but I mean,
occasionally.
Yes, but I mean, is it just a sort of a comfort feel for the batsman or something? I mean, if Jos Buttler goes 5 or 6, or if Stokes goes 5 or 6, does it really matter? I don't know.
No, but it's interesting because certain players, you just say they're low middle order players. Like I'll use Ryan Tenduscarter at Essex. You say he'll never. You look at him and you never think he's going to bat in the top 3. He's always been a 5, 6, 7. I don't know. It's just what it is. I suppose they're attacking. They're
a
bit freer. Yes, yeah. Score quickly, change games with the.
Don't fancy facing a new pill.
Yeah, I think so. But they get the second one.
They get the second time around, don't they? Got just all these comparators.
Averages 40 at number 3.
Not bad.
And 48 at number 4. 73 at number 5.
Oh, we've got another person who wants that number 5.
Right, how many times has he batted 5?
28.
That's enough.
Blimey, O'Reilly. So you've got 8 different. So you're saying the runs that he scores at 3 and 4, he's getting on average 8 more runs.
16 more runs. But then times that by 5, the 100 runs of the series, isn't it? Is that all right?
Yeah, it does help. The rain it's easing, and it's almost eased, actually. And it's clearer over in the distance, clearer all around, actually. And we've had 1 ball today, and that was enough.
And it was a belter.
It was a belter. It ripped Stone's leg stump out. And so nothing was added in terms of England's overnight situation. It means that Ireland need 182 to win this Test match at Lords, and they've faced 7 balls, haven't as yet scored any runs. It's a terrific day, and hopefully from about lunchtime onwards the forecast is better. We should get it in.
Yeah.
Just on those batting orders, like I've in my mind, now we've got the stats man right next to me, I can test. Like Johnny Bairstow, I always like him coming in at 6 and 7. In my mind, I think that we could go back to a few years ago, the engine room, the powerhouse. I think his game is so well suited to 6 and 7. I know, and there's all this argument saying, well, he's in England's top 5 batters. I think he is, but there's something about having in your balanced Test side some of his class coming in at 6 and 7. To me,
where would he be with Stokes and Buttler?
I would say that Buttler bats 5 if he's not keeping, because I think just for the structure of the side, Joss has been picked as a top 5 batter. You can't have a batter just batting at 7. It doesn't sit with me very easily. And then if someone else comes in, you're changing a lot of places when one person goes out. But I'm just interested. I would like Johnny at 7, Stokesy at 6. You could have Stokesy at 7, Johnny at 6. That would be my. Doesn't really matter which way those two bat, but I like that power in the middle.
Yeah.
Certainly in England with the Duke's ball, and you get through that 30 overs or so. If you can, it does get easier to bat. So I would like them there, but I'm just minding the stats whether it is actually a valid point.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow averaging 29 at number 5, 41 at number 6, and 39 at number 7.
So yeah,
Australia's weakness is that engine room for me. They've got the likes of Warner and these guys and Smith, who's always going to go and find a way. Our strength is that middle order, and I think Australia's weakness is their middle order. I think the bowlers are pretty much the same. It's going to be it's going to be a cracking contest, isn't it?
I don't think there's going to be many draws.
No, because I don't think that they can hang on with the bat. As simple as that. You know what I mean? I don't think there's going to be. I don't think they're going to be high-scoring games either.
I don't think they'll want to play on 2 flatter wickets either. I think they'll play into Australia's hands. In general, I think they'll want that ball moving. Yeah. Steve Smith, a fantastic cricketer when it's flat. He obviously would adapt, but his runs will definitely decrease by a long way if the ball is nipping around. So I think they'll want it to nip around.
And I still don't think we've quite worked out how to get him out.
If it's not moving, he's
nightmare. Do you know what Angus Fraser's up to at the moment, Tuffers?
He's
no, I mean actually today.
Oh no, I don't. No. He's probably here.
Well, I don't know, because Paul Marson has messaged me saying, I swear I've just driven past Angus Fraser hiking the back lanes of Clent in Worcestershire. Am I going mad? He says.
I should imagine so. He's a big lad now, Fraser.
It'd be
a strong bike.
You might need a bit more than a back lane to get him up these days, but I mean, it might be a bit of a motorway hiking, maybe.
I don't know. I should imagine Fraser. Well, if he's not on his summer holidays, he might be.
All right.
But I just don't. I don't particularly see Fraser as a walker around Worcester.
No, well, he's probably listening. Send us a message, Angus. Is that you?
Hiking. Sorry, I thought you said biking.
Oh no,
sorry.
Hiking.
So I thought he's biking.
They'd have to find some very big hiking shoes, because he had about size 15s, the big fella. He had to get them specially made. He's probably sitting up in his office over there with a glass of red wine, watching the cricket and waiting for it to start.
Whereabouts is his office? Has he got a sort of a field view?
No, he hasn't. It's just above. It's above the real tennis courts.
So it's over the
just over
the walkway.
I think so.
In the separate part. Okay, we've got some ground staff coming out, and again bringing the shadows of the floodlights at their feet. However, it's an encouraging sign, and even more so because Rob Bailey's taken his umbrella down, so that means we can get down to business. He's got a young woman with him whose umbrella's also down.
Good.
And the three of them, the groundsmen, they're having a conversation about what they're going to do. And Rob's looking at his watch. He was saying, "How long is it going to take for this lot to get off then?" And inevitably run the rope round, which again is a slightly modern thing to do.
I wonder. I wonder who's like the old F1. Like they come in for a pit stop. Get the wheels on. I wonder who's the best sort of ground staff at getting the stuff on.
What's he talking about?
Well, I think we just let him go for a minute. See, if we're silent, I'm going to see him digging himself out of his hole.
Well, no, you know what I mean. They come in. They're very proud. The Ferrari pit team. You know what I mean? When they come in,
speed of tyre change.
It's tyre change, fuel in,
off you go.
Off. They time themselves. They work very hard at it.
You can take plastic covers off at quite that sort of speed,
well,
can you?
No, but I wish they could get on with it, because I want to see some cricket.
Yeah, well, they're shaking that big cover on the right-hand side. They're getting it ready to be rolled up, I think. And obviously this takes some sort of administration, and so the groundsman now has left umpire Bailey and is going over just to oversee this operation. And there's that chap who looks like Jeremy Corbyn. He was the one who was driving the heavy roller. And I don't know whether he's having a day off from the allotment or something, but it could be. He's got shorts on and a mauve anorak on.
What I would just say, why isn't the chap now going round with a bit of the, because they always go round with the rope, don't they, once it's been raining. See, the fella should now be doing a little bit of extra work now, just doing that, so we can get on with it.
It depends on the number of personnel, is it? I don't know how many they have here, but in Sri Lanka you'd have all sorts of this. Hundreds.
Yes,
of
they'd be the Ferrari. They'd be the Ferrari of it. They get the place covered in about 3 seconds.
This is a lovely sort of traditional part of Lords with all the high tech and everything else. They're actually sort of shaking off the cover.
6 groundsmen picking them up.
Yeah.
Is that the head one who's just standing there walking around?
Yeah, he's the boss.
John Embry got Middlesex out there. We were at Trent Bridge,
right.
Middlesex versus Notts. We were looking to I think we were looking to survive in Division 1 or something or whatever. And we nearly done, 5 wickets in the last day. And Embers went,
out you go.
Out you go, boys. All the Middlesex players were all shaking it off. It was ridiculous.
What year was the test at the Oval? 68, was it? When Colin Cowdrey was out there, no less. Sorting out the covers and everything else. Yeah, and the crowd came on, didn't they? It was very exciting.
Really?
And there was an amazing photograph of Underwood getting John Verity out with everybody in the picture.
Yeah.
So everyone was all round the bat. Underwood bowling. LBW, wasn't it? And the umpire's finger went up like an absolute rocket. I'll tell you what, it really did. I've never seen an LBW given out quicker. Oh, yes. I mean, it was a famous end. A lot of sawdust around. But no, I think England side was definitely Colin Cowdrey went out. He was captain, presumably. Went out and started urging the crowd
to
get out there.
Mop it up.
Mop it up. It was uncovered pitch, of course, so that you could have you have wet everywhere.
And there's a lot of punters out there with forks.
Punters with forks, buckets, towels, sponges. But no, they were all there.
Yeah.
It must have been a great occasion.
Ridiculous.
Inverarity LBW, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, LBW Underwood.
Yep.
I wonder who the umpire was. Who kicked down the umpire? Because it
was I know the one you mean.
Might have been Tommy Spencer or someone like that.
Someone quite sort of squat.
Yeah, and bang.
And sort of greyish hair. I remember seeing it.
It was absolutely shot at. He didn't play a stroke, to be fair.
Like the Sundance Kid.
Yeah. It just went whoom. He could bowl with some pace, Derek, couldn't he? Did you ever play against Derek Underwood? Did you finish?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I played in his last game.
Last first-class game?
Yes. And I'll tell you something. Thanks for this, John.
Oh.
I outbowled him. 6 for 60 I got. And I think he got 4 or something or other.
Well, it's probably about 47.
He was. And what a lovely fella, actually, because he came up to me.
Man.
He came up to me afterwards, and I'd never really experienced it because I'd only just been playing. You know what I mean? And he came into the dressing room, and everyone just loved.
Yeah.
Come
really,
in.
really
came
nice
down,
man.
Sat with me, and we had a fag because he didn't mind a fag, did he?
No.
Yeah. So we sat there. Like that, and I was sitting there at the end of the day after my first 5 for Middlesex, yes, on that little balcony at Canterbury out there.
Yeah.
Sat down there with Deadly Derek, having a fag, and he was saying, "Well, old young man."
That'd be a real dream, wouldn't it? Because
I'm welling up,
amazing
actually.
bowler.
I'm welling up a little bit, actually.
He was an incredible bowler.
Yeah, he was.
The pace that he bowled.
Yeah.
7 for 50 he got that day. The umpire would have been either Charlie Elliott or Arthur Fagg.
I need to see the video.
Yes.
I need to see the video. Charlie Elliott was a selector, of course. I think he was the only umpire to have been an England selector. Charlie Elliott. And,
that's handy.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Funny enough, England did well during that.
So, actually, I'm not saying he was a selector then. I don't think the selector fired out John Verity to win the action. But I think later on...
had a very good run.
I think in the 70s he was...
During the 70s.
I think he was a selector. Which actually made... I mean, an umpire being a selector...
Well...
Not a bad...
Best seat in the house.
Yeah, see how people play. Yeah. First cover has been almost completely rolled up. Yeah. We've had one ball today, and there's enough for Ollie Stone, who was bowled for the first ball of the day.
Neck and crop.
Ireland need 182 to win. It's all a bit frustrating, but you can make all this time up. The good news for Tuffers, you already noted this, we can actually play till 8:30 this evening, which
last orders.
Yep, Tuffers is pretty pleased about. But that's what can happen if necessary. So the forecast for tomorrow isn't very nice. Oh, who's that? I don't think that's Arthur Fagg. I think it's Elliott, isn't it?
Yeah, might be.
I think it is, but I mean, Deadly has just started his appeal, and the finger is already up. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. And but all the fielders are all in the picture. So there's a slip, 2 gullies, I would say, silly point, very short extra cover, and then there's 4 catching in the leg side. I can see John Snow in there. Who else? I don't really identify all of these. There's Graveney, Cowdrey at slip, I imagine. Dexter, is he there? Edrich?
Edrich looks like Edrich there.
Looks like Edrich. Colin Milburn.
Colin Milburn, definitely.
Short leg there. Basil D'Oliveira, I think, maybe.
Yep.
So, Ray Adams has emailed. He was there. As a 12-year-old boy watching the last day. I'm not sure I did much mopping, but I had a sponge or a towel or something. Yeah, it was a great afternoon. The last wicket fell about 6:55 with play due to finish at 7. It was really exciting. Yeah, I mean, of course it was on time then, wasn't it, that last hour? And was it 20 overs in the last
16,
hour?
16, wasn't it?
No, I think it was more. Well, I think it was 20. Yeah,
was it?
Yeah.
Well, you had to bowl 20, or was just the
last hour started, 20.
When I played, it was 16 in the last hour.
Well, you see, but they're hacking away at it. Hacking away. 15 now, of course.
Is it?
I faced Derek Underwood.
Did you?
Did you?
I got caught Randall bowled Underwood, which I think is quite a good way of going.
Randall?
So that sounds like some sort of schoolboy MCC game, or
yeah, schoolboy. We played Old England versus our school.
Quite must have been a thrill.
Amazing.
So who else played?
Neil Foster from Essex played.
Yeah, the legends.
No, it's a good side. I got caught. Tried to slog sweep Derek Underwood and got caught Randall. Actually, I don't think that's too bad a way to go. Actually,
slog sweep with Derek.
Where was it?
Yeah.
Where was Randall?
At mid wicket. No, mid.
That's where you normally fielded.
Yes, get one in the teeth. You don't want to get one in the teeth off Deadly, as you say, because he can whip it down.
I'll tell my little Deadly story. It was we played at Folkestone, and he was not. This is mid-80s. He was. He's mature,
yes,
but not long in the tooth, as it were.
No.
And Folkestone, I don't know if anybody's played there or not. Have you played at Folkestone?
No.
Well, it just blew up.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a minefield. It was like a digestive biscuit. And out we went to face Deadly Derek, who was bowling about Murtaugh's pace, but left, whoom. And we all went out batting in helmets because it was pitching, leg stump going over your right shoulder.
Yeah.
Alan Knott.
Yes.
I don't think, and you'll check this. I know you will. So I'm going to be very careful. You can't exaggerate anymore.
No.
I don't think he'd let a single bye through.
No.
Standing up to this.
Oh, I know.
Bowling at proper medium pace and a ball just going boom.
Yeah.
It was remarkable, but we got hammered. And then we went. I'll tell you what it was, because we went to look.
Folkestone?
Yeah, we went to look. We went to look. This is how exciting playing was in our day, Alistair. We were given a little tour of the opening of the Channel Tunnel, that end.
Oh, yes.
Before they'd actually sort of beavered through and got to the French. We were shown this sort of hole. Oh,
just
nice.
With a fella with a spade just starting it up.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Thanks very much. And went back to the hotel. that was a sort of night out we had those days. So go and look at the hole.
Rock and roll.
We've got some umpires. The umpires are appearing, and they're appearing with sheets still over the left-hand side of the ground. But at least they're coming out. There's an announcement being made. Rob Bailey is reporting back to them. Given they're the senior too, of course, although Rob's been doing this for years now, and he'll be passing on the information that he has. As we know, this place dries so incredibly quickly. The Australian squad's on the screen. Let's hope it stays there before I go through it. So I'll do it quickly. Payne, Bancroft, Cummins, Harris, that's Marcus Harris, Hazelwood, Head, Khawaja, Labuschagne, Lyon, Marsh, Neeser, Pattinson, Siddle, he's there.
Yeah.
Smith, Stark, Wade and Warner.
Matthew Wade,
back up therefore to Payne, Bancroft and Harris being the opening possibilities with Warner. Is that right? I'm doing all this off the top of my head here.
Yeah.
So Khawaja has made
Harris.
that. How many spinners they've got?
Line.
They've got Head and they've got Lyon.
Head's not a spinner, is he?
Well, he bowls a bit of office. Bowl some office and Labuschagne. Shane. Labuschagne could bowl some leggies,
Anyway, the screen's gone. But anyway, that was a brief look at what the Aussies have announced after their sort of trial game yesterday.
Carey, wasn't it? In the way he played in that World Cup, I thought he looked their best of their top order.
He did play well.
Yeah, I thought.
Matthew Wade's been in some fine form though.
Yep.
I was over there and he was getting runs in Aussie. Then he's come over. I think he's got a few runs over here as well.
He has. No, absolutely. But I think be right about Carey. I think Carey did look a proper player.
Yeah, he did.
Interesting. Have Payne. There'll be a focus on Payne this Ashes, won't there?
I mean, it's a strange situation. You've almost got Carey who looked there. I know they've gone for Wade ahead of Carey, but I looked at Carey and I thought, that guy looked a serious player, and Wade with Payne obviously come in to do his job of kind of rebuilding that side. But
thanks very much.
Yeah, but it is almost a case. He's a lovely bloke, but it's almost a case of now it's like actually you've got two players who are better.
I'll read it again quickly because back. Payne, Bancroft, Cummins, Harris, Hazelwood, Head, Khawaja, Labuschagne, Lyon, Marsh, Neeser, Pattinson, Siddle, Smith, Stark, Wade, Warner. That's the Aussie squad for the Ashes, and our Radio 4 long-wave listeners with the news that the umpires have gone back. That's a positive sign. We will have play here shortly if there's no more rain immediately, hopefully just after you've returned from the shipping forecast. They're away. Floodlights are on. I think it's time someone else came in here for a ramble. Dan can come in and cast an eye over that squad if it's still there. Perhaps someone could take a photograph of it quickly before it goes, or it'll be announced somewhere. And there we are. Michael Vaughan is also back there having a look. I think Michael got quite a few of those names right last night when we were kicking it about, as it were. We're going to have play. We are going to have play here, but it's just a question now just getting everything prepared. And Ireland need 182 to win this Test match, to win their first Test match, and to win their first against England at Lord's. Michael, a thought or two? You can kick off on that Ashes squad, and Dan's coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like the Aussies have picked players that have been playing well in English conditions. You look at Bancroft, he played nicely in the game at the Ageas Bowl, but he's been playing well at Durham. Labuschagne's been doing nicely at Glamorgan. Only one spinner, Nathan Labatt. Labuschagne ball a bit of his leg spin. I've seen a bit of that leg spin, and if you get to that, you're on a few. Lots of seamers. Mitchell Marsh is interesting because he was like put on the back burner at the end of the Australian summer. He was almost like, right, he's gone, and now he's worked his way back in. No Carey. That surprises me. Carey is a good cricketer. We saw that in the World Cup. You're looking at Matthew Wade again. Back in the Australian summer, there was lots of talk. Why wasn't Wade picked? He's scoring all the runs for Tasmania. He's been getting all these runs. He moved up the order. He was at 5, then he got moved to 4 and continued to score runs. He's come over here and done nicely for the A side. So they've rewarded players that over the course of the last 2 months have played the best. You're looking at Curtis Patterson, got 100 against Sri Lanka. Joe Burns got 100 against Sri Lanka in the last Test match, and they've kind of just brushed them to one side and go, we're picking players that have done well in English conditions in the last 2 months. I think if you're looking at it from an Australian perspective, I think that's sensible.
Just to give you news, there's going to be a restart at 12:30, which is around about half an hour away, 27 minutes or so. I haven't got news of what time lunch will be taken, but we'll find out and let you know at some point. I'll tell you what else they've done, Mike. They've taken the match that they played against each other really seriously, because Michael Neeser, I don't think, was likely to be in the squad. He took 4 for in the first innings of that match. They've also taken into account Cameron Bancroft's 93 not out, I think, because I think they might have gone with Burns, Harris and Warner, mightn't they? And then Bancroft had a really good game there.
Yeah, I'll say Cameron Bancroft, Justin Langer's very, very fond of him. He's from Perth. You're looking at Wade and Bancroft, they're two fighters, tough cricketers. You look at Bancroft yesterday, 93 not out, he was hit on the head, he was hit on the body. They talk about him at short leg, where he's probably the bravest short leg of all time. That's what they say in Australia. And you're looking at that style of personality, you feel it's very close to a Justin Langer style person, real hard, tough. So no surprise that they've gone with those two.
Mitchell Marsh as well is an interesting one, as we welcome back Radio 4 long wave listeners. He picked up 5 for in that game, and I think the thinking before the match was they were either going to have Marsh or Labuschagne, because they both act as batting all-rounders. They've gone with Marsh as well as another seamer, so they've got 6 seamers plus a seam bowling all-rounder plus a leg spinning all-rounder. They've left out those specialist batsmen you're talking about, Patterson, Pekowski,
They've not made the cut.
I mean, it's the skipper, Tim Payne. When you look at, he's a good leader, a good guy, and he's done well in the circumstance that he took the job. They have got options. If Payne doesn't start the series well, who's to think that they may have a different captain come the end?
But they've only got Matthew Wade as backup keeper,
and then
Wade has been a bit of an issue with the gloves, hasn't he, Phil?
Yeah, he has, but then it allows you to play Mitchell Marsh as the all-rounder. Mitchell Marsh, I mean, Andrew will be able to tell us, he must have been in and out of this test side about 7 times, hasn't he? He is the yo-yo man, in and out. And again, in Australia a few months ago, it was that he was almost like, that's him done. He will not be coming back into this Australian setup. He's had too many chances. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if he ends up playing in the Ashes series, because I watch him and think he got 100 against England in Sydney in 2000 and... When was the last time we were over?
17,
18. Yeah, 17, 18.
Yeah.
And he's a good cricketer. He's a good all-round cricketer, but for whatever reason, he's very, very inconsistent. But I do think that he is a kind of cricketer that if he could just get a run of games and get some confidence, he could be a real outstanding all-rounder.
Long Rave listeners on Radio 4 haven't informed you that we have a start time of 12:30. We have lights on and the pylons are up at their highest extent. But the sky is now quite a promising shade of milky white with a very, very light blue in the background. So things are all looking very hopeful for a start in about 23 minutes. Andrew Sampson.
6 times he's been in and out over 5 years, 31 tests, although his brother's done 9.
That's impressive, isn't it? And who knows, he might have had another go were it not for the fact he broke his arm in the nets in the World Cup. But there's a bit of West Australian, I wouldn't say bias, but there's Western Australian flavour there, isn't there? And Justin Langer being from that parish, I suppose.
Yeah, and you look, the kind of cricketers that they've picked are those real street fighters. And you look at who's been around the Australian camp over the course of the last 10 days. Steve Waugh, and what was he, a street fighter, maximised every ounce of ability out of his body, played an unbelievable test match career with limitations, you would say. I'm not no way disrespectful, he was a legend of the game, but everyone said, he's got a problem with the short ball, but took the West Indies on in that series in the Caribbean. I remember the confrontation with Curtly Ambrose in Jamaica, where Steve Waugh with that red handkerchief out the back pocket, face to face with Curtly Ambrose. This is a very much an Australian side that will be street fight. They'll be out there really tough. I'm not saying they've got the gift and the game of the likes of Mark Waugh of the past or Ricky Ponting, but I do think they've picked a team that look to me like will play well in English conditions and have done. They've got form in these conditions over the course of the last 2 months, and they said that a few months ago. They said they will be picking the Australian team for the Ashes on the form of what they do in English conditions. That's why they brought the A side over so early, just to have a feel of who was doing well, and they've stayed true to their word that they have done that.
Now you've got a squad of 17. Do you fancy picking your 11 for Edgbaston on the back of that? Do you want to go for that?
Yes, I think it will be David Warner, and I think they'll go with Marcus Harris. I think it'll be Khawaja, Smith, Travis Head, and I think Bancroft will be at 6.
You think Bancroft will be?
Yeah, they might put him at 6. Okay. It's Bancroft may open, it might be Harris. I'm not too sure where they'll go there. It may be Bancroft or Wade at 6. Either or.
Yeah.
And it'd be Bancroft or Harris at the top if Harris opened. I think they will want Bancroft in the team because of what he's done in English conditions. If not, it'd be Wade at 6, and it'd be the skipper Payne at 7. It'd be Cummins at 8. I think Siddle will play. I think James Pattinson will play. And I think Nathan Lyon will play. I don't think Stark will play at Edgbaston.
Or Hazelwood.
I don't think so. I think it'll be Siddle, Pattinson and Cummins, the 3 seamers at Edgbaston.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's a fairly fearsome prospect for England, because Siddle's been bowling well for Essex, and Cummins we know all about. Pattinson, for my money, in the game I saw, the day I saw, his first spell wasn't the best, but his second spell was among the best bits of fast bowler you could wish to see. He was
swinging
and nipping and at pace and
also,
bounce.
And also he bats. He's very dangerous with the bat. When you've got Cummins who can play nicely, Pattinson who can bat nicely.
Siddle's not poor with the bat.
No, and Nathan Lyon can hang around for a while. That's my feeling. I think they'll go with that. That was the talk again many months ago, that You know, they've looked at Edgbaston and they felt that, you know, an explosive style, quick like Mitchell start. You look at Brett Lee's record at Edgbaston, it's not great. You know, generally the bowlers have success in conditions like Edgbaston, those full of length, nibble around. And I think they'll have watched the way that England have played this week, and certainly someone like Peter Siddle will be the bowler that they feel will be able to question this England batting line by bowling dots, bowling for patience and dangling the carrot and saying, go on then, go on, have a drive. And there'll be fielders at short extra cover, short mid-wicket, probably 2 slips. You know, I don't think the first test Australia will, like they tried in 2000, they tried to blow England away with aggression and pace. I think they might be a bit smarter than that this time.
In that case, if you think those are the attributes of an Edgbaston pitch, do you think Jofra Archer would play, or Chris Wokes, or both?
I think it's going to be very difficult for Jofra. I mean, this side problem has been around for quite a few weeks. It was a talking point when England played Australia here.
Yep.
Then again in the semi-final there was an issue there. The final, the day before, there was a talk that Archer had a problem. He's gone to Barbados, he's going to play for the Sussex Sharks, bowl 4 overs, and it has to be a risk that you think that he'd be thrown into his test debut.
They claim he's pain-free.
Well, yeah, but if you've said that you've got a side problem and you're throwing him into potentially 18 overs on day 1, and then he might have to come back on day 2 and then bowl in the second innings, look, the medical team will know more, whether they're kind of saying he's got an issue just to kind of hide him and then leech him into throw him out there next Thursday. We'll have to wait and see. But if any bowlers have got any kind of issue, history tells me that they'll probably wait till the second test, because there's a break of 9 days in between the first and the second, and it wouldn't surprise me if Jofra Archer comes back to the scene where he won England the World Cup to make his test match debut.
To replace either Broad, you reckon, or Wokes, I suppose?
Well, Broad's bowled well this week. You know, so from what I've seen this week, Broad and Anderson next week, the first test match, there was a concern of Stuart Broad because he's done pretty much nothing for Notts, but he is a test match bowler. You know, he'll raise his game, and I think it'll be, from what I have seen this week, it'll be Broad, Anderson, and I like Wokes. You know, I think Wokes is the kind of cricketer that you'd want. He's been in terrific form, he bats as well.
Is today quite important for him on that basis, or you think that he'd probably be inked in for Edgbaston anyway? It's his home ground.
I mean, it'd be Wokes or Sam Curran you would feel. I mean, I like. So England have got a massive riches in that department, because you've got players that really you'll be leaving now that are worth their place in the team. And Sam Curran is a player like we saw yesterday. He has that mentality of making a difference. You know, you saw it. He's a bit like Ian Botham. You know, he rocks up, bowls that pie, the first ball of his spell in the first innings, and Will Portfield smacks it to mid-wicket. He is that kind of cricketer with the bat in hand. He just makes a difference. You know, whenever he's under pressure, you feel that he's going to deliver, and you know, you want that style of cricketer in your team, but you would feel that they'll go with Wokes at Edgbaston.
And Vic Marks has joined us, and if you're just joining us, I can tell you from looking at Vic's notebook what's happened today. Stone bowled Thompson 0, 303 all out, 182 to win, 0 for 0 rain. That's what we've had so far. Well, succinctly put, Vic.
I think that's more or less sums it up, doesn't it? Yes, Edgbaston. Well, just looking at that lineup, though, it is compared to the Aussie attack, it's quite a bland attack. If you got in a real flatten, you'd start to worry, wouldn't you, with that lack of pace and not much variety.
If it was Broad, Anderson, Wokes, Stokes, you've got 4 right armers. Stokes and Wokes are a little bit quicker, perhaps, than we give them credit for, but yeah.
But it's not Chennai, as you were saying the other day. It's Birmingham. What do we get at Birmingham?
Well, I just think the batch of balls that we've gone back to, you know, we've gone back to last year's batch of ball. Last year against India, the pitches were dry and it hooped all over the place because of the ball. And I would expect this series against Australia, I can't think that the ball won't be swinging around. So England are in the game with all those bowlers, whoever they pick.
Oddly, in this match, it hasn't swung prodigiously, has it? It's been off the pitch. People like Murtagh, you know, they've got it to shape a bit, but they've moved it off the pitch as well.
Yeah, they got a little bit of movement yesterday. Not enough to bowl England out for 303. It was poor batting, but there's always enough there. There's always enough there if you're disciplined and controlled.
The wicket that fell today moved quite prodigiously from outside off, knocking out leg stump.
Yeah, I mean, the story for me with the Australian is Peter Siddle. In 2015, when Ryan Harris went down injured, the Aussies made a terrible mistake not playing him. They didn't play him in Cardiff, and England won that Test match, and he came back for the one Test match at the Oval when the Ashes had gone, and he made a massive difference. And with what he's been bowling for Essex, he's been very controlled, consistent, and I think they've realised that trying to blow England away, in English conditions, it's not always possible. One of them, you need one difference.
But I'd be amazed if they play Siddle.
Yeah, they'll play Siddle next week.
You reckon?
Edgbaston, yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll play him.
Who are they leaving out? That's a good one.
I've asked Andrew to take a look at his figures, because I think he's got more wickets at a better average than anyone really gives him credit for. He was in that team in 2010-11, wasn't he? I mean, he wasn't really helped by the fact he was in a bowling attack that consisted of a wayward Johnson, a sort of rather toothless Hilton House,
and a left-handed opening batsman for England who sat behind us, still signing books
with his right hand. Ambidextrous fellow that he is. Yes, and they were all sort of all over the place, weren't they? They brought in Xavier Doherty, a bit of Nathan Horrocks, a bit of Michael Beer.
Yes,
remember him?
Arm spinner, yes.
Wasn't he plucked out of obscurity on the recommendation of Shane Warne and then plucked back into it, if you can do such a thing. Andrew.
214 wickets in 64 tests at 30.2. Peter Siddle.
What's his record in England, Andrew?
He's on it.
While he tells you that,
we don't play very often, obviously.
While he finds that, let me just tell you, we do have revised timings today, and this is absolutely shocking. Lunch is going to take place. Lunch is going to take place at 2 o'clock. That's not lunch. You couldn't get lunch in France after 2 o'clock. It's not physically possible to get lunch in France after 2 o'clock. I know this. Tea is basically now dinner at 4:40. There's a minimum of 85 overs, so we've lost 13 overs. 85 overs from now, of course, remaining. So, with Ireland needing 182 to win, and the extra half hour, if we got a really solid block of play, then today will be the last day. Unless, of course, we got another deluge. But as I said earlier, we can go on till 8:30, which would be just tremendous. We can go straight from the cricket out night clubbing. Andrew Sampson, you'll come with me night clubbing, won't you?
So long as it's an Irish pub.
Yes, I'm sure.
177 wickets at 25 in all first-class cricket in England, of which 43 at 28 in Test cricket in 11 Tests in England for Peter Siddle.
Yeah, I think we're, under Justin Langer, they're quite a thoughtful team, Australia. I think they're not a team that you would think, if you think about the team that he played, it was intimidating, aggressive, and they kind of would blow teams away. I think he's realised with what he's got, and particularly playing this England side, he'll be looking at, someone like Murtagh this week. What did Murtagh do? He bowled 70 odd miles an hour and just nibbled it on and around the off stump and questioned the techniques of the England players. And I think that's why they will go to Peter Siddle next week.
That's one of three seamers.
Yeah, I really do think they'll go for that style of bowl, because as a captain as well, if you go back to 2015 when Jimmy bowled the Aussies out and then the Aussies went out to bowl and got a few wickets, and all of a sudden the ball was flying to all parts, Moeen Ali was hitting it, and they went ultra aggressive, and you were watching that game and look at it, if they just had a steady eddy just to hold an end, it would have helped them. And I think that's the way Australia will go about it. I mean, Cummins can bowl quick, Pattinson can bowl quick, and I think they will want, Nathan Lyon, you could hold an end for them, and also a Peter Siddle, and it allows the Pattinsons and the Cummins to kind of be a bit more explosive. I do.
So
think
you're leaving it at Stark?
Yeah, Stark won't play at Edgbaston, I'll say that now.
Really? I'm going to make a note.
I could be totally wrong.
I know that, but
I'm just
that's why I'm making a note.
From working over there in the winter, I just got the feeling that is what they were thinking of doing, and everything that they were talking about, from what I heard, about, because the lads who scored runs against Sri Lanka, people say, oh, that's them in for the Ashes, they'll be playing the Curtis Pattinson, the Joey Burns, they'll be playing that for, and people say, no, what Justin Langer will do, he'll give the 2 months of the preparation lead up to the Ashes, where he'll take all the players over, a few are playing county cricket like the Bancross, Labuschagne at Glamorgan, and he'll watch and he'll see who does the best in English conditions, and then he'll pick his Ashes squad. And it's been true to word, he's done exactly that.
No Hazelwood?
Not in the first test, I don't think so.
I saw all of them the other day, and Stark and Hazelwood were actually the least impressive of the seamers. I think in part with Stark it might be a bit of a World Cup hangover. He played all their matches, didn't he? And there was talk of him carrying a little bit of a knee problem, I think. And Hazelwood is coming back from injury. When you have that embarrassment of riches, I mean,
it's an oddity, isn't it? I know
you'd want to play Pattinson.
It is quite a long time ago, and it's a different country. It's amazing that in the last Ashes series, only 4 Australian bowlers took any wickets.
They played every game.
And they played every game.
I'll tell you, the team, you just look at the kind of characters that James Pattinson loves the fight. He is right in the batsmen's faces, and when he gets the bat in hand, he's aggressive. You're just looking at the personnel that they've picked. It's got Justin Langer written all over it. Steve Waugh he's just got them written all over the team that they've picked and the characters, and they're in the face, and they won't be intimidating like the old Aussie team because they don't have the wins behind them, but what they will be very Justin Langer-like, very workman-like.
Do you think that England are perhaps not best suited to play that sort of a side at the moment? They appear to be a little bit more amiable and jovial, don't they?
Who's that?
England. Unless they pick somebody with express pace, I'm wondering, might that sort of encourage them to have a bit of Jofra Archer, because they want to fight back against the in-your-face Australian attitude?
I don't know. I mean, I just want to question those techniques of the Australian play. I think it's fascinating because you're looking at both batting lineups, and
you're thinking some short games actually.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking quite a low-scoring series, Victor. I have to be honest. From what I've seen here and what I've seen from Australians batting, if the ball does anything, either side, we've seen enough of England in Test match cricket over the last few years that as soon as the ball just moves laterally a little bit, you do kind of hide behind the curtains.
Well, last year against India, and India had arguably their best ever seam attack on view. England's better technicians look to me to be Butler and Stokes, who aren't playing in this game. So they would come back in, but they're being, I'm not saying hidden, but they're at 5 and 6, aren't they, in everybody's lineup behind Joe Root, and you've got Bairstow at 7. That's sort of
where the Aussies will target Stokes will be with Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon against left-handers. That's why you're looking at England's lineup. Oh, David Lloyd's England team. I was just saying, I think David Milan's back in. James Vince opening. He's cleaned a few out.
He has, hasn't he?
He has. Rory Burns is gone. Joe Denley's gone. James Vince and David Milan at 2 and 3. Root at 4. Stokes at 5. Butler at 6. Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow, Archer, Broad and Anderson. No Wokes.
It's a weird one, isn't it? Because we can't find anyone in the country who's normally bats at 3.
Where's Jack Leach in that team, Victor? He's got rid of your Somerset player.
I know, even though I'm not advocating Leach for his batting. But David Milan, I suspect, although I can't give you chapter and verse, has batted at 3 about a handful of times in his career. So Bumble's taking a punt there, as the selectors are with Jason Roy.
Well, he had Roy and Vince and Milan. You'd argue that none of them are the right position.
You turn up on time. You turn up on time.
My problem with the Test team is that, you can move the parts around, and we have done many times over the last 2 or 3. And until we identify, and the team identify, the style of Test match team they want to be and stick to it, I think they'll always be inconsistent. I still don't think we watch Joe Root's Test team and really identify with the style of cricket they're going to play. If you look at Andrew Strauss's team, we knew the style of cricket that they were going to play. I know they had Jonathan Trott and they had Andrew Strauss at the top of the order and Alistair Cook, different styles of player. But I just knew over the course of the years that Andrew was captain, that was the style of cricket that England were going to play.
But it's an interesting sort of dichotomy between the style you play, but that is slightly dependent on who your best players are. So if you've got your best players are Alistair and Strauss, who are essentially crease occupiers as opposed to
Strauss was aggressive.
Okay, but they're not in the same way as Jason Roy and the others we got now. That kind of dictates how you play a bit. And it suited us in that you've got a solid foundation at the top, which we're aching for now. But
it did, but it's still I still think you go back over 4 years of the one-day team. They identified personnel, picked white ball specialists, and the style of cricket that they needed to play to become the number 1 team in the world to win the World Cup. It was a great 4-year cycle. I still don't really think this Test team know the style of cricket that they want to play. And I think they just go out and play.
They want to play a dashing style, but I mean they're still scrambling around for who to stick in that first 3.
Who are you picking? Who are you going for?
Well, I think they'll pick them. I mean, I think they will pick this lot here, because having started, they might as well keep going. But I'm worried about it. I'm worried about Burns more than any. In that I do rate him, but he looks so terribly out of nick.
Yeah,
I'm more worried about Burns than say Bairstow.
Yeah, his game looks to me like it has to be in sync because there's so much of a movement. But when it's in sync, I bet it looks great. I think it's one of those players that looks a little bit, but when it's really happening for him and he's got his movement spot on, I think it'll look nice. But at the minute, he just looks like he's out of sync.
Can I take us back to last summer though? Because last summer England played India, a number one side. They beat them 4-1, and India had some terrific batsmen: Kohli, Pujara, Rahane. They bat all the way down to 7. Their bowling was, as we said before, the best seam bowling attack they've probably ever produced. Bumrah, Shami, Bhuvneshwar Kumar. They had Ravi Ashwin. They brought in Jadeja right at the end. And I'm not going to say that England comfortably won. They won 4-1 in a really tight series, but Alistair Cook retired at the end of that because he didn't feel in great for whatever reason, but he wasn't producing a lot of runs during that series. His opening partner wasn't either. The number 3 wasn't either. England frequently found themselves 30 for 3 against a really good seam attack, and yet were able to fight back enough with the players they had, batting all the way down to 9. Wokes getting runs, Curran getting runs, Butler and Stokes. Butler having a breakthrough. So,
well, essentially,
why should it be much different?
Well, I don't know, but except that it is such a different place to play. If the ball moves, you fancy it. If the ball swings, if the ball doesn't move, you think, hang on, how are they going to bowl people out, even if you're against a slightly fragile batting line? But if the ball moves at 84 miles an hour, we are dangerous.
Yeah.
If for some reason it doesn't move, which tends to be the case in Australia after about 20 overs, we are struggling.
Yeah.
But Archer and Wood would come into the equation.
If you're right, the batch of balls that they're going to use are going to move. The likes of Jimmy, on his day, he could get wickets in batches very quickly.
Well, you go back to the semi-final of the World Cup for that first out, just did enough, and Australia looked like they're going to get blown away.
Well, indeed. I mean, Warner didn't particularly enjoy it, did he? I mean, none of them particularly enjoyed it, apart from Steve Smith, who will continue to be.
But essentially that's what you're saying. That's why you're promoting Siddle. I'll be amazed if Siddle played, but I hadn't thought about that.
I just think that there'll be quite a different style thinking Australian team where
they don't want any blood particularly. They just want wickets.
I don't think they'll be we're Australia, we'll just blow you away with pace and hit you on the head and hit you on the toes. I think they'll have done a bit of research and particularly watch this England Test match team and probably just dangle that carrot with consistency.
The umpires are walking out, as are the players, which is all terrifically good news because it means that we're going to actually get some cricket after a bit of a stop-start day. Very little cricket has taken place so far. 8 balls, but one of them was enough to clean up England's innings. And then we've had an over and 1 ball, and Ireland are yet to get off the mark, I think. There are going to be some thoughts on this from Niall O'Brien, and then to give you the first 20 minutes or so of the real start of the day's play from Jonathan Agnew.
Well, let the drama unfold. It's been dramatic already. We've only had about 3 minutes of cricket this morning. It's been wonderful, Aggers, hasn't it?
Well, what a start with Stone's leg stump being uprooted by Thompson. First ball. So we haven't seen a lot of cricket. We've only seen 7 deliveries of Ireland's chase, or where it may be. We call it a chase. I mean, they've got today, they've got tomorrow, although the forecast tomorrow is awful, actually, looking at it. I know you shouldn't really go on forecast, but it should get done today. Either way, there should be enough play today to get this match finished within what, of course, will be 3 days. And what a achievement it would be for Ireland to win. They're going to have a lot of pressure put on them, and if they do get there, then I'm pretty sure England will make sure they've done it the hard way, because there's some experience amongst England's bowlers. They've been in these situations before, and they're going to make it as hard as they possibly can for Ireland to win this game. 182 they need. I wonder how they're feeling in that Irish dressing room. More nervous today than they were on the first day, I wonder.
100%. Especially when they saw that first over by Stuart Broad, because that did a bit, didn't it? There was a bit of movement in the air and off the seam.
Well, the ball that Smith Stone did is wasted on him. I thought it hit his off stump, but in fact it hit his leg stump. It really came nipping back. So there's 4 slips there. These are good conditions in which to bowl, and England have had a bit of a slice of fortune there, with it being overcast and muggy and rain around and sort of thundery type rain as well. That usually suggests that the ball will swing. The floodlights are on, and Chris Wokes is going to continue his first over. It's the second of Ireland's innings, and it has been very disjointed. 1 ball, and off they went again, and then 7 balls, and off they went. And now here we go, hopefully to go through to lunch, which has been moved again. In goes Wokes, and bowls full, straight, clipped away through mid-wicket. Ireland are away, and you can hear the cheers as a number come either from across the Irish Sea, or those who are living over here. You can hear them, and they'll get louder, I'm sure, as Ireland get closer to their target. Stuart Broad, they're slipped. In fact, he slipped a couple of times in front of the grandstand as he went to get that. A little bit greasy, maybe.
Great vigour between the wickets.
Yep.
By James McCullum and the captain, William Porterfield. Because every run, if you can eke an extra run out of a 2, turn a 2 into a 3 and a 1 into a 2. It's going to be one of those days. Every run will be cheered.
No, it's a really gripping afternoon, this. 3 for no wicket. The target's 182. And Broad's coming to this other side, now out at mid-on. Leach going up to mid-off. He'll have a part to play today as well, maybe. It's really tying an end and trying to create some pressure around the bat. In goes Wokes. He's there now and he bowls, and Porterfield allows that to go a little up the hill. And collected by Bairstow in front of Root at first slip. Lights on, it sort of adds that rather sinister feel. It's always rather odd watching day cricket under floodlights, because of course inevitably the sky is a bit gloomy, and there's a blue sky there beyond the pylon. It's behind the Warner stand, so that is more or less where the weather's coming from too. It's sort of west-southwesterly. 3 for no wicket. Target 182. Wokes goes springing in, and he bowls. It's full and just driven by Porterfield. That'll go for 4, I think. Field is chasing after it, and away it goes. He's taking it with him, I think. Yeah, the umpire's already signalling 4 there without even checking it. That it was a very wholehearted effort sprinting after that. Roy, I think it's Jason Roy. Our friend's back.
Larry.
That's Larry, is it? He's got all the gear on again. He's got bright red trousers and a green waistcoat, a green jacket, and he was sweltering in all of that gear yesterday in 36 degrees. It's a bit cooler for him today, but he was up there jumping about. What's his background?
Larry the Leprechaun. He lives in Melbourne. He went to Jamaica on his honeymoon back in 2007, not knowing there was a Cricket World Cup going on.
No.
Saw Ireland were playing Pakistan. Said to his wife, should we go watch the cricket? And since then he has followed Ireland all around the world.
Really? Oh, that's a great story. I'm just wondering if that is actually going to be 4 runs or not. Mr. Paragaruja might have got a little ahead of himself there, because I think that, is it Roy there? I think who it was anyway, just managed to get it back, because you can see the outline of where the boundary rope should be. The complication was that he took the boundary with him, but you can still see the outline. It's Denley, that's right. An outstretched, desperate hand. It was a great effort to get there. I think he's going to be all right, because he's just flicked the ball back. And I think he's done so from within. You can see the area there of the boundary rope. So I think that should actually only be 2. And a fantastic piece of fielding. And if it is going to come down literally to runs, yep, the umpire's now correcting himself. His arms are folded across his chest. And 2 runs it is. Well done, Joe Denley. Fantastic, fantastic chase. Off goes Wokes, and he bowls. Oh, ball, it's a little bit short, but it kept low. And Porterfield tried to swing that into the leg side boundary, pull it, but it didn't get up very much. Score corrected down to 5 for no wicket. And he's doing some prodding.
Well, when they came out after the rain break, Johnny Bairstow was taking a close look at the pitch at exactly where that ball bounced. So I'm not sure, maybe a little bit of water got on it, but that didn't bounce at all. Think back first innings, Porterfield clothing a pull shot straight to Jack Leach at mid-wicket.
5 for no wicket. Wokes again, moves in, bowls to the left-handed Porterfield, is in on the pad. Ball runs away towards fine leg, is pursued energetically by Bairstow. Turns and throws the ball up to the stumps, and they take 1 leg by. 6 for no wicket, and Porterfield keeps the strike. So 2 overs gone now. It's a rather disjointed morning that we've had, but it looks set nicely now. And although that aircraft I can see on its way into Heathrow is just sort of skimming through some low cloud and vanishing every now and then, it's we can see it clearly at the moment. And a nice little opportunity here for England, but they've got a longer session, because lunch was going to be at 1:15. Then it was moved to 1:25, And now it's gone all the way to 2 o'clock, I'm afraid, Andrew. This is more like, I don't know what you call that, a sort of afternoon lunch tea.
I'm more concerned by the fact that I'm going to be very hungry by 2 o'clock. Far more hungry than I would have been at 1:15.
I absolutely concur. Things you have to deal with when you're a cricket scorer.
Tough old world, isn't it?
It is. I'll tell you what, if you get desperate, I'll bring you a plate up. How about that?
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Least I could do. 6 for no wicket. Target 182. Broad's getting ready. And he'll bowl from round the wicket, from the pavilion end to the left-handed Porterfield. And Porterfield, you'd no reminding, I'm sure, of Broad's record against left-handers. There's the ability just to get the ball to move away a little. There's 4 slips lined up, waiting for the edge. They're quite close, as the pitch isn't particularly fast. But here's Broad off this remodelled, shortened run, and he's there and he bowls and beats the bat, and that one went through. And Broad again follows through. There's some vigour about him today, some energy, some intent. And he knows that he's going to perform here. It'll do his team good, it'll do himself an awful lot of good too. Looking at that Aussie team, potential of 2 left-handing opening batsmen there at Edgbaston next week. And in Warner and Harris, and of course it might be our old friend from Durham now, is mine, Bancroft, but it could be Harris. Anyway, who knows? 6 for no wicket. In comes Broad, round the wicket, bowls, and it's edged and caught. Is it? No. What's it off?
Back hip, I think.
Back
Aggers.
hip. Oh. I wonder what Broad was doing, because he was turning around and appealing to the umpire in the end, but it squared him up. Flicked the hip, he went low to slip.
It looped.
Yeah,
a lot of pace came off the ball. That's why I thought initially it was off the hip, and William Porterfield didn't look anyway worried at all.
It's the pocket, isn't it? And it was a beautiful ball.
Cracker.
Fantastic ball, and just going past that outside edge. Sorry if I alarmed you, but from here I promise you that could easily have been the edge. 6 for no wicket. Broad pauses for a moment, slips waiting. They'll be encouraged by that as well. Porterfield waits. Broad bowls to him. Poor ball down the leg side. Bairstow can't take it cleanly, and so Root has to come and pick it up. 6 for no wicket. Well, a bit of rustiness there from Bairstow we're talking about in the first innings.
Well, Broad will be disappointed there with his keeper, because he's all over Porterfield, and Porterfield knows it, and Broad would have loved 6 balls at him there, with the ball nipping away and it's coming through nicely. Good carry down leg, and Bairstow can't collect cleanly, but Stuart Broad is, as I think Alistair Cook mentioned, when he sees those knees pumping, legs pumping, he's a different animal.
Yeah, when the knees are up, he's on the charge. He's on with his boots there now, the Velcro being cut off them by the look of it. These aren't the sort of bowling boots that Fred Truman would have worn. These are very lightweight. They do have laces, but sort of Velcro there that goes around the front of that left ankle to give it some support.
Hole in
like
the toe.
The old leather ones.
Hole in the toe.
Yeah,
did you used to cut a hole in your toe?
No, Derek Pringle started that off.
So his fault.
Yeah, he was the first one, I think, to cut the toe. But no, they're not the lovely leather soled that used to open the box up and they'd with tissue paper, and then the smell of leather. Oh, they're quite an investment for a young professional cricketer too. They cost about 40 quid, I think. 7 for no wicket, all handmade. A fellow called Mason used to draw round. You used to put 2 pairs of socks on your feet and draw round them a shape on a bit of paper, send them off.
Wow.
Back would come these amazing
Where were they made?
boots. I think it's something near Birmingham. Here's Broad, and he bowls, and McCullum squared up. And runs down to gully. It's a real examination, this, for these opening batsmen. One of the best that there's been with the new ball in conditions that suit. And he's not one of those who gets carried away. Broad, he wouldn't worry about the situation apart from to make him even more competitive. Got a short leg going in, I think we do.
Yeah. He hinted straight away to Joe Root.
Yep.
Get a helmet on there. Want a short leg. Not a bad ploy. Bowling good pace, good bounce. Maybe the wicket's a little bit uneven on bounce. Not a bad ploy with that hard new Duke's ball.
Especially from that far end, because it's just going to come into the right hander, isn't it? Inside edge, into pad, thigh pad. He does tell a great story, Broad, because when India were here last year at And Coley got lots of runs at Edgbaston. I sent him a message saying, you've got to have a short leg, in my view, for Coley. And I got this grumpy, why? And I messaged him, say, well, I gave my reasons for it, shall we say. And Stuart, he's very competitive. So anyway, here, up goes the appeal. He gets a short leg in. I'm thinking, come on. Pops up, boom, to short leg, and they all got an appeal. And for some reason, it went to a review. In comes Broad, moves in now, bowls, and becomes another pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. He wants it. Alim Dar says no. And Broad wanders through. He's talking to Bairstow. He's talking to Root, who's at first. He'd have had a good view of it. Looked a bit leg side from here. The angle, I think, would have taken it down, but they're just talking about it. And Root, I don't think, is interested. No, he's turned his back on proceedings. Broad will have tried his best, but he's not getting one for that. 7 for no wicket. So they're all looking at the screen, and Broad knows the implications of this. That's high, his leg side, look at the replay, and how serious it would be. And he said he looked at it's a Virat Kohli we're talking about, looked at the replay, saw the jag of the mark when it hit the bat and thought, oh no, I'll never ever hear the end of this. He's out. And he was right, he still owes me lunch. But his first instinct was thinking, oh God. Not that I've got Virat Kohli out of a test match, but I'll never hear the end of it. 7 for no wicket. Here's Broad from the pavilion end, runs in, bowls to McCullum, who drives. That's a good stroke. No one's going to stop that. The ball goes through the covers, up the slope to the grandstand. 4 runs. Well, a real sort of mixture of that over, really, with a really lovely ball that squared up the left-hander. And then a poor ball down the leg side. A couple getting McCullum in trouble. How will he play, McCullum? I mean, there, obviously, he's got some bit of confidence. He had a couple of tricky balls, but there was one to drive.
He's a good player. He's got a lot of ability. He's had a good start to his first-class career, averaging over 50, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, it's back in Ireland. It's in a competition that's in its infancy, but he's done well. He's generally a back-foot player, so I think he's been working very hard and getting into the ball, getting a stride, getting balance forward, head down the wicket, and that proved their lovely stride to the ball. Yes, it was a bit of a half volley by Stuart Broad, but he's been squared up a few times. He got hit in the pads. It could easily have been caught on the crease, but he was ready to capitalise on a poor ball.
Great attitude. That shows some confidence there. Wokes is going to bowl to the left-handed Porterfield.
Had exactly 1,000 runs at exactly 50 coming into this innings.
Oh, really? Well. So, Porterfield then, left-handed, there's 4 slips, bat raised, Wokes is there now, and he bowls to him outside the off stump, and Allen's captain just lines it up and allows it to go through to Johnny Bairstow, who's full of conversation there, to Root, who's polishing the ball on the back of his trousers.
Nice day to be a keeper. These are the days I used to love as a keeper. Big gloomy, you got good seam bowlers, you think, might get 4 or 5 nicks here today.
Oh, I see what you mean. I know Bairstow was saying on something the other day that it was quite a dippy, sort of swingy day, but as you say, he hasn't been keeping for a long time. Maybe he was just a bit out of rhythm himself. In goes Wokes, over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a poor shot from Porterfield. Having left the previous delivery, he's really flung the kitchen sink at that, and it was wide, full, but that wouldn't have looked great if he'd nicked that.
He was only going to nick it.
Yep.
All that would have happened there was a little feather through. Keeper it and 4 slips waiting. It was a poor shot from Porter because he left the previous one so well. And he knows Chris Wokes. Warwickshire teammates are best part of a decade.
Yeah, he'll be cross about that. Waits once more. Wokes on his way over the wicket, bowls a good ball, finds a thickish outside edge this time as Porterfield tries to get forward to him. Denley Fields, 11 for no wicket. The target's 182. Only in the 3rd day of this match, of course. So, it's been an extraordinary game, and it's heading up towards quite a climax too. 83 overs remain today, but you can even add some more onto that, can't they? And they can add another 8 on if they think there could be a result.
That's right, yep.
So there'll be a result today. Who's going to win it? 11 for no wicket. Wokes bowls to Porterfield, again allows that to go by. Didn't bounce very much, got a little bit low once more. Taken by Bairstow, who again engages in conversation. Chat behind the stumps, and mowing too. Chat, they didn't often see him there because normally Ben Stokes would be gully, you'd have possibly Butler in the slips. So there's a little bit of reforming going on there. 11 for no wicket. Woakes receives the ball from Leach, who's at mid-off. Still the shadows of those floodlights though at Woakes' feet as he runs in, bowls, and that's nicely played by Porterfield. Good delivery, that sort of probing length that we've seen from Ireland's bowlers, from Murtagh and Adair too for that matter. Just full and off stump, dragging that batsman onto the front foot.
I thought Stuart Thompson did a good job second innings with the ball, because first innings he was quite expensive. I think he bowled 4 overs for 31 in the first innings, 30 in the first innings, thank you, with a maiden, I think. So, you know, a bit expensive, but he came back well yesterday.
Woakes bowls. Oh, has he edged that? I think he has.
What a
And
catch.
Bairstow's taken a wonderful catch. Low to his left. I'm not sure it would have carried to root at slip. And Porterfield, who did look a bit edgy in that over, has nicked behind. And Ireland's captain is out. They're 11 for 1, needing 182 to win.
Stunning grab.
Yeah, great catch.
Absolutely stunning, because it actually swung fairly late in the piece. I think Johnny Bairstow wanted to go 2 hands. And as he just moved, and his head moved well, the body moved with it, it just swung a little bit, and he had to go 1 hand. It went straight in the middle of the palm. It wouldn't have carried to Joe Root. It was Bairstow's catch, and it's an absolutely brilliant one at that.
It'll do him good too. It'll just do his confidence a bit of good. Well, he hasn't kept wicket much, and he missed that chance in the first innings. He knew it was his catch.
Well, he looked a bit angry there when he caught it, as if to say, I'm still England's best test keeper. There you go. That's what I'm about. And that was a wonderful catch.
Terrific catch. And just what England needed to, an early wicket. Get some pressure on that Irish dressing room. Get somebody else fumbling around, getting his pads on. Feel a bit of tension up there. That's what they're doing. They're in a little group there. And England are good at this. Good at applying that pressure. A lot of test cricket.
Beautiful ball.
Yeah.
It was a cracking ball by Chris Woakes. Good length. The previous couple were a little bit shorter. That was a little fuller. Gave the chance to get the edge. Just moved enough to get the edge. Wonderful ball. Wonderful catch. I don't think Porterfield did much wrong. I think it was just a good ball, great catch, good cricket.
11 for 1 as Balbirnie appears. Looked a nice player in the first innings. That little touch of the gloves there. It's just that question now. They know what they've got to do. And can they get over the line? It'll be the sort of longest journey to 182 that these batsmen will ever have made. It's the equivalent of scaling Everest. But it'll do them so much good, and Irish cricket so much good. If they manage to get there, there's no way they would have carried to root, having seen it again. Oh yes, it was a full Johnny celebration, wasn't it?
It might have been directed at a few people up this way, I think.
Well, it usually is a Johnny, although I'm not altogether always sure why. But we had a very angry one at Colombo.
And he got warm applause by his bowler there, Chris Woakes. He said, brilliant, brilliant. That's the kind of moment you need in the field. Low total. Got to take every chance. They can't afford missed opportunities today, England. They've got to grab every half chance. 11
for 1. McCullum's on strike. That was the last ball of the over. There's a short leg as Broad bowls, and he's forward. Nice looking stroke there. It's got a little bit of calm into proceedings. Plays down to mid-off. And there's no run. So the fourth slip has gone to short leg, effectively. That'll help Broad to bowl that big confident ball, that bit of a straighter line too. He's a little bit too far outside the off stump of the new ball in the first innings. Short leg, helmeted, maybe 5 yards from McCullum. Squatting over his bat now. Broad runs in hungrily and bowls. Well, it did pop a little bit. It looked like it just climbed. I don't think it was a slower ball, no, 85 miles an hour, but he ripped that bottom hand away from the handle. Graham Gooch always called it the lawnmower shot.
Chainsaw, I thought it was.
Oh, chainsaw, okay. That's the Irish version. Gooch always called it the lawnmower. They're ripping the cord to start it up. Short leg was injured there for a moment, but I wonder what that, perhaps a cross seam maybe, and it just climbed a little bit more.
Got his tail up here though, Stuart Broad.
He
now
has.
He's got a man back in the hook. This is aggressive. This is very good by England.
Well, Broad just relishes these situations. He can be a bully. Here he comes over the wicket and bowls, and nicely played again by McCullum though. Nice and calm, playing out to cover. 11 for 1.
Balbirnie's, I said it first innings, I would say he's Ireland's best all-round batsman across 3 formats. Paul Sterling is Ireland's best white ball cricketer, but I think this guy Balbirnie from Pembroke and Sandymount, we're from the same village. Grew up in the same village. He's a wonderful player, lovely balance. He's got the nice mix of attack and defence, good technique.
Broad has reached the end of his mark now, straight into the sprint. Past umpire Dar, here he comes and bowls just outside the off stump. And Bairstow gathers that, moving to his right again in front of Root at slip. Really good crowd here. I don't think I've mentioned it so far, but a Saturday at Lord's, terrific, really is. Well, they're in for a gripping day, that's for sure.
Huge Irish fan base. Every day it's been wonderful to see. I think if Ireland played a test match in England every year, they'd get a good crowd. Maybe not at the bigger stadiums, but some of the smaller grounds, they'd get good
also
fan base.
Afghanistan too. Look at the crowds they had in the World Cup. In comes Broad, bowls outside the off stump. In fact, why not, since Afghanistan can't play at home, why not have Afghanistan-Ireland in England?
Fabulous. Well, I'm campaigning to get Ireland a test match every year against the touring team to England. That's what I want to see. It worked for Pakistan last year.
Certainly
Pakistan
did.
had a wonderful game in Malahide, then came and beat England. And why not? Some of these county games against touring teams, they're pointless now.
Totally.
14 aside.
Completely agree with you. That was the best preparation Pakistan could have had for their test series here against England. You should win that battle, shouldn't you? 11 for 1. Broad bowls very straight. There's an appeal for leg before wicket, and I heard a hard sound there. Broad went up, and now he's got his hands on his hips. He's going to have a little conference, but again, there's no real confidence there from Bairstow and Root about whether or not they should review that. It was appeal for leg before wicket, but the timer ticking down, and that's going to run out. So the sands of time have gone. 5 overs gone. 11 for 1. Lovely contest this. There's an hour and 10 minutes to go until lunch. And Michael is coming in here. It's an all-Irish combo afterwards from now.
Well, it's a wonderful contest between bat and ball. You would say conditions favouring the ball, but James McCullum has dug in. Porterfield's gone. The captain is gone, but he's been joined. Andrew Balbirnie, who's had a wonderful 12 to 24 months with the bat. He's going to have to do something special again, Michael.
Good afternoon now.
Is it afternoon?
It is.
I've lost track of time.
It's been an odd morning, hasn't it? Between the weather and the heavy roller, and I have to say there are probably a few Irish stomachs churning around the ground, and mine is one of them.
I'm okay at the moment, I must say I'm okay.
It may have been something to do with the fact I met up with some guys last night from the northwest.
Oh dear.
Drummond Cricket Club, Eglinton Cricket Club. Good afternoon to you guys. And my stalwart friend from Limavady Grammar School as well. Here comes Wokes is in. That's a straight drive, well driven by Balbirnie, who's off the mark. Is it going to go all the way? It's not the quickest outfield, but it does hit the rope, and 4 valuable runs. And a little stomach churning, I think, for Andrew Balbirnie. He's off the mark in 4. McCollum's on 7. Ireland 15 for 1.
Well, there's no better shot to open up your account. What a full face of the bat shown by Andrew Balbirnie. And that will just give him so much confidence to get off the mark in such a positive and, well, a glorious fashion. Really wonderful to see. His rich vein of form continues.
Made 55 in the first innings before having his middle stump removed by Ollie Stone. Floodlights are on, but it's certainly getting brighter around the ground. Wokes is in, that's outside the off stump and left by Balbirnie. And can I say good afternoon as well to my good friend from Dungannon Cricket Club I met up with last night, Stevie Kelly, and Scott Doherty, who I think are on their way home, but the state they were in last night, Lord only knows.
You were a busy man last night.
Ah, well, you have to. You occasionally have to.
I was tucked up
spread
in bed.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
1:15. That's what they all. When the coaches ask you in county, what time did you get in at last night? And I'll be 1:15.
Quarter past what?
Exactly.
And Wokes is in, and that's left by Balbirnie. Just moving down the hill. 4 slips in for Wokes. He's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far this morning, and as a former decrepit wicketkeeper, what a take that was by Johnny Bairstow.
It was a lovely grab.
One-handed, left-handed, absolutely brilliant.
Weak hand as well. Sometimes not as easy when you're going to your left and your right hand dominant. That was a wonderful catch. I think he wanted 2 hands initially. It went away, went quickly. Wonderful catch.
Here's Wokes running away from us. That's an outswinger, and oh goodness me, played down, and deflected towards third slip. It wasn't a chance, but half a victory for Wokes. And Balbirnie comes up, does a little bit of gardening, and this is a nervy examination for these Irish batsmen. A lot would be expected of Andrew Balbirnie if Ireland are going to get that victory target of 182.
Well, they need to protect Sterling. They need to protect 4 and 5. Sterling and Kevin O'Brien will be the key. Stroke makers, they need to protect them.
Here's Wokes into Balbirnie. That's an easy lead for the Irish batsman, well outside the off stump.
In the first innings, I thought McCullum and Porterfield did so well. They may not have accumulated a huge score, but they took a bit of time out of the game and they saw the shine off the new ball.
12.1 overs they lost. Yeah, first wicket.
Yeah, and it just helps.
In this test match, Andrew, that's an eternity.
Well, it just helps the likes of Paul Sterling, who likes to get on with it, and Kevin O'Brien, who's generally a free scoring batsman, although we've seen he can play both roles.
4 slips and a wide gully as Wokes is in, and that's left again by Balbirnie outside the off stump. And that's the end of the over. Wokes 1 for 9 off his 3 overs. Balbirnie 4, McCullum 7, Ireland 15 for 1. That all important figure 182 for Irish cricketing history.
Yeah, just keep taking it down in chunks. Get to 20, 30, 40. Before you know it, it's under 100. There's always that psychological feeling, get it under 100, and then it just tick them off. It's going to be a nervy afternoon for, I would say, both sides, and it's going to be who deals with the nerves better. England have wonderful conditions for bowling. This is as nice a bowling day as you can have for a seam bowler, a swing bowler. It's going to move all day. As a batsman, you've got to accept you're going to play and miss. But when you get the opportunity to score, you've got to be good enough to put those plays and misses out of your mind and capitalise.
Your brother Kevin, was he chatty before going in? Does he stride about? Is he sitting watching quietly? What's he doing?
Very quiet. Very quiet. I was very chatty.
And possibly irritating to your brother.
Extremely.
I think he referred to your squeaky little voice. He says he can always hear it in his ears. Here's Broad in. McCullum flicks it off his pads. They've come through for 1. The chase is on behind square. They only get that 1. There's a misfield, but they think better of it and they settle for the single.
Well, there might have been 2. There might have been 2 there if they were just in and out a little bit quicker. I think they accepted 3/4 of the way down the crease for the first run that Leach was going to get there, and it was only going to be a single, but there might have been a second on offer.
It was lovely about Jack Leach talking about his glasses steaming up and having to take his headband off and wipe his glasses clean. He says never batted that much. Horrendously sticky, hot conditions. It was still hot leaving the ground yesterday evening. It's clammy, cooler today. We've had huge lightning and thunderstorm last night, or in the early morning by 4:30. Broad is in. Balbirnie, defensive shot. A little push in the offside. Woke me up. It was spectacular. I'm on the 19th floor. Wonderful view, and electrical storm and lashing rain on the Edgware Road.
Edgware Road? You should have stayed with Voney.
Where's he?
That's where he lives.
Oh.
You could have bunked in with Voney.
Didn't invite me. There you are. So there's a pecking order here, Niall, and we're well aware of that. There's any trouble down with him, he's not getting in with me on the Edgware Road, I can tell you. Broad's in, and he's hooked that ball. It was a shorter delivery, didn't quite connect with it, but they've come through for the run. And Broad was thinking about maybe that ball ending up in Jack Leach's hands, and possibly just as well for Balbirnie that he didn't connect.
Beaten for pace. Broad's bowling with good wheels, good gas, as they say in the trade. Rushed onto Balbirnie, looking to get the pull shot away. High on the bat, spliced him, and luckily for Balbirnie, he didn't get it out of the middle, because I think it might have carried potentially the fine leg, if not deep square.
1 more for Ireland, 1 more for Balbirnie. Jack Leach is coming in just behind square, about 20-25 yards in from the boundary. Balbirnie's in 5, McCullum now on strike on 8, 17 for 1. Broad is in, off the toes from McCullum. That's fielded by Leach behind square. Single taken. And Ireland just need to keep doing that. Get the singles. Nudge and run. 18 for 1, 182 is the target. Short leg is in for McCullum. Man, Under the helmet, I think, is Rory Burns. 3 slips. Gully. Short extra cover.
Well, Rory Burns' short leg is very close to that crease line. He doesn't want to creep over that line.
Is that the Ashes strip he's on? He's brought us in, bouncer. Balbirnie ducks us through to Bairstow.
Obviously a fine leg in place and a deep backward square. You don't want the old clubby mistake. Slipping behind, 3 behind square. No ball and a wicket falls. Wouldn't that? Well, this game has had pretty much everything, so something like that would be wonderful.
Whose shoe came off yesterday?
Jason Roy. That was I've never seen anything like it. On the charge, shoe falls off, and he still played it well. It was a good bounce, and he still watched it all the way through. He's got talent, Jason Roy, I tell you. He's a talented boy.
I'm very disappointed Andrew hasn't mentioned that 1896 Test match for a while. Brought us in. That's edged and taken. First slip. Balbirnie's gone for 5. England getting on top. 18 for 2, Ireland. And the visitors are under real pressure. One of their top batsmen is gone. Balbirnie edging the slip.
Well, look at the emotion on Stuart Broad's face. He's leading this attack. It's a good ball again. Balbirnie fending. Simple catch to the captain, Joe Root. England on top. They're bowling superbly. They're catching well. The crowd are on the edge of the seats. But for Ireland, Mr. Balbirnie, Mr. Reliable, he's on his way back.
Well, they have plenty to think about. It's called Test cricket, and this is a testing time for Ireland's top order batsman. Niall O'Brien is away to chew his nails. And we've been joined by Philip Tufnell.
Hello.
Tuffers, good morning. This is what all England fans wanted to see. Brilliant bowling, good catching, and Ireland under the cosh.
Yeah, the pressure's just shifted a bit, isn't it? It's funny on run chases, low run chases especially. If you get off to that good start, you get a little 30-40 partnership just going. Everyone just starts to relax a little bit, but England have turned that on its head with the 2 early wickets. 2 very, very good players in Porterfield and Balbirnie as well, who played well in the first innings, both back in the hutch, even though it's quite an impressive hutch. That dressing room will now just start to be getting fidgety, twitchy and looking around. Hold on a minute, who have we got? Well, we got Mr. Sterling coming in, who's going to be playing a crucial role for Ireland now. I don't think he'll be holding back. I think he'll be looking to try and counter-attack and put some pressure back on the England bowlers. That's his best course of action, and that's the way he plays.
Yes, huge weight of responsibility on Paul Sterling, one of the Irish players who knows Lord's cricket ground very well.
I just got a feeling, as a few of us did this morning, and I was talking to Aggers, that it might just be a Stuart Broad kind of day.
And Aggers and Niall were talking about his body language and the look of him. He's really up for this. It's his sort of situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's a man for a big occasion, and he's been under a little bit of pressure.
Bat was well away from the body by Balbirnie.
Good ball, though. As you say, look, just held up that hill. As you say, difficult ball, because all the bowlers think from the pavilion end, all the batsmen think that it's just going to be coming in down that hill. If you could just stand one up and almost make it just go straight. And it's on that line of just outside off stump, just bounced a bit. Yeah, it's a good ball by Broad.
Irish plan now, lose no more wickets up to lunch.
All right, how long we got
it's
to
a
lunch?
very easy thing to say. What will be 56 minutes?
56 minutes, an hour.
It's going to be a long period for Ireland.
I think Sterling will have a bit of a dart here. Just try and do something, because otherwise...
Wrestle that initiative back a bit.
Correct.
And here he comes with bowlers in and flicked away by McCullum. Come through for the single behind square to fine leg.
I mean, I'm sure he'll have a little peep, he'll have a little peep. Try and get a feel of the, just what's happening. But I mean, it's a bit of luck for England bowlers, overcast. Been raining, bit of rain around, a little bit would have got on that pitch as well, just that little bit, just to give it a little bit of zip. So I think for Ireland's cause here, have a little peep and then try and get that initiative back. He can do it. I've seen him play some wonderful knocks, crikey. I mean, real devastating innings. So for me, this little hour up till lunch could be the game here.
Second ball of Chris Woakes, 4th over. McCullum's on 10, Ireland 19 for 2. Paul Sterling, new batsman's on strike. I think that's a great delivery. Lifts and moves down the hill. And Sterling knows he's in a contest, goes for a little moment of trying to calm his own nerves. That's a clinking delivery, really lifted. Taken by Bairstow.
Yeah, you want to watch those ones go sailing past. You're not going to be fair, it's too good a delivery to get anyone to get a nick on it, but it just gets in the batsman's mind. It's just doing a little bit out here.
Mid-off has moved a little wider. 3 slips in for Sterling. Wokes is in, and he's bowled him. Sterling's gone. Bit of a shocker for Ireland. A 2-ball duck, and Ireland are all at sea here, chasing 182. They're 19 for 3, and Chris Wokes has come up with the purler, and Sterling's played a little bit all round it.
Yeah, fantastic. It's a good ball. It's a good ball. You've got to watch that in those 2 deliveries. You can't just watch the highlights and think that, oh, crikey, because that one's moved back up the hill. The ball beforehand swung away from Sterling, seamed down the hill and lifted. And he's played it and gone, oh, crikey, that's, he's getting it moving that way. That one, full of ball, it seemed back at Paul Sterling, bowled him through the gate, top of middle and off stump. Great bit of bowling by Chris Wokes. England have come out here and really put a dent in Ireland's hopes here. They've come out, they know what they've got to do. 2 experienced boys with the ball in their hands, and all over Ireland at the moment. As you say, now they've just got to try and stick in until lunch and try and get a few runs from somewhere.
85 all out seems a long time ago, Tougher, doesn't it?
Test cricket, mate.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, it's nearly a week, Test cricket. Even though, as you say, this one's been moving
well,
along.
the 4-day Test match is going to be.
Yeah.
Well, it could be 2.5, 2 3/4 days.
Yeah, but it's been a fascinating Test match. Ireland in a tricky position here now. You can either sort of stick in and try and get there in 1s and 2s, but there could be one with your name on it and you've gone nowhere, if you know what I mean, when you lose the wicket. Or you could try and play a few shots and then try and get a score together to put some pressure on England, Andy.
Yeah, that 85 all out, if England do win this game, will be the 5th lowest total made in the first innings of a Test match by a team that's gone on to win, and the lowest since 1907.
And the lowest was?
Lowest ever is 45, which...
that's a good win.
England and Sydney in 1886.
Score 45, come back and win a game.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, if there's ever a man for a big occasion in terms of Irish cricket, there's ever a man who likes to write his name in the headlines, it is this gentleman, Kevin O'Brien. For the last time we shall mention Bangalore 2011, but that was a purler from Wokes and a scowl on the face of Paul Sterling. What a delivery.
Yeah, that's a belter. As you say, you've got to see it in the whole package there. Those 2 put the ball beforehand as well, and then that one. Teed him up beautifully. Great piece of bowling.
Oh. Irish balcony glares, looking away. William Porterfield resting his head on his hands, looking out the window there. 4 slips in now. Kevin O'Brien on strike. Pushes that out defensively, put the pad in front of the stumps.
Don't miss that.
There's no run. 19 for 3, and England are red hot favourites at the minute.
Yeah, no, they've come out. Bowled very, very well. And it just helps, if the sun had been shining and it would have been another 36-degree day, the bowlers are always thinking, oh, crikey, this is going to be a bit harsh. But when you've got these conditions, the ball just feels a bit nicer in your hand and the action's going nicely.
If you're in the slip corner, if you're the keeper, you're waiting for the ball to come to you. That's a fuller delivery. Again, a push forward by Kevin O'Brien.
Not done yet, though.
The bowler.
Not done yet. That's what you're saying. That's
where
what
there's life, there's hope, Tuffers.
Exactly. It's not all done yet. And that's what that dressing room were doing. There'll be a little bit of a rallying in there. Come on, boys, as the boys are getting pumped
Ireland's
up.
call and all that.
Yeah, come on. You only need 2 partnerships. 2 partnerships of 50 or something like that, and a few other boys chipping in along the way. That's all it takes.
I need you in speed dial, Tuffers, to motivate me.
There you go.
Give me a positive attitude in life.
There you go.
Wokes is in, and that's deflected. Is it deflected off the bat? No, it deflects off the pad to rooted slip. 85.4 miles an hour. Another nervy delivery, and Irish hearts are all over the place at the moment at Lord's. End of the over. 8 overs gone. Ireland 19 for 3. Their target of 182 seems a long way away. Kevin O'Brien yet to get off the mark off his 3 deliveries.
Yeah. He needs to get them feet moving.
Just didn't carry.
He needs to get them feet moving. That was almost a half volley, and Kevin O'Brien sort of didn't get out of that crease if that nips back and hits him on the pad, it's out. And as you say, if it just swings away, it gets the outside edge. Needs to get them feet moving, get a couple of good strides towards the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, he did, Nick. It just landed in front of Root.
Yeah, he's a bit trapped in the old bathtub, as Geoffrey Boycott used to say. Or it might have been a B-day.
He's got a fine range of expressions, Geoffrey, hasn't he?
Yeah, I suppose if you're in a bathtub and you get forward, there's a lovely stride, isn't it? You know, right to the pitch of the ball. B-day, not so much.
How big are your bathtubs, Tiffers? You one of these bijou bathrooms, have you?
Well, no, but I mean, you know, if you're at the tap end of a bath and get forward, I reckon that
you're not one of these ones with the tap in the middle. Broad is in from the pavilion end. Oh, that's another clinker. And McCullum is beaten all ends up by that one. Oohs and ahs around the ground.
I tell you what, I have got in my bath, though, which annoys me.
Right,
it's the plug that's in the middle.
It's horrible.
Yes, and it's a pop up and down one.
And you land on it, or some part of your body hits it, dying up it goes. The plug that is. Oh, it's a nightmare.
It is.
And then there's the ones with the plug in the middle, and if you turn them on too hard, they shoot the water over the bath.
Just bad design. Bad design.
Wretched. 19 for 3. McCullum and strike on 10. Pushes that on the onside. A very quick single is taken. They come through successfully for that. And Ireland move on to the 20 mark. They need another 162.
Good play by McCullum there. You know, that's what you need, just to
scampering.
Yeah, get some runs. Get the blood flowing. We can do this. Drop and run. Bad ball comes a long way. You know, put it together. Got to get this sort of partnership. At the moment, Ireland are just sort of static, if you know what I mean. They're just waiting for that good nut to come along. Got to try and put some pressure back on.
Well, if the ball is there to be hit, you feel Kevin O'Brien is the man to make the decision.
Yeah.
As a senior pro in this Irish team. He's just nurdled that away through the cordon. And that's going to go all the way for 4. Whatever way they come, Ireland will take them. O'Brien is off the mark with a streaky boundary.
Yeah, that'll please that dressing room as well. All these little things just add up. As you say, he's not moving his feet at all, O'Brien. In the crease, just a bit of a weight change from which is all right. I mean, the boys say that you don't have to get great strides out, but perhaps a little bit of a bigger stride than that. I mean, that was almost it was a half volley length, that should have been going through extra cover, as it was. Got a bit of a thick outside edge, but...
You take him, take him.
Oh, not off.
O'Brien's on 4, 24 for 3. Ireland really under the cautious. Broad is in from the far end. Oh, it's a bouncer.
It's hit him.
And Kevin O'Brien has ducked into that. It struck him on the helmet, a fearsome blow.
That's nutted him.
The helmet is off. There's going to be a pause, I'm sure, and a little bit of maybe medical consultation for Kevin O'Brien. That was a fair old whack.
Wah. I'm just doing a sound effect of what it's like when you get it on the head. Wah. And you have to take it off. It's a bit like the old Tom and Jerry cartoon, you know, when you get the stars. It just takes a minute or two.
Little birds tweeting around your head.
It just takes a minute or two.
Well, I think there's a dent and maybe a damage to the helmet, so possibly
I would have to change it.
New helmet required, yeah.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, it does give you a bit of a rock, and it's always advisable just to have a couple of minutes just to gather your thoughts. But you'll need a new helmet, because then I think that now that's sort of like redundant now once it's been hit.
Well, Kevin O'Brien will have to get a little bit of treatment, have to get a new helmet, have to sort of try and anchor this Irish innings. He's on 4, McCullum's on 11 and chasing 182 Ireland. Big struggle for them, 24 for 3. Further thoughts from Phil Tufnell. And then it'll be Dan Norcross.
Yeah, England have been on the money, under the pressure, as you say. Only target now, 182. They had to do something, and they've come out and done it nicely. Woke's getting some swing and some seam as well as Stuart Broad bowled those two beauties to the danger man Sterling, and put themselves back in contention here. Danny Boy.
They really have.
Oh, Danny Boy.
Danny Boy. Yes. They really have. Drinks are being taken as we speak. The lights are on. It's grey. It's gloomy.
It's lovely conditions to bowl in.
It's lovely conditions to bowl in. Yes. And who knows how the weather will hold up. We might be on air here until who knows how long, but there is the first women's T20 of the Ashes series, and Ashes that Australia have already won, but were England to win those 3 T20s, then they would level the series at 8 points each. That will be coming to a radio near you, 5 Live Sports Extra. All things being equal.
Playing for pride.
Playing for a lot of pride, and they need to, because frankly, their pride has been somewhat dented by the events of the first 4 matches in that series.
They looked up for it, the Aussies, didn't they?
Very, very up for it, yes. And I have to say that the one match that I witnessed live was a severe mismatch as England were bowled out for 74 at Canterbury. Elise Perry taking 7 wickets.
Oh yes, I saw that.
Yeah, she bowled well, but England had one of those days, a little bit like the day they had in the first day of the Test match here. Anyway, that game is coming from Chelmsford tonight, with Danny Hazel joining our commentary team. Henry Moran will be there among the normal luminaries. But who knows when we'll get to that, because Ireland might dig in. Yet Kevin O'Brien is at the crease. 24 for 3 Ireland, requiring a further 158 to win. Some distance away from that. And I heard you discussing bathtubs earlier.
Yes.
I'm in agreement with everything that you say. The middle plug that pops up and down is an absolute calamity. I got so confused in a hotel once, sitting in a bar, I could not work out why all the water was draining out. Because I basically
popped the plug.
I'd pop the plug
with a right buttock.
Correct. And actually, the kind of bath that I really, really, really like, my wife is a bit snobby about. I want one of those really big
coppery thing.
Whirlpool. No, I go
lights in it.
Lights. I want all of that.
Disco bath.
I love that. And she turns her nose up and thinks that we'd be better off in some kind of old rusty copper thing, freestanding in the middle of a bedroom. I don't get that at all. I like the privacy of a massive,
big corner bath with seats in it.
Corner seats, exactly. You can't beat that. And a nice ledge to put your book and a drink. Here's Broad in to start a new over. He goes with a short, wide one. It's not a new over, I'm terribly sorry, because it's the completion of the 9th over, which was stopped halfway through.
Yeah, it was a solid hit that was on the back of the nut.
It was. But O'Brien is fine now, and he's back up and running. He has 4 streaky-ish runs from his 6 deliveries so far. McCollum is with him, looking pretty solid, but 3 wickets have fallen in quick succession, and that will send terrible jitters through the Ireland dressing room, because they've been on top in this game. From nearly all of it. Broad in, 3 slips, and O'Brien flicks at one down the leg side and appeals for a catch behind. Bairstow dives to take it. Nobody else is interested. Broad is giving us what the writers downstairs describe as a celebra appeal. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Right, well, the celebra appeal is when you appeal loudly, long, often with little bits of arm waving and shaking and running towards the batsman, with the assumption that it's going to be... You barely need to appeal, you're just expressing your delight at having taken the wicket, and then you gaze at the umpire, who is entirely unmoved.
And where did you get the celeb from? What?
I suppose it's something that tends to be done by more confident cricketers who've been in the game for longer.
Right, okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The sort of...
The other one, of course, is when you don't even bother turning round.
Yes.
And just run to the keeper.
And then look startled. Wokes in to start a new over. McCollum, edges and gone!
Caught at first slip, a beautiful ball in the channel, just out round off stump. McCollum pushed at it, got a thick edge, it went through it. Good catchable height to root, around about mid-thigh. And he took it comfortably with both hands. Ireland are rocking here. They're 24 for 4. McCollum goes for 11.
Beautiful delivery by Chris Wokes there. Full drawing the batsman forward. Had to play it. It would have knocked off stump right out of the ground. And then just left him. And just seamed down that hill as well. Got a beautiful, healthy outside edge and beautifully caught at first slip. Great piece of bowling. As I said, conditions are great for England, but are they putting them to the test here? I mean, every ball has been right on it from Chris Wokes. Beautiful bit of bowling.
Well, this is why when people try and select their Ashes 11, they constantly want Wokes in it, because Wokes' record in England the last couple of years has been, I was going to say second to none. I'd need to get Andrew to check if it is indeed second to none.
Jimmy might have second.
But I don't know, though. Let's get Andrew on the task, because I think there was some daft statistic. He was going about 18 or something. Because he's also got quite good figures at Lords, hasn't he?
It might be between these two boys.
Well, exactly.
It could be a trial.
Which would be harsh, wouldn't it? I mean, if Archer comes in...
Because Archer's a hit-the-pitch bowler, a little bit of a swing. He's not a swing bowler, I'd say, Archer. He's a sort of seam bowler, hit-the-pitch bowler. Then you've got the swinger, Jimmy Anderson. the swing sort of stroke seam and of these two as well. So you kind of got all bases covered.
Well,
who would you fancy? A bit more to bat with Wokes?
I can't see
Edgbaston
beyond
home
Wokes and
ground.
Edgbaston. You see,
No.
I've got to play Wokes.
Yes, his own.
But then I quite like Michael's theory that with Arch having a little bit of a side niggle,
Give
and then
him a
you
rest.
just wait until the second test before you bring him in, then you play
feed him in
broad,
just feed him in slowly.
Yeah. It's a shock tactic, suddenly
bleed him in.
And then you have a sort of reprise of Harmison against Ponting in 2005 at Lord's, maybe. As he pings it through the defences of Warner. Well, Wokes has got a new batsman in his sight, and the first delivery to Wilson is played and missed that. Through to the keeper, no run. Wilson on a pair, I believe.
Yeah.
I saw an incredible stat yesterday that, had it not been, was it you sent this out, Andrew? 5 ducks have been scored by a batsman batting at 5 and 6?
6 and 7 in this match, yeah.
And that is a record, yeah?
Yep. The only runs by number 6 or 7 is Moeen Ali's 9 in England's second innings.
Right, well, here's number 6, Gary Wilson. He very nearly got out to his first ball, which was another beauty. A Jaffa. 4 slips in, Wokes in to Wilson, and he gets a big appeal for LBW. It looks tight. They like this, and they're going to talk. I think it's probably missing off stump, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, if he hasn't hit it, it's
Jonathan
close.
Agnew has given that out, and he's given it the point, not the raised finger, the point.
Start with the front foot, please.
Now then,
Look good from here,
Did
but
it?
we're not quite behind the arm.
It's not
That's
a
fair
noble.
delivery. Can we go on a front on
Here
spin
we
vision?
go.
Thank you.
It was full. It was pretty straight. I just wonder if it's just
Has he hit
shaping
it?
away.
Has he hit it?
Is it too high? Is it hitting outside off?
Yeah,
I
we
think
need to, yeah, roll
umpire's
that,
call on
please.
impact for me. That's
looks
umpire's
good.
call on impact.
Did
for
he
me.
give him out, the umpire?
No, he
Yeah,
gave
go
him
through
not
that,
out.
if you can, please.
I think
Ready,
that'll be
thank
not
you.
out.
Oh. Well, so it's a crime if it's not out, actually, because he's beaten him
roll
in full
through,
ends
roll
up.
through. Okay,
He's beaten
there's
the
no bat
outside.
involved.
He's
Flat
beaten the
line, we
outside
go
edge.
through to ball tracking when
I'm
available,
going to
please.
go. Umpire's call on impact. Aggers is giving it out. You think it's a crime if it's not out? It's all happening here.
Because that's hitting off stump. He's beaten the batsman.
waiting
all
for
ends
it at the
up.
moment,
It should be
Ritura.
out. Should be
Has.
out.
This is the LBW law for you, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, we're waiting for ball tracking. It's going to take a little time.
It's coming up now, mate.
Umpire.
Pitching
Oh.
outside off.
Hitting.
Impact in line.
Out.
Wickets hitting.
Very, very much out
Nice to get you to change
indeed.
your original
Umpire
decision. I'll
Agnew
let you know
is
when you're on
correct.
screen. You're on screen now. You can signal.
Ireland have lost their 5th wicket. Chris Wokes is on fire here. He's taken 4 with immaculate, quite brilliant bowling. 24 for 5 and a pair for Gary Wilson. Further dismay for numbers 6 and 7. Well, number 7's about to come out, and Ireland are in the mire at 24 for 5.
They're in a bit of trouble here.
Well, do you know, when's lunch? It's 38 minutes away.
Yeah, they might not.
Are we
make
going to
it.
get lunch?
We might not get it. They do a good lunch here as well. You want to make sure.
Well, I'm off air in 8 minutes. I'm going to hot foot it down there and fill my boots.
Yeah, no, I mean he's got it on. He's got it on a string.
Oh,
He's got it on a string, Chris Wokes, as you say. And we were just talking about the Old Lord W. It's beautiful. As you say, he started about middle and leg, perhaps leg stump even. Drew the batsman forward. He's had to open up his sort of shoulders to try and get a straight bat on it, hitting it to mid-on. It swung past the outside edge and hit the back leg. I mean, that is what you're trying to do.
And it was beautiful.
It was a beautiful delivery. As you said, not a lot there, I'm afraid he could have done about that one.
It was only a fraction. It was
Yeah.
quite unlucky because it was only a fraction more of the ball that would have made an umpire's call. It was
Yeah.
around about half the ball was in line, and it was that bit just over the half that meant he was out. But he is out, I'm afraid, for Ireland. And, well, hopes they had.
Not a great decision there by the umpire, because A, it looked beautiful, and on look alone,
You gave it out.
beauty. On beauty, it should have been given.
Oh, aesthetic style points. I like that.
You know, like they
Would you
always-
like to be given out on style points?
Well, I've got a lot of before DRS spinners, of course, because if they played straight, they didn't give it out. But if you had a sweep, they gave it out.
Yes.
So
Odd that, isn't it? Umpires are funny things.
yeah, they are. It's strange.
Right, 3 slips. We've had 2 wickets in this over, 2 wickets in 3 balls. Gary Wilson departing for a duck.
They've got to have a dart
To
here now.
complete a pair.
Got to have a dart, Kevin O'Brien. Got to try and get some runs in.
Well, Thompson is with him. His first delivery is defended pretty stoutly into the ground, picked up at backward point. There's no run. A rare moment of nothing quite happening, but it's all been happening, really, today. We've had 6 wickets go down for 24. So don't forget, England lost wicket to the first ball of the day, didn't they?
Yeah,
Wokes' bowling average at Lords since 2015 is 10.32.
Well, perhaps he should get in for the Lord's Test then.
Ooh, I wonder.
Yes, just on stats alone.
Yes. Well, he's bowling very well today. He's in, right arm over the wicket. The left-handed Thompson, who
that's a great
missed
ball.
outside the off stump. I thought he might have got an edge on that, but it didn't. It swung after it left the bat into the keeper's gloves. Andrew, have you got all the information I wanted on Chris Wokes being second to none?
Second to Anderson, 52 wickets he's taken in England at an average of 19 now, 0.05. In that same period since the start of 2016, Jimmy Anderson's 102 wickets in England have cost 15.8.
15.8?
Yeah, so those two boys then should play.
Oh, well, yes, and bowl unchanged. Thompson, what's going to do with this ball? Oh, he gets a in-swinging delivery, which he digs out. It was Yorker length, squeezed up to mid-off. Broad does the fielding. England are very much on top here. Ireland 24 for 5, a double wicket maiden. Goodness me. They were 85 all out at lunch on day one.
It's a test match.
Ireland were 132 for 2. They had a lead of 47, was it, with 2 wickets down?
Yeah,
they will look back on that with a bit of regret.
Yeah, they will.
They'll also wonder how Jack Leach got to 92.
Yes.
And there's been so many oddities in this match. And then set 182 to win. 24 for 5 in. It has to be said, favourable bowling conditions, but bowlers have got to bowl well in favourable bowling conditions. Andrew?
Just another minor little oddity, which I'll tell you after this ball.
3 slips in, a forward short leg, Broad into O'Brien. O'Brien gets right on the pads, that's out.
That is out. Up goes Ali Dar-Spinger. That was absolutely plumb. Broad's got another one.
His second. I believe Ireland 24 for 6, and O'Brien is walking off. He's not even talking. He knows he was trapped low on the shin in front of middle and off, I'm going to say. And a rarity in an important game for Ireland. Kevin O'Brien departs. Thuds into, I say shin, just below the knee roll. That's the appeal we're talking about from Stuart Broad. He runs down the ground, knows he's got his man.
Yeah.
We're seeing ball tracking, which shows that a lot of the ball, all the ball, is hitting the leg stump about 3 inches from the top. 24 for 6, lunch is in jeopardy.
Yes, and it's lovely as well. It said sea bass.
Have you had it?
Yeah, well, no. But looks lovely.
No. There's clams with it and capers and all sorts. It looks very, very delightful.
Well, come on, Ireland, get stuck in.
Yeah.
I want me clams and chowder and stuff. But he hadn't been moving his feet there at all, had he? Kevin O'Brien. He'd been trying to play it sort of off the pitch, and anything full then, like that Broad, fuller, and then sort of just nips back at you. You haven't got outside the line, you haven't got a stride in, you're caught on the crease.
It's quite prodigious movement as well. It's full and it's attacking the stumps. Well, England didn't do that at the start of the first innings.
No, they bowled poorly. Simple as that in the first innings up front.
Why does it happen, Tuppers? Because we find ourselves on TMS having this conversation so often. Yeah. We had it in the Ashes.
Well, they're not robots, but and sometimes you can just be trying a little bit too hard, especially if you've just been bowled out for, I think I said it yesterday, or it was only yesterday, was it?
Probably, yes.
Day 2.
Well, day 1 we were bowled out for they were bowled out for 85,
right. Yes, and then sometimes you just push a little bit too hard instead of just going, like now, they've got that lead. They'll be just saying to themselves, boys, just hit that length. Sometimes you try to drag it back too quickly, having been bowled out for 85. But they've come out and done it lovely.
What's the situation with refunds? How many overs of play?
I didn't pay to get in.
Well, maybe it's null and void if you get to see 11 wickets, but
is it 20 overs?
20 overs. Yeah, we've only had 10.2.
Oh, and I think you get half your ticket back, don't you?
It's 24 for 6.
I'm not sure.
Broad in, 3 slips, new batsman at the crease, works this off his pad into the ground, on the bounce, picked up at forward short leg, no run. The hero, one of Ireland's heroes of yesterday, Mark Adair, is at the crease. A man with a lot of self-possession. I got the great good fortune of interviewing him yesterday, and very confident young man.
Good.
Yeah.
He bowled lovely.
He did bowl beautifully, and I think I haven't seen much of him batting, but I'm reliably informed by Michael that he likes to give it a bit of tonk.
Well, I think now's the time.
think it might be. Some form of counter-attack is required for Ireland. Broad into Adair, who covers up in defence.
Yeah,
watchfully.
that's all right.
Back up the wicket mid-off. Simon Curran does the fielding. 24 for 6. Well, this game's never been dull, has it?
No.
I'm
Been
trying
a
to
cracker, in
think.
a funny sort of way. I'm glad that I think we might have alluded to it earlier in the Test match that England just didn't sort of go out and get 450 and then slowly kind of, you know what I mean? I think it's been a good Test match. It's been a cracker to watch.
It has. Hopefully, we'll earn Ireland many more Test matches in England. Broad into Adair, who plays a shortish ball up to short mid-on. Jumping, hopping ever so slightly along the ground, no run.
Yeah, crucial moments for both sides. England have been kicking themselves for being 171 for 1 or something.
Yep.
Ireland 130 for 2, as you say. Oh, you just get yourself 300. Ireland, they'll be annoyed, but you know,
well,
both
really
sides
would,
have stuck well to their task of what they needed to do with the ball, haven't they?
Broad in again, and Adair flicks this one nicely off his hip down to fine leg. Picks up a single and no more. Is that the end of the over? No, it's not the end of the over. It's because we've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. 25 for 6. I've briefly forgotten about the lowest Test score being 26, but that's sort of germane, the way these wickets have been going.
Who got that?
New Zealand against England. Bob Appleyard got 4 for 7.
Oh, Bobby.
1957, 8 or 8? 55, is it? 55, I beg your pardon. Are you off, Tuffers? Yes, well, yeah, you get down to that lunch break if you can. England wicketkeeper Sarah Taylor has decided to withdraw from the women's IT20 series against Australia. Taylor and ECB staff have worked together to manage her mental health across the last 3 years. Break off as Broad comes in to complete the overplayed and missed that by Thompson. That is the end of the 11th over. Ireland 25 for 6. I'll just finish the sentence here. Taylor doesn't feel in a position to take part in the upcoming 3 matches, which is a shame both for Sarah Taylor and for England. That first T20 tonight against Australia at Chelmsford. 25 for 6. Alistair Cook, England all over Ireland. Thoughts from you? And then to take over the next 20 minutes will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, well, we wish Sarah Taylor all the best. And yeah, it's been one of those sessions actually. I think we all felt it actually this morning coming in with the rain. I think it was Ireland's worst nightmare when they woke up this morning and knowing there was rain about overnight and saw the clouds and they're still around and it's dark and it's just ideal bowling conditions. And there's ever bowlers who want, it's English bowlers in these conditions, and Chris Rokes and Stuart Broad have been absolutely fantastic.
Yep, I agree with all of that. It's absolutely perfect conditions. Wokes runs in then and bowls outside the off stump, and there's a bottom edge from Adair, who's on strike. He's got 1, but Ireland will be really disappointed. Just look at that scoreboard. They only want 182 to win, but that's a mile away now. 25 for 6. Ball swung just enough. It's bounced a bit in Broad's case. They've been absolutely spot on it, and you do, I'm afraid, throw in that whole question of inexperience and that target that's hanging there, and all of those things go into the mix. Here's Wokes over the wicket again, runs in, bowls to Adair. Oh, it's a beauty. That is just the perfect outswinger, really full, half volley really, and swinging away, and the batsman completely defeated. The sort of ball that you see James Anderson bowling. He'd have loved bowling. I saw Jimmy this morning, looked a bit grumpy. I think he looked outside and saw the conditions and thought, oh, I wouldn't mind having some of this. But he's not fit, so someone else gets the go. 25 for 6. Wokes on his way once again, past the umpire. Adair waits for him. Oh, and he felt for that too, a little wider this time. But, he didn't really have any business nibbling at that, but again, it's just nerves really, and confidence as well. It's been
swing as well, isn't it? Big swing there from Chris Wokes. And I tell you what, this pitch has surprised me, because I think when I saw it on day 1, I thought it'd get really low and really slow and spin more, and actually I think it's almost quickened up. I was worried that the guts will go out of the wicket and we'll see a lot lower wickets, but actually a few of these balls today, and is it the overhead conditions? I don't know, really carried through and kissed through.
Here's Wokes then, bowls. Oh, another drive and a miss from Adair, and Wokes follows through and looks at him. What's quite interesting, well, I'll lob it at you, is that everyone's picking teams for Thursday, their 11s and so on. Do you think that Broad and Wokes were kind of in the same slot, as it were, or not?
No, I haven't put them in the same slot. You know, to me, Jimmy and Stuart Broad are opening the bowling in that Ashes Test match. Whether Jofra Archer's available, Mark Wood, Ollie Stone, Chris Wokes, those two are opening the bowling. With countless stats.
Yep. Here's Wokes, bowls a little straighter this time. It's punched up too broad there at mid-on.
You know, with the 1,000 wickets between them, they've been there, they've seen it, they've done it. That counts for so much on that first morning of a Test match, and especially the first day of an Ashes Test match.
Yeah.
The nerves, the excitement, the adrenaline. People will be looking at those two, you know, for not only leadership, but inspiration and the calmness they will bring. So they were in. Well, however Stuart Broad has been bowling for Nottinghamshire, he's a big game player, and he'll be ready for next week.
Here's Wokes. The slips go down, and he bowls, and Adair works that into the leg side. Fielder comes trotting in off the boundary there. A bit of ironic applause really for the Irish there, scoring a run. 26 for 6 after 12 overs. Their target's 182, and the day started so well for them too. It just took us one ball literally to finish England off. Stone's leg stump was ripped out of the ground, and so off they went. Then there was rain, and that rather muddled everything up. The light has been not great. It's all right now, but it's steamy. The floodlights are on, and it's just the sort of conditions in which if you are a Wokes or a Broad or an Anderson or a Murtagh, these are the conditions that you would prescribe. So they've absolutely got that. 26 for 6. Broad from the pavilion end runs in, and he bowls, and Adair has a very nice looking stroke there on the front foot, playing up to mid-off. And there's no run, and somehow they've got to crawl their way back into this, but it's difficult to see now.
So do you play Wokes? Because
this is the trouble, isn't it?
I'm a massive fan of Chris Wokes as a cricketer. I'm just not a big fan of the balance of attack of Stokes, Wokes, Broad and Anderson in general. I'm just not a fan of it.
I suppose what they could do, here's Broad from the far end, bowls short, and the mistimed pull shot there, and Thompson sets off from the far end, but he's sent back again. There's no run. They could, I suppose, be safe with Archer and say, look, if he comes through tonight's T20.
To me, I think that'd be. What we don't know actually how bad his side is. You see reports, and obviously that dressing room know, and they're keeping that very close to their chest. He's going to play 4 overs, but to me, if you've got a side niggle, it's a big difference from 4 overs to 20 overs, and then backing up again. Yeah. Is that worth the risk at Edgbaston?
Well, I think that's the route I'd be going down, if I'm honest. Then comes Broad, and he bowls it short, and that hits him. Maybe up on the shoulder, I think, rather than the head, as O'Brien got one earlier, but high up on the arm somewhere. Mr. Dar's coming down just to make sure that, no, it's head, just a helmet. Look of it, he's got his helmet off, he's having a look at it. And that means, I suspect, even though he looks absolutely fine, that our physio man will be running on again for a look. Well, Brian Close would make of all this, because the physio had been on every ball when he was batting. I think he might have been sent off, but that's what sort of bit of grill and a bit of all sorts in there. So, the umpires again waiting. Here he comes, the physio. I suppose you have to take no chances, but on he comes again. The batsman seems fine. He's standing up there saying, "Come on, then."
Nothing wrong with it, is it? But you have to be very safe these days. So there we go back. Sorry, we go back to our bowlers.
Yes.
With Stokes, Wokes, Broad and Anderson, if you could guarantee conditions like this, they play.
That'd be perfect.
Because you don't need express pace today, and that's no disrespect to any of those guys playing. You just don't need that extra pace. If it's all about hitting length and consistently putting the ball in the area and challenge the front foot play in England in those conditions. There's nothing different about there. But then, you're looking at the
weather.
Then how accurate has it been today? And now we're trying to look for a week ahead.
Well, not too bad, but that gives this gives a bit of a clue, doesn't it? A bit of a trend. So you've got westerly breeze. There might be a few showers on the Sunday, but they're still giving 8 hours of sunshine. So actually, it looks like being set pretty much fair, actually.
So you wouldn't imagine huge swings. So then, what does that bring to Sam Curran, who's every time he's played for England, has done incredibly well. He's got the knack of taking wickets, gives a different left arm option. Ollie Stone, I really like the look of, and my gut would be say play him. My gut would be ahead of probably Chris Wokes, but then he's got 4 for Chris Wokes, he's got 4 for 11. There's a lot of decisions to be made.
He might get 8 for 15. Here's Broad bowling, short and pulled away, out through mid-wicket, and that's an emphatic response, isn't it? Well, I got all the way, actually. Listen to the crowd noise down there. I lost the ball, if I'm honest, and Mr. Dar's waving, and then up go both his arms. Well, that went straight out of the middle of the bat with no effort.
Great shot. I'm quite a long way in front of square, especially after getting hit on the shoulder and the head just before. Niall O'Brien said he's an attacking player, isn't he, Adair? He's an attacking one-day style batter, and that's a clean strike. I mean, we're not a long way up the right-hand side of the square, but that is a big hit over to.
It is. Excellent shot. 32 for 6. Adair's on 8. Broad won't like that very much, and he's looking at the ball, trying to come back with a bit of concrete on it or something, or a bit of seating. Anyway, he's on his way again now. Long strides, down go the slips, and he bowled him! And so Broad gets the final say. Brief but entertaining from Adair, who's now got his bat tucked under his arm, and there's 7 wickets down. 32 for 7. Target 182, and he drove expansively, just nipped back, hit the off stump, front foot not really anywhere to be seen, and Broad's given that little look at him. Come on, you can't mess with me, mate. That's a little sort of sideways stare there from Stuart Broad, who's gathered another one. That's his 3rd today. 32 for 7.
So who are you going with then? No, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Pushing me on it.
Okay, because I think it's easy to sit on the fence
having seen that weather forecast.
Yeah.
See if you've got Stokes, Broad and Wokes. Well, you're the captain. You know which end you're going to rotate those around, aren't you? You've got Anderson, who's. I always go sort of choice of ends and who's going to bowl which end and how that works. But
I'm putting you right on the spot. While you're doing that, actually, with this rain about, this game not going to the 4th day is quite good news for me, actually. My friends are getting married tomorrow.
Are they?
Yeah, so they're getting married.
Can go.
Well, yeah, I'm not very good at this planning stuff in my diary. So when Adam said, "Can you do the island test?" I went straight away, "Yes, please, love to work alongside you." Could be my last time working alongside you, so I thought I better say yes. And then
of course it's not.
got the gig. Found out that it was my friend Emma and Jay's wedding tomorrow.
So you can do it.
Well, I can do it, but obviously with the rain around, they've downed all the combines are stopped because it's too wet. The sorting sheet for Bicester next week, which I keep banging on about, has stopped, and they've all gone to the marquee, building a bar, doing the flowers. I hope this game lasts a little bit longer so I don't have to help out too much. I'm not good at the flower arrangement.
But you've got no trouble with the suit because you've hired that same one twice now at the Palace, haven't you? It was the same suit.
It was
you
the
can
same
slip that on.
Have you been twice?
No. It's a very familiar looking suit. Just dust it down.
Well,
get back to the half shot.
Only one morning suit, isn't it?
32 for 7. Brine on strike. Broad bowls to him. He lets that go by. He's left-handed. Broad's gone round the wicket, but that's the last ball of that over. Alin Dar hands the hat back to Stuart Broad. Now, the captain can delay lunch for up to 30 minutes as there's 7 wickets down, so it's already been delayed twice.
The Lord Chef. I'm not sure how that steak's going to be.
Nor do I. If it is steak, it'll have gone from medium rare to very well done today, because it was supposed to have been lunch at, well, first of all, 1:10 past, wasn't it? There's going to be
quarter past to start with. Yeah.
I think initially, before we all turned up today, it was
quarter past. Yeah.
Oh, it was quarter past, and then it went to 20 past, or 25 past.
Yeah.
Then it went to 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And now it could be 2:30.
I think I might be beyond hungry and
Andrew, I don't want to say to you because I have snuck down, and it's really good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Anyway,
lovely sea bass, wasn't it?
Fantastic. In goes Wokes over the wicket, bowls, and Thompson drives, and it's a good stroke, and he'll get 4 for that. He's not bothering to move. Wokes there, who's bowled very full. That's fine. You can get driven bowling as they are at the moment, at attacking length, looking to swing the ball. That's a nicely timed stroke.
That's 6 by Mark Adair, by the way. It was Ireland's 3rd in Test cricket. Tim Murtagh hit the other 2 against Afghanistan.
These regulations do change quite often, regularly, and unawares. So already, from how long ago did I say it was going to be 30 minutes and 7 wickets down? Maybe 20 seconds ago? It's changed. In goes Wokes. Bowls and a bit wider, and it's a rather ugly looking drive from Thompson. Wokes can field that. Now 8 wickets down, and it's 15 minutes.
Yeah, and there'd have to be 9 down for it to be extended by half an hour. It was the usual half an hour, 9 down.
Indeed. Thank you, Andrew. Should have
very
relied
confusing.
on you from this. Well, it's confusing if you're a commentator of a very small brain. So I'm afraid, there's numbers and things, I'm afraid I am. In goes Wokes, over the wicket. He's there now and he bowls, and Thompson plays a wonderful stroke and really hit that hard. It's well fielded by Broad there at mid-off. Came in like a rocket. And he managed to get down in time. He's stung his hands a bit. And that was a ferocious shot. Now,
that's the hardest shot of the game. He's absolutely belted that at Stuart Broad.
Leach is being dispatched to deep square leg. So they're going to attempt Thompson here with a short ball. 36 for 7 is Ireland's score, needing 182 to win. Slips are ready. There's a short leg as well. Wokes is on his way. He bowls that bounce. So actually, it goes through at a good pace.
I've read this pitch really wrong in terms of that. I didn't think it would do that. I did not think it would carry through. Look, there's much of it now. Is that kissing off the slightly live grass, which is still there, and the moisture just kissing that through?
Because don't forget, on the first day there was that quite big drive
for Stuart Broad,
and it didn't carry the second slip. So it's been, I think it's been a bit too paced, to be fair. 36 for 7.
Although you pick two spinners, and spinner's not going to get a wicket, is it? Has a spinner got a wicket in this game?
No. 36 for 7. Then goes Wokes, bowls as edged, caught, 8 down. Lovely catch at first slip.
Good catch.
Very nicely taken. His route 36 for 8. And Thompson's gone down fighting, and there's lots of hugs out there because Chris Wokes has got 5 foot. And he's showing the ball around. I saw him this morning, and I said, just got to swing today, Chris. He said, yeah, we've got to get some more runs. Well, they didn't get a single run. They didn't even survive a single ball. But Chris Wokes has got 5 foot, and they are conditions in which he revels. So well done him. A more popular man there is not in English cricket.
Good catch from Joe Root, actually, because Thompson, as we saw with a couple of other shots belting the ball at Stuart Broad, he wasn't dying wandering, was he? No. There's a lot of bat speed there, and that's gone quick low to his right, which actually you don't normally get that at first slip. Normally that wasn't the keeper's catch at all, but low to his right there's an unusual angle, and it would have hit his hands quite hard, actually. We've got Tim Murtagh. He's going to play some shots.
He'll play some shots. What a bizarre game. I was just thinking, Cookie. There we were. I mean, if you look back at this game, you see England bowled out for 85 on the first day. I think, and you look, the game ended. The game ended before lunch on the third, so obviously England lost. And to win a test match in before lunch on the third day, having been bowled out for 85 on the first morning.
As we were saying yesterday, England were 130, was it 21 runs behind after first innings, and they were 4-1 on to win the game from that position. And I know. It just felt like something was on the cards for Ireland. They'd played so well to dominate England for a bit, actually, but then England kind of as soon as they just edged ahead, just enough. I mean, I think still yesterday they'll be disappointed how they batted on that wicket to get bowled out for 300. It's proven to be enough, and they're going to win this game, and they will be so much better for this competitive week they've had.
Yes.
If England have got 600 and bowled Ireland out cheaply both times, then it would have been gone to the motion. The guys would have been under pressure this morning. They'd have woken up with that nervous expectation of what's going to happen. Will we be the side to lose to Ireland? And I think actually they'd be more match hardened, I think, for next week.
Well, they've had to stand up today.
Yeah, they have.
The extra 15 minutes have been granted. So 8 down, 36 for 8. Murtagh, left-handed, waits. Wokes goes skipping in, bowls. He's gone miles away. There's like watching Phil Tufton all those years ago. He shot off there towards square leg, and then came back in again to be fair to him. But that's, I think,
the slow ball
how. Actually, which is a nice idea with him. He knew he was going to back away. So Wokes 5 wickets. Well done him. 5 for 15 from 7 overs, 2 maidens, and without doubt, the transaction of the match was completed by our familiar shaggy-haired photographer down there on one knee, who backed Ireland. I'm not going to name you, don't worry. He backed Ireland at 40-1.
Phil Brown, is that who you're talking about?
He backed Ireland at 40-1, sold the bet when it looked like they were nailed on to win for 200 quid. Now they're going to get hammered. Well done, Philip Brown. That's not a bad effort, is it? 36 for 8. In comes Broad then, and he bowls. It's edged, and he's gone. 36 for 9. Comfortable catch. And, I'm afraid Irish eyes were smiling on the first day, but Irish hearts are bleeding now because it's been a very, very ruthless dispatching today, and a demolishing of all their hopes. And Root there took another catch.
Serious ball from that wide angle, that fuller length. And actually, Brian would be pleased to quite nick that actually, because it has swung. That's the perfect ball from Stuart Broad there to challenge that forward defence in these conditions, and he's nicked it straight to Joe Root. And I can't describe it. What we've seen over the last 2.5 days, or not even 2.5 days, 2 days, one session. Well, it's 2 o'clock on the third day, but
amazing game. It just shows again when the ball does a little bit. It's often a more interesting game than when it is playing on a road and a flat one. But just done a bit throughout the match. I think the batting frailties of both teams have been exposed, and there are plenty of them. And the bowlers have been on top. See if that's going to be the case during the Ashes.
Third fifer for Chris Wokes, by the way. All three of them at Lords, the other two against Pakistan. And Ireland are in danger of making the lowest total at Lords. India's 42 in 1974 is what they need to try and beat.
Oof, that would be cruel, wouldn't it? After the position they've found themselves in. 42, did you say?
42.
We'll keep an eye on that. Boyd Rankin's arrived.
Sorry, you might have said, what's the lowest score someone's got bowled out in the first innings and won the Test match?
45. England against Australia in Sydney in 1887. This will be the 5th lowest.
Okay.
And the lowest since 1907.
You were waiting for that, weren't you?
He knows this stuff. He knows it. He knows it. That's why he doesn't watch Love Island at night. He's reading Wisdom.
There you go.
36 for 9. And look at all those slips lined up. 5 of them. And a short leg. And Broad's on his way. And he bowls and Rankin steps away, backs off. And has a bit of a swipe. And the ball just misses the leg stump. We've got... Did I miss the outside edge from way down the leg side? I think it did.
He missed the outside edge and missed leg stump, and Johnny Bairstow took it almost where he normally stands.
Well, it does look as if these two have both attended the Phil Tufnell masterclass of batting. And the Jonathan Agnew one, for that matter, as well. I'll put my hand up to that.
But none of them got the double arm guards on as tough as used to wear. Then he had two arm guards on both arms.
England need a wicket to win. Broad 1 for 5. Here he comes, bowls to Rankin. Filthy swipe. And the ball went straight over the stumps. And Broad just looks at him, hitches up his trousers, and turns and goes round again. Well, these two aren't going to die wondering either. And, you could say there's plenty of gaps out there for them to find, but they're playing a few shots. It's like the end of a T20 innings out there. And now, they've got a man. That's interesting. Okay, he's coming down to sort of fly slip here. For the left hand, is going to be a short third man, if you like. He's behind the slips. This is the original Irish backstop, I think. And he's 10 yards in from the boundary. And in comes Broad. He's there and he bowls to Rankin. Another mow and a miss. 36 for 9. I once saw that working. Nasser Hussain set that fielder at Trent Bridge, and I can't remember for the life of me who it was or where it was against.
I think we set one against Pakistan for your friend. Who's the guy who bowled lots of overs and got 1 wicket?
Our Indian friend, Pankaj.
Pankaj Singh.
Yeah, then we have a guy right, because he kept top edging the bouncers straight over the keeper's head, so we put one there.
We did.
We put one. Well, we definitely did. But
was he caught?
No, went nowhere near it.
Nasser's was caught.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it actually worked. This is a ridiculous field. We've got 4 slips. We've got the backstop. We've got a deep mid-wicket, a long leg. The crowd saying, come on, Broad, finish it up. We're all hungry. We want our lunch. Here he comes, bowls down the leg side, and Rankin there managed to skip back inside it. And the ball flew past his thigh and his body and was collected by Bairstow. But he's a big moving target, is Boyd Rankin. 36 for 9 with the ball to go in the 15th over of this innings. And, Ireland, what a roller coaster they've been on. It's only 2 lunchtimes ago that Tim Murtagh led the team off, having skittled England for 85. And now, 2 lunches later, they're facing defeat and a crushing 1-2 as Broad round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Rankin, full dug out by the big fast bowler. and pushed down to mid-off. So don't worry, the entertainment will continue because Tim Murtagh, I don't think, will be blocking out this over from Chris Wokes. 36 for 9, the lowest score made here, 42.
He could do it in one hit, couldn't he, Murtagh, to get over that record? He'll be trying. I think he will be trying.
Well, it'd be nice if he could. You don't want that. You know, sport's all about emotion and keeping check of that and so on. I just wonder, I mean, that Ireland dressing room now is devastated, I think, you know.
Yeah, and it's such a...
It happens so fast.
Yeah, and it's such a shame in one sense, because for 2 days they looked like they belonged.
Yeah.
And really challenged the England side at Lords, and then to be bowled out for what was going to be, just say 40 odd. It leaves a bit of a taste in your mouth, doesn't it, for them, because they deserve more than that.
In goes Wokes then, bowls to Murtagh, who steps away, swings, he's got it away into the offside, just shoveling it over point, and they're going to come back for 2. So that's 38 for 9. And there's a funny old field here. Again, it's a slower ball, that, which I think is a good ball to bowl to on backing away. But anyway, there's a fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and a long on. I mean, this is a very strange field for a team that's 38 for 9.
Good job Chris Wokes had all this one-day practice before this test match.
38 for 9, and you've got 5 people on the boundary.
But I think they're the right positions. I think it's the right field.
Cricket's a crazy game sometimes. In goes Wokes, bowls, and he backs away and swipes and misses to a shorter ball this time. But if someone was parachuted into this game and said, guess the score, you wouldn't say 38 for 9, would you?
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. But it is. I think it's the right field. He's not going to block it, is he? No. He's going to try to hit every ball for 4 or 6. It's just as likely to go to third man as it is deep mid wicket. And he's not going to defend in to 1 to 4 slip, is he?
No, it's hilarious. Wokes again from the nursery end, trying to wrap it up and get his 6th wicket. Runs in now, bowls to Murtagh. Again, it's short and he gets in a mess there. The bouncer, and Wokes followed him. He knew where he was going to be. And that wasn't a great shot, really. His head was ducked. He wasn't looking at it. And just the bat was sort of wafting around, really. 38 for 9. And Wokes knew where he was going and followed him.
He's got the same, you know, you talk about trigger movements where you're meant to move into line. He has the same trigger movement, doesn't matter where the ball goes, whether it goes offside or leg side. His right leg is a left hand, his front leg goes 2 foot outside leg stump, and then he plays from there.
That is certainly entertainment. Yeah. Another slip has gone, so there's 1 slip. Where's he gone? Into the offside somewhere. I think he's mowing there at cover. 38 for 9. In goes Wokes. He's there and he bowls it straight and bowled him. That was all that's required. And Ireland have been bowled out for 38. The lowest score ever made at Lords in a test match. And England win by 143 runs, having been bowled out for 85 on the first morning, 2 days ago. What do you say to that game? I mean, fair play Ireland. They competed well throughout until this morning. And the conditions have suited England here today. But even so, to be blown away like that will be devastating for Ireland. Their first test match against England. And England, have they got out of jail? They probably have to an extent, but they'll say no, we had it in control, but I'm not sure they did until they started taking wickets this morning. And even then, overnight, not many of them thought they got enough runs on the board, and they added none this morning. But they have won. They've shown some professionalism here today. They've turned up. Ollie Stone there with a stump to mark his first test match. Bowled nicely. And Ireland, well, there's some handshakes and slaps on the back. And they'll have learned a lot from this match. Not least that Test cricket is a roller coaster.
I'll tell you another interesting question. Who gets man of the match?
Because who gets the champagne moment? That's even more important. We haven't even discussed that. I mean, we're going to float some ideas out there.
So I'm putting my name for Jack Leach for the 92, because without that 92, England, well, they would have won by 50 runs.
It's a great shout. But Chris Wokes has got 6 for. Tim Murtagh's 5 for 13. How can you take 5 for 13, bowl a team out for 85 and lose?
11 wickets in the session which ends at 2 o'clock.
Champagne moment, you see, you're new to this. Okay. The junior pro is for an incident. is for a moment that Brian Johnston, bless him, would have said, "Yep, that's the pièce de resistance." I've given you a few of those over the years.
Mainly for my catching, wasn't it?
Occasional catch, because they were often miraculous.
Surprised, yeah.
Leach 50.
Yeah.
Leach 50. Yeah, let's throw it out there. Throw it there to all of you listening. I mean, if you've got a few minutes yet, because Alistair and I are going down to the far end to go and do our bit, so it'd be nice to announce it from down there. But tms@bbc.co.uk, champagne moments. I think Leach 50 is a good shout. Tim Murtaugh's five wickets.
Is that the champagne? Do you pick a ball? Sorry, do you pick a ball?
It's a ball or a moment. Ball or a moment. And you go, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Right, the groundsmen are busy. Mike, McNamee.
Best of three? Anyone?
We've got time.
We'd happily have you for best of three. I mean, it's been a lovely occasion. It's been a fascinating game. But I mean, you will reflect. I think you wear your heart on your sleeve, Mike. It's been lovely having you here. You will reflect quite accurately, I think, the feeling of desolation that there will be up there in that box because.
Oh, absolutely.
In the dressing room,
they genuinely would have looked at 182 and thought this is a possibility. But you have to say, Woakes and Broad in these conditions, the way they were bowling.
Yeah.
Hands up, they were just too good.
They'll blow away many test teams in those conditions.
There was a little bit on the TV where they showed the difference of the line between where they bowled in the first innings, where they bowled fourth and half, maybe fifth stump on the average going there, and they adjusted today to bowl pretty much on that off stump. Every ball was thereabouts, challenging that forward defence. I mean, nicks from there, moves, anything there, swings from there, you're challenging the forward defence of the Irish players, and they weren't good enough. And actually, not many of them, I'm going to sit there can say they played a poor shot. They got bowled out today. They got bowled out by some brilliant bowling.
I'm going to leave it. Mike, you say a few words again about Ireland and what they'll take out of this. And Dan Norcross is coming here, and Cookie and I will go down to the far end and we'll get some reaction. I'm interested in speaking to Joe Root actually to hear what he has to say about England's overall performance here today, and looking forward to the first Test match next week and so on. So we'll go and do that. We'll leave you with Mike and then with Dan.
Well, it was a wonderful occasion. There were two parts to this Test match. There was the occasion, the historic moment, the whole joie de vivre of Ireland coming to HQ and playing a Test match. And then, Dan, there was the match itself, which you could say, how many days were Ireland in charge of this game? Did they win a day and a half?
I'm going to say that they were in charge for all but about this last session, really. I mean, I suppose when England had made it to 171 for one, England had got their noses in front, but they lost wickets so quickly then that Ireland were never really behind or out of the match. And it started so well for them. England got to 36 for 1 on that first day and then collapsed to 43 for 7, losing
possibly
6 wickets for 7.
Key period for Ireland, Dan. 132 for 2 they were at one stage, possibly thinking 250, 280, 300. I know these are ifs and buts. They're ifs and buts all over this remarkable Test match, which I think historians will look back on and think it's one of the craziest games ever played here at Lord's.
It's definitely that, and you're spot on, because actually they lost those wickets. That's a little mini collapse.
Yes.
So not awfully good bowling. There was the cloth, wasn't there? There was Porterfield's cloth of Sam Curran earlier that went straight to mid-wicket. There was some sort of hacks, actually, and I think it was almost as if the Irish batsmen got a little bit vertiginous. They started to see that they were in such control, and there was just a little loss of temperament for about half an hour. They came back into it towards the back end, and thinking about champagne moments, there was a fabulous forehand smash by Murtagh out through mid-wicket, which was one of the shots of the match for me. But I did think that a lead of 122 was going to test England.
I think the Irish coaches, the Irish players would have been hoping for a lead of 150 plus.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we've got to say, how important was Jack Leach's 92?
That partnership between Leach and Jason Roy.
Yeah.
The winning of the match, you would say. Michael Vaughan has just joined us.
Yeah, I mean,
you're a happier man today, are you? There's a smile on your face, Mr.
Well,
Vaughan.
I never get ceased to be amazed at what I see. I mean, let's be honest, the conditions were perfect, and when you've got the quality of Stuart Broad and Chris Woakes, we've seen England bowl teams out over the years in these kind of conditions, and Ireland, their techniques were questioned, and there were some tremendous balls. There was seam movement, swing. The ball was zipping through to Johnny Bairstow. He took a great catch to get rid of William Porterfield. But I have to say, over the course of 3 days, Ireland, I know they'll be disappointed and they'll be a bit embarrassed, I guess, that they've been bowled out for 38, but they can be proud of the fact that we arrived here today with great expectations that Ireland could win the Test match against England here at the home of cricket. I think if the day had been similar to yesterday, bright blue sky, chasing 180, I think Ireland might have had a lot better chance. But when you see the lights on and the clouds are around and the ball zipping through, it was always going to be very difficult.
It was, but for it to be that difficult, I mean, I do have concern with Ireland. I thought in the field they looked great. I thought they stuck at it really well. I thought their levels of fitness surprised me. Not because I thought they would be unfit, but because I thought anybody out there would have struggled. And yet they came back late in the day really well. But batting in both innings, we were talking about when they were 132 for 2 and collapsed. Then batting again today. There were terrific balls bowled today, there's no doubt about that. But the batting looked a little bit out of its depth, I thought.
The trouble is, Dan, these players will only face that level of bowling in these conditions on that sort of wicket in this match.
Once every 4 or 5 years, if that. Yeah.
They're not playing in these pitches. They're not facing that quality of bowling domestically. So they're very exposed in a situation like this.
Yeah, you're spot on. I mean, as we've seen, Dan, England have done that, not 38 or that, but we've seen them whip through batting orders of high quality over the years when the conditions are like this, which was a Test match a couple of years ago, when was it last year or the year before, where the ball was zipping all over the place and England whipped through a top order. I think it might have been New Zealand. And when you get in conditions like this, you can have all the experience in the world, it's still very, very difficult. When you don't have any experience and you're thrown into conditions like today, well, I don't know how you survive. I don't know how you bat 50, 60 overs to chase the 180 odd to win the Test match. But it has been entertaining. I have to say, when I arrived here on Wednesday, I thought this would be such a one-sided contest. This is what we'd expect to see, what we've seen today. England will just blow Ireland away. Well, Ireland have given England a wobble, and Ireland have exposed, England's batting. The bowling has got England out of trouble again. And over the course of the next 5 Test matches against Australia, England's batting will be challenged, and they will have to stand up a little bit more so than we've seen here. And they can't rely on conditions and the moving ball all the time to say, come on, get us out of a problem area, which is, can we bat properly when conditions suit? And yesterday was the day where I still will talk about, because it's still my vulnerability about the Test match team, that they've not got enough in them to get big scores in conditions when it's in their favour. When it's out of their favour, like today, well, 180 is a big score and it's very difficult. But yesterday England should have batted a lot better. And I know it's always negative to talk about that, but you've got to be realistic that still there's areas of this Test match team that are a slight concern for England.
Well, let's be honest, we've been on air for 2 days and a session, and we've talked mostly about England's frailties. Let's go straight out to Jonathan Agnew, who's outside.
There's a smiling England captain coming his way. He wasn't smiling so much for the first couple of days. I wonder if he's just come out early enough for me to nab him first. I think so. He's just shaking the hands of Colin Grace. It looks to me as if Jack Leach is man of the match. And if you had said that some time ago, you'd think he's taken 6 for 18 or something. Jack Leach, we'll talk to him later, man of the match. But first of all, the skipper. That's a bit of a roller coaster. What's been going on here over the last 3 days?
Never in doubt, was it? I don't like saying this, but I do think the wicket was substandard for a Test wicket. I think we worked really hard yesterday. To get ourselves to a score. We could have batted a lot better throughout the whole game, if we're being brutally honest.
Yes.
But credit to Ireland, they bowled good areas. Their attack were very disciplined, asked good questions. And, credit to Jack as well. 92 as a night watchman, I thought he sort of set an example for everyone else, really. Very disciplined. He knew where he was going to score his runs, stuck to those areas, left well. But everyone's got a different way of playing, and we've got to try and get the best out of each individual. I think there are times where we might have to be slightly tighter and a little bit more selective, if you like, especially the captain. But I thought the bowling performance today was brilliant.
Yes.
We exploited those conditions fantastically well, put the ball in good areas, and it just shows our attack in English conditions are probably the best in the world. Credit to those 2 guys. They got into the rhythms very early and made it very difficult for anyone to start an innings on there.
And as far as the pitch is concerned, what do you think it did a bit too much? It seemed a bit too much?
Yeah, it wasn't a fair contest, was it? That's the way I'd like to put it. But still, the same for both sides. You've got to find a way to win. And you know what? I think it was good for us to be under pressure today. And it was a good challenge for our batters yesterday in that position. And we found a way to win the game. And even though we've not been anywhere near our best, we've managed some difficult periods and some pressure moments pretty well. We'd still like to do it better. But you know, today, from a bowling point of view, we're very clear about how we're going to approach it. We look back at that Edgbaston game against India, similar sort of conditions, similar target, and you know, we won with 37 runs, I think, then, maybe even a bit less. So we knew we were capable of doing it. Stayed very calm, and you know, when the guys perform like that, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. This is not a criticism, okay? But is it? No, it's not.
Good start.
Is there anything about you guys just being, you know, you're on the road for 2 months, totally focused on a World Cup? You know, was there any part of that that might account for what happened on that first day in particular?
I don't think so. I think when you turn up to a Test match week, you're very excited. You want to get involved. It was always going to be very challenging with the scheduling as it is, and look, that's a modern player has to be able to manage that. The games are as they are. You know the fixtures at the start of the summer, and you try and plan accordingly in your own mind, making sure that you're ready for these games. We tried to rest a few guys ahead of next week. You know, it'd be great for those guys to come back into the squad. So it is what it is. As a player, you pride yourself on managing that, and we might not have got that quite right, a few guys, but minds will definitely be ready for next week at Edgbaston. And you know, sometimes having a week like this is good for a group. You know, you have to manage different types of pressure. You put yourselves in different scenarios which you've not been in before as a team, and you've found a way to come through it. So I think we've got to look at it in that respect. I don't think we look at it and make excuses of things, even though it might have had slight impact on a few guys. It's just part and parcel of international cricket these days.
Yeah. Selective batting, then. Tell me about that. I mean, do you have concerns, Joe, going into the Ashes next week about, well, the top order, England's top order?
No, I don't have concerns. You know, it's difficult, as you say, coming out of the World Cup for some guys to refocus on an extreme wicket. You know, that's the other way. It's not like they come out on a flat one and you know, played really loosely. He's bowled very well, good areas, and you know, exploited some defences. I thought first innings we may have been a little bit tentative, if anything, not in terms of, you know, wanting them to go out and play more shots, but maybe got our feet apart a little bit more. Could have rotated the strike probably a little bit better, made it harder to settle on one batter. But you know, they're the challenges you get when you come onto a surface like this, and hopefully we won't have too many more of these throughout the summer, but if we do, we've got this in the bank now to learn from.
Good Boycottian run out there, Joe. That was a bit of a mess up, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be brutally honest, I had a poor day yesterday, you know, running Joe out when we were in control and we looked like we were, you know, in command of that position, started to take the game away from him and open the door for him. And sometimes you get away with that in the short format, you don't in Test cricket. Simple as that. And then as captain, senior player, you've got to go on and really make your innings count. Didn't do that. So, you know, I have to take that on the chin. But we still managed to find a way to win the game. And I think that shows great resilience from the group. It shows great courage and unity. And, you know, now I feel like we can really start focusing on the Ashes.
Yeah. And you have a couple of days off. Are you going to have a bit of a break, or how are you going to do it?
Yeah, we've got a few days now, so guys can get away, spend a bit of downtime, whether they want to go at home or however they want to get ready is up to them. But we'll have a couple of really very exciting training days bubbling up to that first game. So all very exciting times for everyone. It's important that we make the most of the next couple of days, obviously. But yeah, it's all go now.
I look forward to seeing you there, Joe. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah,
well done. Okay, there we go. There's Joe. Michael Vaughan, first of all, listening to that. What did you make of that, Michael?
I was a bit surprised, actually. I mean, you know, the pitch did a bit. You know, I don't think it's been a flat wicket at all. The ball's been moving around, and you know, I watched England back yesterday, and you know, the pitch wasn't doing a great deal. I mean, day one, yes, but you've got to put into context of who England have been playing against this week. They've been playing Ireland, that are a very disciplined, honest attack, but you can't tell me that England shouldn't get more than 85 in the first innings and last more than 24 overs, and you can't tell me that yesterday England shouldn't have got a great deal more than 303. And you know, to call a pitch substandard, I don't think it's a tremendous Test match wicket, but I don't think it was substandard. You know, I don't see what I've seen over the last 3 days to say this has been an absolute minefield. I think it's been a pitch that's offered a bit for the bowlers, and you only have to look at Jack Leach. I mean, let's be honest, Jack Leach has got man of the match. He's the tail ender. He scored 92. So if the pitch was absolutely horrendous, how does a tail ender get 92? Well, he got 92 because he played with great discipline, great control, and he desperately wanted to stay out there for a long period of time. You know, I think we'll be seeing this kind of movement and pitches like this over the course of the next 5 weeks. It's been the nature of English cricket for the last 2 or 3 years in the summer. You go back to India last year, pitches did plenty. So I don't think it's substandard. I just think it was a pitch that offered a bit for the seamers, and when you get the lights on and the clouds around and a bit of moisture like we had today against an Irish team with, you know, 1 or 2 players that can play, but you've got to say that the techniques of the Irish were exposed today, and understandably, because they don't see this kind of quality. But yeah, I was slightly surprised to hear substandard, I have to say.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Michael. Second, we've got Trevor Bayliss here, the coach. Has got a smile on his face. I didn't see much of a smile on the first morning, if I'm honest, Trevor. But hey, you've won the game anyway.
Yeah, look, in the end, you know, obviously the way we played today was top class. Maybe, you know, the first 2 days, I think we were probably a little embarrassed with the way we played. But with our backs against the wall today, they came out. You know, the conditions were helpful this morning. And in those conditions, you know, the 2 bowls that we've got are top class.
Yeah. Let's talk about the batting if we can, because clearly, you know, focus now does switch to next week and to Edgbaston. And people have been talking about the top 3 for a while. I remember talking to Sri Lanka about this at the last winter and so on. Where are you with the top 3? I mean, do you have concerns about that next week?
Well, look, to be honest, I mean, we've had concerns about it for a little while. You know, we're looking for someone to you know, take over from the Andrew Strauss and the Alistair Cooks, and it's an ongoing process. I mean, we need someone to put their hand up. Obviously, Jason Roy, yeah, with a decent score of 70 odd in the second innings, but you know, in those situations we need someone to go on and make 170. So look, we've got plenty to work on out of this. It's always good to be able to talk about a few home truths after a win, and certainly. I think, from my point of view, I think it's the intensity that we play in. I don't think we've never had a problem playing intensely enough against, for example, India or Australia. It just seems that England's got a little bit of a history against some of the teams that, you know, on paper we should win against. Maybe not quite going as hard as we should, and not having that killer instinct. As we showed in this morning in that last innings.
Yeah. Joe Root was talking about maybe, you know, just looking at the way that England approached their batting, and that there has been, perhaps, I can't remember the exact word that he used, but suggesting they had been a little bit loose. Is that a fair criticism? That's something you're going to work on in the meantime?
Yeah, it's a bit of a juggling act between you want to have that positive mental approach. I mean, but that doesn't mean, as we've spoken about plenty of times before, that means making good decisions, getting your feet to move well, and making good decisions. And that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, making sure that you do actually pick the ball to drive. You know, that is a real hard volley. You know, if the wicket's doing a little bit, you've probably got to say to yourself, well, I'm going to shelve the drive on the up.
Yeah. Simple, basic stuff, really, isn't it?
Well, you know, it's always easier sitting back out here.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course.
But look, I mean, we'll take confidence from obviously the win, but you know, full credit to Ireland. It was, you know, good to see them compete for a couple of days. Obviously, very difficult for them on the last day. You know, going for a win on, you know, in a Test match for their first ever Test win, I'm sure there was a bit of pressure on, and certainly underneath those conditions.
I'm just going to go interview the man of the match. I think Jack Leach, there's nothing funny about Jack Leach being man of the match, but I thought he might have got, I don't know, 6 for 20 or something. Jack Leach, the batsman, is man of the match. What about his contribution, Trevor, before we bring him on?
Well, I'll be honest, I was against that decision to send him out. Having said that, with him standing right here beside me, he did the job that was asked of him, above and beyond. It was a fantastic effort to actually bat for that long, not just take the shine off the ball, but to he showed enough guts and determination. I think he showed the batters that intensity that we need. So if some of the batters can learn from that, then we're in a good spot.
Trevor, thanks for joining us. I'll see you next week at Edgbaston. Thanks ever so much. Jack, look at this round your neck. England v Ireland, Player of the Test, 2019. Now, in a few years' time, maybe longer than that, but some years to come, your grandson or granddaughter will come to you and say, "Oh, Grandad, look at you, Player of the Match then. What did you do? You got 5 for 10, 6 for 20. You'll say, "No, son, I got 92.
Yeah.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
It is. I'll probably start with the fact I've bowled 3 overs for 26, and then they'll be like, "What?" And then, but yeah, so 92.
Is it sunk in actually?
No, I don't think it has. It definitely hasn't. It's all a bit of a blur, the whole game, to be honest. Obviously, go back to the first morning, and the Irish showed some real fight, but got well ahead of the game. And that first day, I went back to the hotel probably feeling a bit low. Obviously, already in bat second innings, so but yeah, I just took it ball at a time, and it turned out to be a great day for me, and we managed to win the game. And Wokesy and Broady bowled brilliantly this morning in helpful conditions, and it all worked out all right. So pleased.
What about, it might sound a bit of a sad question, but the disappointment of not scoring those 8? I mean, have you dwelled on that?
Not too much. I think I'm always someone who tries to look at the positives. I think if you said to me yesterday morning you would have got 92, or you can have 40 or whatever, then I'd definitely take 92. So I felt like I was trying to do a job for the team, and I think that's when I play my best, with a nothing to lose attitude and sort of playing for the team. So it felt an enjoyable being out there, and I didn't get there, but I think you get what you deserve in cricket and in life, so I don't think I deserve to get 100. So
we're all willing you on, Jack. We're all willing you on.
Yeah, thank you. The support here at Lord's has been amazing as well, and when you hit crunch or crunch.
He's speaking like a batsman. What's going on here?
I crunched one drive and threw extra cover, and when I crunched that drive, the feeling, like the noise and everything that came with it is just amazing. So to play here in front of a full house again, first day, I felt a little bit nervous in front of a home crowd, but it got into it second day, and it's been amazing. So
good. Well, Jack, you enjoy that. Well done. It's terrific. It's a lovely thing about sport, isn't it? It can all be a bit quirky sometimes. Yeah. Well done. Terrific. See you soon. Jack Leach, man of the match. Not for his bowling or anything, but for his batting, which is fantastic. Stuart Broadacre lurking over there, looking quite pleased with himself, I think. Yes, well bowled, Stuart. You had a great opportunity there, and he pulled the match out of the fire. You and Chris, really.
Well, I think both of us would roll these conditions up that we got today and take them everywhere with us. I think when you get to Lords and the overheads are as they are, you fancy defending anything really, and it zipped around for us a little bit. And I think the crucial thing is obviously Leachy's knock, for us to get something to defend, because it's like if you're defending 120, there's a huge amount of pressure on the bowlers, but 180 always felt like a really defendable total on this pitch.
Yeah. And just generally overall in England's performance, I know you haven't been around for a while with the World Cup and so on, but I think heads are a bit down, weren't they? Were bowled out for 85 and everything else. It was a bit of a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ireland bowled beautifully that first morning, and there was maybe for us, you could see the guys hadn't played a lot of red ball cricket for 5 months, so it was beautiful bowling, and the fact that it was just nibbling around on off stump and testing our defences, and we weren't quite up to keeping that out, but. The biggest part of this game actually was us managed to pick up 10 wickets on day one, because if Ireland had managed to get a huge lead there, the game could have been put to bed. So actually 20 wickets falling on day one was really important for us as a bowling group, but I feel like a lot's happened in 2.5 days. It feels like I've been at this ground a long time, and a lot of wickets have fallen. So it's great to come away with the win, but Ireland played brilliant.
Well on you. I'll see you soon. Thank you, Stuart, very much indeed. Oh, William, well, crikey. Well, you tell me how you feel.
Well, look, we've got it. Love to rewind a couple hours and start that again, but I think it's got it because we put ourselves in a position where we could win the test match. I don't think a lot of people would have given us that chance before the game as much as we believed it, and that first session of the game was a pretty special couple of hours for us. Ultimately, would have liked it another 7 in the first innings or so. If we do that and get through the first half an hour of tea on day one, after tea on day one, then we're in a very good position to do that, which could have made a big difference in the game.
Yeah. It's been quite a roller coaster, hasn't it? I mean, even the first ball today, bang, leg stump out of the ground, perfect start, 182 to win, and then suddenly it's gone.
Yeah, it'll happen. Happens pretty quickly. I think, look, with the lights on and the overcast conditions, a bit of drizzle in there, I think if you want a couple of lads to exploit that, like Wokesy and Brody, probably a couple of lads you want there, and like they made us play a lot. It's probably, you look at the dismissals, like LBW bowled and caught out between keeper and first slip, like they're the modes of dismissal you're looking at on that pitch. You're looking to bring us forward and catch that outside edge, and they did that very well today. It's a big learning curve for the lads as well.
Have you put yourselves on the map? I mean, people here, they've come and seen you, they've enjoyed you, and you've shown great skills. A lot of you. Do you think you've achieved that?
Oh, look, we're setting very good foundations. Look, if we had gotten over the line today, what this would have done, or could have done for the game in Ireland would have been massive. But I think all testament to the lads over the last couple of days, and look, we've put England under a lot of pressure. It's a very good test side, an experienced test side, and we're still learning our trade within that format. And look, days like today are going to be a big way of reinforces everything that we talk about in terms of that first innings, how you got to nail that first innings. As I said, in Test cricket, so it's tough learning curves, but I think as long as we are learning from it and taking that forward, but I think we also got to enjoy the past few days and reflect on it in a really great way. You got Mertz going up on the honours board, someone that deserves that tremendously, and I'm sure he'll let a few Middlesex lads know when he's next back here, so that he's up there. But all credit to him, and it would have been nice to get a batter up there as well, which could have been massive to get us over the line, but that wasn't to be.
Thank you, Will, for talking to me. Thanks for coming, and we've all really enjoyed these 3.5 days. It was disappointing, but that first day was extraordinary. Thank you. Thanks so much indeed. Will Porterfield. Now, where's Alistair Cook gone? I brought him down here to go and talk to me, and he's talking to Chris Wokes instead. Well, what do you make of all of... I mean, you can live half in here. I mean, Joe Root's quite outspoken about the pitch there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and I suppose it is the polar opposite, isn't it? And it's quite metaphorical with the ground that we sit over there and they sit over in this side in the pavilion, and you can just hear what they're thinking about the wicket. Actually, it did do it. They're saying it did do a lot on it, and it nipped loads, and obviously we're saying we nipped a little bit. So, actually, maybe that first morning it did nip more than we thought. Actually, and we didn't. I maybe myself didn't think it did, and yesterday though, I thought it looked pretty flat yesterday, actually.
Yes.
But then when it then overcast, I suppose Joe was saying today that it became overcast and it nipped all over, and it did nip all over, and it became very, very hard to bat. And it didn't matter whether Ireland were batting there or Australia were batting there. You would expect to see 7 or 8 wickets in that session with those conditions they were bowling on that wicket. So, I mean, substandard is a strong word. It was definitely a bowler-friendly wicket in certain conditions, but then when the sun was out, it looked pretty flat, but maybe it wasn't.
Yeah. Funny thing, I mean, this morning's happened, and what bounce will England now? We talked about where they were on the first couple of days. It was all horrible. The Ashes coming up. What sort of bounce will they get out of that today?
Well, there's always this banana skin fixture, wasn't it? The fixture where people will say there's not much for England to win. Actually, they're expected to beat Ireland. If they anything but a comprehensive victory, there's going to be doubts, and so they've got over that. They've gone into Australia with a win. I think people like Chris Wokes, it'd be a brilliant game for him. He just told me that's the last time he bowled in a red ball game since last September.
Really?
So actually,
it would be. Yes,
so you can see actually that how much he would have gained from rather than taking the week off and bowling the nets, to be out there under pressure. I think for the side, for people like in the field, people like Rory Burns, Jason Roy under pressure here, Law's full environment of a game which they're expected to win but did win will be great. So the